Well, the time at just coming up to 2 minutes to 11. It's time to say good morning from Edgbaston. This is Mike Taylor for BBC Radio WM. Opening up commentary for the BBC Sport website on the return of the County Championship for another fortnight of red ball cricket, starting here at Edgbaston with the derby between Warwickshire and Worcestershire. The players are just making their way out to the middle in pursuit of the umpires. The Worcestershire opening batsmen are heading out because when the toss was made a few minutes ago, Worcestershire won the toss and chose to bat first on a pitch which is well over towards the Holly side of the stand side of the ground. So if you are coming to Edgbaston this week, when you get in, you want to go Holly stand side if you want to get a look at the cricket, but you better pay attention because it's a pretty short boundary that side. No doubt immediately somebody will come and sit at the exactly opposite point in a moment, because there's always somebody who does that. But if you're sitting on the Priory stand side of the ground, you'd better bring your binoculars, because they're right on the edge of the square. A man who's always on the edge of the square, poised for a single, is Dave Bradley from BBC Hereford and Worcester.
I've had worse introductions than that, but not much.
We've got all week yet.
Thank you very much. Yeah, well, he's there already. Man, look, he's as far away from the cricket as he can get.
Well, you'd be safe there because it's going to be an enormous hit to get it over there. But for those of you going to the Hollies this week, if you think, I'm going to go up to Edgbaston and sit in the Hollies or in front of the scoreboard, then you're going to need to be watching, because you're going to be getting the ball in there. Worcestershire have won the toss. They're batting first, Dave. Wherever the last championship game was, it's only 3 weeks ago, but it feels ages with all the T20s. There are one or two changes in the Worcestershire lineup since then.
The overseas at the moment is Kuram Shahzad. Jacob Duffy has returned back to New Zealand, and the loanee in the Worcestershire team is Bertie Foreman. They had Callum Parkinson down at Southampton, but Foreman is in from Sussex for 2 weeks off spinner, and he's in the squad today. The man that was left out, I was a bit surprised, was Ben Gibbon. I thought he might have played today, but have left arm over. But and a couple of changes for the Bears. Yeah,
3 in fact from the last championship game. Ollie Hannon-Dobby's going to bowl the first over. I'll run through the changes during this. He's bowling from the Birmingham end, and he draws Gareth Roderick forward to defend the first ball out into the offside. Warwickshire lose Tom Latham out of the team. He wouldn't have played this week anyway, as he was going off to Zimbabwe to play for New Zealand. Landed awkwardly on his shoulder in the T20 game at Derby the other night after scoring a blazing 100. So he might not have been fit anyway. But Dan Mosley comes back in for him. Bo Webster is back from playing for Australia, so he deputises for Sam Hain, who that last night was either about to become a father or hopefully has done by now. But so he's otherwise engaged on family business. Best wishes to you, Sam, and your family. But so he's not involved this week. So Bo Webster is back from his successful trip to the Caribbean with Australia, and Tazim Ali is back in the team for the first time in the championship since the early weeks, in place of Chris Rushworth, who is injured. So when Hannon-Dolby's got everybody moved out of the way behind the bowler's arm, he's going to bowl again to Roderick, who is flicking this off his pads towards the long side. A long chase, the first of many, I suspect, in this game for outfielders. Zen Malik's after it, and they are going to get 3. There are going to be lots of 3s and all-run 4s in this game, over towards the Priory side. So the Warwickshire team is Yates, Davis, Mosley, Malik, Barnard, Webster, Smith, Rocky Choli, Bamba, Tazim Ali, and Ollie Hannon-Dolby, who I suspect he's going to get himself back at number 11 this week with Taz Ali back in the team.
He did well there to find a spectator to move, I thought, Gareth Roderick. There was a guy just sat right on the edge of the side screen.
Yes.
In his eye line.
The side screen is tarpaulin this week because of where the pitch is. Jake Libby's on strike for the first time, and he's defending a ball from Hannon-Dolby away into the offside. I'm going to the first of the hourly updates for local radio listeners in about 30 seconds' time, and then we shall get on with things properly. There are 4 slips in position. The pitch was mowed very precisely for about half an hour before we started, but had distinct green tinge before they mowed it, and still does. Hannon Dolby's on his way again at 3 for none in the first over. And Libby's letting this go. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston on the first day of the Championship derby between Warwickshire and Worcestershire. And the news here is that Worcestershire are batting first after winning the toss, with a number of changes to both teams. Khurram Shahzad is the overseas player. He's in the Worcestershire side. Bertie Foreman is also in, the new signing on loan. For the Bears, Bo Webster is back from playing for Australia in the Caribbean. Dan Mosley back in as well as Tom Latham away and Sam Hain unavailable. And Tazim Ali gets to play with Chris Rushworth injured. We're in the first over, being bowled by Ollie Hannon Dolby. Worcestershire batting first, a 3 without loss. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston. No, I don't think I contradicted myself in the middle of that. Hannon Dolby said Libby defending the next ball.
From a Worcestershire point of view, they'll be very pleased that A, Sam Hain isn't playing, and very pleased that B, Chris Rushworth isn't playing, because both have tremendous records against Worcestershire. Sam Hain averages over 50 in all versions of the game, apart from T20, but I think he averages 49.85 or something like that.
That's near enough. Hannon Dolby bowls, and Libby is just dabbing this backward of point. And straight to Rocky Choli of fields. It's the end of the first over. And 3 for none. It's rather grey at the moment. We had some steady rain this morning about 8 o'clock. It's obviously rained a fair bit around Edgbaston in the last 2 or 3 days, which at least has greened the outfield up. There were some very brown-looking outfields around, including even on the big grounds. But here it's all looking very green. You can tell where the boundary rope was covering part of the grass while it was raining, because they've moved the rope back a bit, allowing for where the pitch is, and there's a lime green line just running round inside it all the way around.
It's going to be Ethan Bamber from the pavilion end to bowl. Right arm over, 3 slips, gully, cover point, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and fine leg. Bamber right arm over, bowls, squeezed away, a little bit off the outside third of the bat by Gareth Roderick to cover point. Yeah, the sun just glinting off the flats away. Where am I there? Am I a Small Heath? Are we over there somewhere? Yeah.
Yeah, roughly in that direction. Yeah. Yeah, it looks brighter over there. It seems quite grey here.
Perhaps we should go and play over there. Bamber leaps in, and this is wide of the stumps, wide of the batsman, but not wide of wicketkeeper Kai Smith. Bounces into his gloves. Good pace on it though. Got a good carry. There's a slightly lighter green where the cover was on. But as you say, this outfield looks very verdant. That's a good word for me on a Tuesday morning, just after 11 o'clock. But very bright green considering the summer that we've had. Bamber in, forward, taking a single here, just pushing it to the left of Davis, who's at mid-off position. And Worcestershire advanced to 4 without loss. I did think, and not being heightest or anything, or shortest, that probably Alex Davis and Brett D'Oliveira tossing up this morning, probably the 2 of the shorter captains in county cricket. So a shortest duo.
Yes, that would be the biggest gap, actually.
Yeah. Races in and bowls, and this is off an edge, but it's gone down towards the boundary. May not get there. That rain this morning may have slowed it down. In fact, it stops before it gets there, but they'll come back for a couple, but not off the face of the bat, that one. And Gareth Roderick picks up 2, and Worcestershire go to 7 without loss.
It's the first one that's really threatened the edge.
Yeah, I don't think it carried.
I think they have taken. Yeah, he's taken 3. I think
he's taken
3. Yeah, because Roderick's
yes.
back on strike.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. So Livy has 3. Roderick 4, 7 is the total. Bamber in, and this is shorter delivery, which Roderick plays off the back foot, balances forward and plays it out towards mid on. again. I say again, no run, because they've got 7 on the board already.
Bo Webster is already starting a conference among the slips. He's very conspiratorially wandered over from third slip, turned his back on the batter, and muttered something to second and first.
Ah. Next ball beats the outside edge of Roderick's bat and through to the keeper. Nice, just a little hint of a way swing there from Bamber, pulled the batsman forward. End of the over, and at the end of it, Worcestershire are 7 without loss, having left Ben Given out of the 12 that they announced overnight. So just the one overseas player, Karam Shazad, in the Worcestershire side.
The Warwickshire squad announced yesterday. Craig Miles is the player left out from that. But if you just joining the commentary at the start of the game, Latham, Hayden, Rushworth out, Mosley, Webster and Tazim Ali. The changes coming in, the changes from the last championship game at Hove at the end of last month. At 7 for none is Hannon Dolby starting a new over and bowling a ball which Libby seems to decide late to leave, but he does so comfortably enough, and it carries through to Kai Smith. And Hannon Dolby is scratching at the footmarks already. Very familiar figure here, of course, these days. Giant man with sweatbands on both wrists. Wanders back towards the temporary sight screen, which is draped partly across what we used to call the press box stand here, the little 2-tier one, which is a very good viewing point, especially when the pitch is over on that side of the ground. Hannon Dolby bowls and Libby is easily forward onto this and pushing it through mid-off. There's a chase back. Bamber's very enthusiastically going after it and taking a big chunk of the outfield with him as he slides in and picks it up. And they take 2 runs. So there are 2 big sheets of tarpaulin, one in the Wyatt stand and one across part of the press box stand, where disappointingly there is no Worcestershire flag above it. There is a Warwickshire flag which is hanging in a rather tired fashion. It's being rippled at the moment. Hannon Dolby bowls and Libby is defending back up the pitch. I've got very into flags this season, since I've bothered listeners to this broadcast before about this. Somerset bought an enormous flag for their game earlier in the season, which I was convinced Anthony Gibson must have spent all winter making, but it turned out it'd been, I think the scorer's wife or something had made it. It was huge. It was like a duvet. And
it used to be the scorer's job to carry the flag around the country, but quite a lot of clubs don't seem to have the flags up these days.
At Hove, they were very proud. They also had a brand new flag, which was bright blue and looked splendid. Hannon Dolby bowls and she's punched off the back foot by Libby, square of the wicket to the short boundary. Rocky Choli is after it and he makes a good save, flicking the ball back. And Alex Davis picks up. There's going to be time for 2 runs. That's good fielding by Rocky Choli. And immediately Alex Davis has to get a towel out. So the outfield probably has taken quite a bit of water in the last 24 hours, judging by that.
Yeah, just a bit greasy on the top. A good day for fielders to slide. You're not going to take any skin off your knees today.
No.
A bit of sawdust going down as well. It's funny in this day and age of technological wizardry, we still use sawdust to dry up the bowlers running.
11 for none, 4 slips waiting. Hannon Dolby bowls Fuller, and she's flicked off his toes by Libby. Tumbling save at mid-wicket. Gets the first real round of applause of the day from echoes around the pavilion. There are lots of people always hidden in various nooks and crannies of this building, which we can't see from here, but you can hear them when they clap. They're amused by something. There is a defiant crew at the city end in the Wyatt stand there. There's a chap very delicately bringing some drinks back, going down near the front. 11 for none. In comes Hannon Dolby again, and Libby's up on his toes, pushing this away through extra cover, and Rocky Choli gets on the slide early to make sure they're only going to take 1 run. And that's the end of 3 overs. Worcestershire having chosen to bat first, 12 for none, Roderick 4 and Libby 8. And no real alarms for Jake Libby in that over.
Yeah, Rocky Chaley's always got some nice green stains on his knees. He's had a couple of dives out there. We are using the Kookaburra ball, which has been controversial, shall we say. The first round of matches with it, I think there was only one result, which was the game at Worcester, when Surrey comfortably turned Worcestershire over. But apart from that, I don't think there was a if you can call a draw result if you like. Bamber's in bowls, nicely pushed away into the extra cover area. There is no extra cover, so Davis from mid-off has to go to his left to field, which gives the batsman time to jog through for a single.
Seems very comfortable with the pace of the pitch, Jake Libby's not been at all hurried so far.
Yeah, well, in 4-day cricket, you could say he's in a bit of form. Having got 228 in his last county championship innings. Next ball is short from Bamber, and Roderick just goes up on his toes, pushes out on the offside. On a very flat wicket with a Kookaburra ball at Southampton, when all sorts of records were broken. But slightly different here on a cloudy morning at Edgbaston.
And there does seem to be a bit of dampness around. There's certainly dampness in the outfield. So whether any of it, I saw one or two folks rubbing the pitch a little suspiciously earlier.
Bamber in bowls. Wide of the off stump, but then wicketkeeper Smith takes it fairly low to his left, as if it maybe swung a bit after it had gone past the batsman. Worcestershire 13 without loss. Roderick 4, Libby 9. If you're watching the live stream, you can see that, but if you're listening on the radio, you can't. So some folks say, why do you always tell me what I've just seen? Well, because people are listening on the radio and they won't have seen it. Bamber in again, and this time off the back foot, played square on the offside. No run. Umpires today are Michael Goff and Steve O'Shaughnessy.
I was quite surprised that they were walking out, because I forget that Michael Goff's a very tall fella, but that was also a rather little and large duo as they walked out.
Yeah. There's a couple of big lads around in the umpiring world, aren't there? Well, David Milnes has always been a big fella. Bamber on his way in bowls, and allows this to go through to the wicketkeeper. Alex Wharf, he's not a short fella. And of course they have the cameras on these days. GoPro cameras, all the umpires in county cricket have them on. Except then occasionally they forget to take them out. So occasionally, sort of after lunch maybe, you'll see the 12th man suddenly run on with a camera for one of the umpires has forgotten. Bamber's next ball, that's wide of the off stump again. Goes through to wicketkeeper Smith, 13 without loss. Roderick has 4, Libby has 9. And apart from one delivery from Bamber that's beaten Roderick outside the off stump, a fairly comfortable start.
Yeah, I haven't looked hurried at all, having chosen to bat first. If you want to get in touch during these 4 days, then we'll happy to take your comments, thoughts, suggestions, heckles. You can full abuse. You can email us to wm.sport@bbc.co.uk. wm.sport@bbc.co.uk. I've had some correspondence since the last game, actually. Hannon Dolby starts a new over, and Libby is defending back up the pitch. Let me send greetings to John in Budapest.
All right.
Who sent me an email the other day.
Now, is he in Buda or is he in Pest?
I don't know. He might tell us.
It's either side of the
2
river,
places, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's supposed to be lovely. Anyway.
I'm going there next year.
Are you?
I've never been to Budapest.
Oh, well, we'll look up John if you're there.
I will, yeah.
Although he's a Warwickshire supporter, so don't hold that against him. But he's to let me know he's coming to watch one of the games at Rugby School next month.
All right.
Which, as it being a Rugby School alumnus, I'm sure there's plenty about. Hannon Dolby bowls Fuller, and Libby's flicking this off his toes to Malik at mid-wicket, who feels always on the move, and loops the ball quickly back to Smith. So hello to you, John. Hope you're having a good day, and if you're with us to follow the fortunes of the county. I got an email from Duncan it's somewhere in the Scottish Highlands, which I will find your email because you sent it me not long ago. We were talking about David Brown during the last game, with David Brown, and being substituted into a game. But Duncan emailed me later, listening from North Angus in Scotland, which is a long way to go. This is punched by Libby, getting up on his toes, and he thinks right on the top of the bounce, through extra cover for 4, and really settling into the pace of the pitch nicely. Jake Libby looking unhurried. He's 13 already. Good shot there.
Yeah, nice. Crisp. To the short boundary as well.
So he started off very well. The reason Duncan emailed me after we were on the last game is that his club up there, the cricket club in North Angus, or Brechin, which apparently is the nearest club, Hannon Dolby bowls wider of the crease. Libby's defending away on the offside. I mean, I've never been to Brechin. I know Brechin City from the Scottish footballers. They're always on the bottom of the pools coupon.
Yeah.
But so there is a connection with Warwickshire in that Tom Latham's father, Rod, was the club professional. He was a New Zealand international a while ago. So he used to be the club professional at Brechin, apparently. So I don't know whether the young Tom Latham would have ever made there, but completing a circle of sorts, because that's Duncan's local club, a Warwickshire fan listening up there. So anyway, hope you're well as well, Duncan. Everybody north of the border. Here's Hannon Dolby bowling down the leg side, and Libby flicks at that, but without really committing to it. He's not quite right yet, Hannon Dolby, this morning, I don't think.
Yeah, no, he's not in a rhythm, is he? No. Going back to our friend in Budapest.
Yes.
Do Hungary play in the European Cricket League, which
sure, they probably
I occasionally watch, which is sometimes hilarious.
Yes.
It's very good. Especially you get to the after September, because they still carry on playing.
Yeah, they play on, don't they?
Yeah.
Well, the game's spread. Nearly every country in Europe, I think, is involved at some level now, which is great. Hannon Dolby bowls full, and Libby playing round his front pad a bit. Pushes it into the leg side. Malik's a very good mover running sideways round from mid-wicket. Again, he sort of runs sideways while never taking his eyes off the batter and picks the ball up. It's quite a skill. It's the end of the over. 17 for none in 5 overs. It seems to have got a bit more overcast in the last few minutes. It's not a particularly welcoming day at Edgbaston at the moment. There's a fellow in a Coventry City shirt, I reckon, it's either a Coventry City or an Argentina shirt of recent vintage. About halfway up the Hollies.
Not much difference between Coventry and Argentina.
No, not really. Not this time of year.
Here's Ethan Bamber. He's bowling at the pavilion end to the right-handed Gareth Roderick. Who flicked this one away through mid-wicket. That's going to race away for 4. Nice shot. Just angling in towards leg stump. Nice half volley, really. He'd have been disappointed if he missed out on that one. But the total goes to 21 without loss, which Gareth Roderick has 8.
The first one, Bamber's slightly over-pitched, whether he's looking for it to swing. I noticed already the 4th slip has stepped up quite a bit closer, as if to suggest that there isn't a huge amount of pace in the pitch.
Yeah.
Still got 3 slips in, plus, I mean, he's now sort of quite a fine gully, really. There's a bit of a gap between 3rd and 4th now.
Bamber to Roderick. Roderick forward defensively plays the ball back down the pitch. Bamber half stops with his right hand and then completes the fielding, if you can call it that. Immediately, of course, gives the ball to somebody else to give it a polish.
There's a lot on these 2 games this week and next week before the championship goes back into mothballs again until September. Worcestershire by no means tailed off at the bottom. Won only 1 game so far, but not that far behind.
Bamber in bowls forward, played to mid-on where there is no run. Rocky Chiodi, the fielder. I did a bit of listeners and viewers will be amazed to know I do any research at all.
Oh, yes.
But I did do a bit of research on him. He comes from Subiaco, which is a suburb of Perth.
Yeah.
Spent a bit of time in Perth, lovely city. Bamber in bowls. Played away on the onside. No run on this occasion.
At Hove, a couple of his teammates had said to him, I said, how are you getting on with the new, with Corey? He said, oh, it's great. Cricket Badger, they both said.
Oh, right.
So, after he'd flogged away for 54 overs bowling up the hill at Hove, I pretty much said, the charge has been made that you are a Cricket Badger.
Bamber in bowls wide of the stumps through to the wicketkeeper.
I'm delighted to tell you, because I'm not being funny, if you've clicked on this broadcast, I think you and I, we're Cricket Badgers too. But Corey Rocky Charlie enthusiastically embraced that.
Oh, right.
He said, oh yeah, that's me, mate. I can't do the accent. You have to imagine the accent.
Yeah.
But he cheerfully admitted to the charge, and offered some sort of proof.
Bamber to Roderick once again. A bit shorter this time. Good pace on it, but goes straight through to the wicketkeeper. There is no run. End of the over. 21 without loss. Worcestershire, which Jake Libby has 13. Gareth Roderick has 8.
He said, when I'm in Australia, I'll wake up in the morning, so the first thing I do is pick the phone up and have a look what the county scores are. So that's quite badgery, I think.
Yeah.
And but the happy part was, he said, now here I am playing in it. And it was nice to talk to a fella who was clearly really thrilled to be here.
Yeah, genuinely keen to be in it.
He was delightfully puzzled by Hove.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Well,
I've spent all day bowling up. He said, we don't have grounds like this in Australia. So
it is a bit unique.
So it's a tiny boundary one side. I've spent all day bowling up the hill. He said, it's great. I've spent most of the rest of the time chatting to folks in the crowd. He said, we don't really get that in Australia. I mean, I suspect you do, but it'd be a one-way conversation. But anyway, he thoroughly enjoyed himself. Anyway, Hannon Dolby, who hasn't quite looked like he's enjoying himself in the 20 minutes so far, but he starts a new over and has Libby pushing this off the back foot into the covers.
Yeah, you do occasionally get the impression, and it is only an impression, that some overseas players don't really get it, don't get county cricket, don't really invest in it. They're here to play and that's it. But some really do love it.
Well, I'm pleased to say that Corey Rocky Charlie was very much having fun. Hannon Dolby goes a bit wider of the crease, and Libby drives back past him, just out of his reach. Davis goes for a sliding stop and sort of pushes it round an invisible goalpost. But they're taking one run anyway. So Libby's up to 14, and it's 22 without loss. I'm pleased to say we've got at least one proper cricketer in our midst today in the commentary box.
We have.
So, I mean, it's 2 if you count Phil Britt. But
I'm not personally counting him.
Thank you for confessing. But we'll hear from Chloe Brewer in a little while. The Bears bowler who's not had the best of good luck with injuries this season, as you'll know if you follow the Bears women's campaign. Hannon Dolby bowls are wide enough for the off stump for Roderick to play no stroke. So Chloe will come on in a minute and tell us what's actually happening, as opposed to what me and you are burbling about.
Yeah.
Bamber's gone off to get some more sawdust. He appears to be sawdust monitor, Ethan Bamber. Well, Hannon Dolby's gone off growling back to his mark. He's got Ethan Bamber running sawdust errands for him. Quite right too, as
junior member
befits a chap who had a testimonial last year. Here he comes again, plants his foot right in the new patch of sawdust laid down by his colleague, and has Roderick mistiming a drive, which runs up to Bamber at mid-on. And it's 22 without loss.
Still not seen anything too untoward
No.
in that the ball is doing a lot. It's not.
No, nothing that would worry a captain who'd chosen to bat. Brett Dolliver making that call. Hannon Dolby bowls again to Roderick, a ball that's moving away but harmlessly outside the line of off stump, and Roderick goes for a wander in a big semicircle so that he's not treading where he shouldn't, and prods an area of the pitch just short of a good length very suspiciously.
Yeah, that one did a bit of shape on it. It did move away slightly, but it started wide and just went a bit wider.
$22 for none. Hannon Dolby arrives at a little hop at the start of his run, and here he comes again. Passes umpire Goff, and again Roderick takes one step across to the offside, lifts the bat up, allows it to pass. Hannon Dolby turns on his heel, completes another over. He's had 4 without really causing too many alarms. 22 for none. Roderick 8 and Libby 14. And it's grey, isn't it? Yeah, should we bring Chloe in? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So we'll hear more from Dave in a bit. And Chloe's going to move in, and I'll bring Phil in a few minutes as well. 22 for no wicket. Bamber with a pink towel hanging out the back of his shorts. Shorts? What am I talking? I'm getting too early for the football season. Out of his whites. And he sets in again to bowl full to Libby, who's defending away on the offside. It's picked up by Malik. Chloe Brewer's in. How are you?
Morning. I'm okay, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, good. Nice to be. Well, it's back in the red ball. You will. Those of you who follow Warwickshire from afar will have seen and heard quite a lot of Chloe if you followed the T20 games.
Yeah, you probably would have heard more of me than seen of me this year, but yeah, in and around the comms, you like this actually. I think I was looking through my notes.
Well, I like the fact you made notes to put you ahead of some. Bamber, me for a start. Libby is defending on the offside. There's no run. I didn't mean to impugn Dave like that. Sorry.
And the last county championship game, which was yonks ago, like last year, was actually at Worcester, I believe.
Okay. With
yourself, we were playing Durham at home.
Gosh. I can't remember that. Bamber's going to bowl. Running away from us now, and Libby is turning this off his hip. Actually, it hits him on the hip, I think, takes all the pace out of it. And Smith comes to pick up. So you've been on the Warwickshire's own commentaries. Those of you who know follow from afar, Warwickshire do their own commentary on the Blast games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they've been pretty good fun actually. Good.
Yeah.
Good little setup that we've got in there.
All in uniform, all in your white jumpers.
I know,
it's very corporate.
Smartest attire.
We haven't yet graduated to that level on this. Off goes Bamber away from us, and Libby defends into the offside.
Yeah, that was the first 15 minutes. We got off. We were like, okay, should we wear merch for this?
That's it.
This set, and we were like, well, absolutely. So we had four commentators all in this shop. Like kids in a candy shop, just picking what jumper you will wear for the next few weeks.
Excellent. Did you have to wash it, or did you, at the end of the day, hand it back to a lackey?
No, really. It is one for the keepers.
So. Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
That's the sort of gig we need. Here's Bamber in again, and this is punched away through extra cover with good timing by Libby. It's out to that very long boundary. Malik's after it, wishing it would stop. And it has done, about 5 yards inside the rope, and they are back for 3 runs. It's a long chase. It has to be a very long throw from over there.
Yeah, I was going to say that S&C is going to be pretty happy with their GPS data after these 4 days. All that running.
Yes, they're all you all have to wear the little devices, don't you? On the back, yeah. Check. There's no slacking in the outfield now.
No,
somebody's counting.
Nowhere to hide.
They're going to plug the extra cover gap. Dan Mosley's going into there. No, he isn't. They've changed their mind. Ed Barnard's going to go there. They're all shuffling round. Mosley's going back to first. Rob Yates is at second. Mosley's gone in at first slip. Webster's at third. Well, he's such a big man he can almost cover 2 positions. So he's played around his front pad by Roderick into the leg side. Somebody in the outfield liked it and yelped, but Bamber just turned away. And it's the end of the 8th over. 25 for none. Nothing much has happened for the bowlers yet, though, is it?
It doesn't look like there's too much in the pitch. There's obviously quite a lot of humidity around, so you're getting a little bit of shape, but nothing from a pitch from a bowler so far. It could change.
Yeah.
Once we get into it, obviously, if it's kept under the covers a little bit longer, then you'd probably like on a morning like this. Do we know if it's a fresh wicket?
I think it is, yeah. I'm pretty sure it is. It was covered over when I was here last for the T20 games, whichever the last blast game was here, I forget. Hannon Dolby starting a new over, and it's pushed away into the offside by Libby, and Mosley picks up. So do you have to behave yourself more when you're on the screen than you do in here with us?
Yeah, I wouldn't have been able to turn up 15 minutes post-bike session for that's for sure. I think you guys are getting a bit stressed of, where's Birmingham?
Actually, this is worth, I'm going to take behind the curtain, folks. So, I don't want you to suggest we were looking around going, where's Brewer? But, anyway, Hannon Dolby is on his way now, and Libby is pushing this away square into the offside for no run. So at 11:15, the lift doors open and out you tumble.
Wet hair. Well,
I mean, you've pointed out a problem, I have to say, rather unkindly, you've pointed out a problem that not all of us in this box have.
That's actually, I was going to say, relatable.
But yes, it's been a while since I've worried about wet hair after exercise, but I was not worried about exercise.
I was fresh from a shower before you think I'm...
Listen, it's sufficient details already. Here's Hannon Dolby is running in towards us, and there's not a run here for Libby. He thought about it, turning it away through square leg, but Maliki's around very adroitly there and prevents a run. So, but the good news about that is that people who are following your misfortune, frankly, with injury at the start of this season, because again, to fill in the gaps, you were in the Bears team that played the first 2 or 3 50-over games, and then you had the injury then.
Yeah, unfortunately, the sniper got me.
Hamstring.
Yep, hamstring popped.
Did it properly, didn't you?
Yeah, if you're going to do it properly.
Hannon Dolby's on the way, and Libby is defending very carefully out into the offside, and there isn't a run. So that has ended yours. It was bad enough to end your season, more or less. Yeah,
effectively. So, unfortunately, I had to go under the knife to get it put back
really
together.
Tough. So Chloe has been out of the picture since then. But the fact that you are now back in some sort of training will be good news for your supporters, hopefully.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've been put through my paces in the gym recently on bike sessions. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
In that strength, getting that back phase.
Hannon Dolby's moving wide of the crease and jags this one back to Libby, who takes one hand off the bat. It's the first time that Libby's been at all discomforted by Hannon Dolby, who made that bounce a little awkwardly.
That's the first kind of issue that we've seen.
Yeah.
A little bit of spice from this pitch this morning.
He's not happy, Ollie, with where he's landing, though, and he's stopped to talk to umpire Goff. There's an area... Well, he's going quite wide on the crease, coming in from the Birmingham end, and Ethan Bamber's gone back with another big handful of sawdust, and he's planting it down, especially on the actual popping crease, where he's landing his foot.
Yeah, you can just see those heavy tread marks coming in. He's just angling it in towards the bat, towards that large boundary.
Here he comes again, and this is a little bit shorter, and Libby's onto this very quickly and just goes with the bounce and steers it between point and extra cover for 4 runs. Well played. He's 21 at the end of the over, and it's 29 for no wicket. And it's not easy, especially for a big guy like Hannon Dolby, but for any seam bowler, if you're not absolutely confident where you're landing.
Yeah, no, it just messes with your head a little bit. I think bowling's all about rhythm. And if you just have it's the tiniest thing, and you're going to say that bowlers are pansies, but it's a tiny thing that can really put you off, because if you're uncertain about where you're landing, obviously all your body weight, everything, all that power is going through your body, and you don't want to slip or...
No, well, I mean, that would be, I can imagine, as you're running into bowl, you should be concentrating on where exactly I'm going to bowl this ball, not where my feet are going to land.
Yeah, because you just want to focus on bowling that good hard length and not worrying about any misfortune at the crease.
Bamber is going to bowl from our commentary end, the pavilion end here.
Perfect. We're back in Red Bull. Ethan Bamber's been a great signing this year.
Hasn't he just?
I think he's been unbelievable. Just coming in from a pavilion end here on a length and defended to mid-wicket. He really made an impression with his first game. I think he was like a duck to water, if I'm being perfectly honest here.
Yes, he got wickets right at the start of the season, didn't he? Bowled with a lot of control. 28 championship wickets so far. He was in the seconds that I think they won the
They won a
T20 second 11 the other day, and he got a bag of wickets in that as well.
Charging in once again, full of steam on a length defended to mid-wicket there. And just passed back around. Yeah.
He's an interesting contrast, actually, because he's obviously a very different build to Ollie Hannon Dolby. So, you know, they're both right-arm seam bowlers. But Ethan's a much stockier man who bustles in. So the ball becomes an entirely different trajectory from him. It's a very different challenge, I would think, facing Ethan. Yeah,
maybe just a little bit more skiddy rather as OHD gets that bounce. Once again, in on that hard length, defended there by Roderick. But Ethan's a proper athlete. Have you heard about his 2K?
Go on.
So, I believe he was in the morning with a 2K, just warming himself up in the gym to start this 2K. Guess what time he did it in?
So she's, hang on, 2,000 metres we're talking about?
2,000 metres.
So that's a mile and a bit, okay. I don't know, between 5 and 6 minutes, something like that?
6.5 minutes.
6.5 minutes. That's, hang on, let me think, that's not hanging about, is it? That's pretty good.
Powering in once again, and that's just consistent on that hard length. I believe he's pretty much sprinted round his 2K.
Oh, okay.
Because I think generally the guys are 7.5, 8 minutes, that kind of region.
Yeah, that would be pretty good, wouldn't it, thinking about it? Well, that distance that is.
Rapid,
yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, I think
Whereas
I'd settle for that.
And then he went back into a gym for a gym session afterwards.
Oh, okay. It's interesting. He doesn't look like a runner, doesn't he, Ethan?
On that length, once again, played respectfully by Roderick. Yeah, I think he's just one of those really powerful all-round athletes.
Yeah, he's strongly built. So if you were looking at him as an athlete, I think, Ethan, he wouldn't necessarily be like the sort of, you know, the sprinters or the hurdler. He's got that sort of muscle about him. But he doesn't feel like a big man when you're standing next to him talking to him. But he's strong.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, just done a little bit off a pitch. Roderick just looking a little surprised about it. Looking at the pitch, he's just hit him at the splice of a bow, and that brings it end of the over. 29 for none. There's Worcestershire.
First maiden, and that was a good one from Bamber. And there's a couple of deliveries now in the last 2 overs that have just kicked a little bit, and it's only a fraction. But it was enough to, as you say, hit high on the bat, and it caused Roderick a problem.
Yeah, it's just that consistency, and I think the pitch is just starting to wake up a little bit. It's joining us at 20 to 12.
Well, Ollie Hannon-Dobby would quite like it to wake up a bit at his end. He's a pretty cheerful chap, Ollie Hannon-Dobby, is, you know, for a Halifax Town supporter, and he has not looked entirely happy so far, but he's starting a new over now, and Libby's defending out on the offside. He has, of course, borne a huge workload for Warwickshire in the last couple of years. This year, he's bowled pretty reliably without getting a lot of reward. He has only 9 championship wickets.
Really?
Which is surprising, really.
That really does surprise me.
Yeah. 50 plus in the last 2 years. And yet it's always looked as though he'd be in the market for some. 2 slips and a gully he's got now, and there he has Labey taking one hand off the bat again with a ball that did bounce a little bit from a length. This is better. at Hove with the Kookaburra, which you've all heard a lot about, and on a pretty flat pitch in really hot weather in the last championship game. He bowled 30 overs in Sussex first innings, none for 100.
Gee.
And it really was a grit your teeth effort, because the conditions offered him nothing.
No, it doesn't sound like it.
But but nobody really got on top of him. So he's still only going at 3 and over on with the shortish boundary one side. I thought this is pretty good bowling, and he's going to end up with none for 100.
Yeah.
Here he is now to Libby, who is defending back up the pitch.
Yeah, he's definitely a workhorse in the Warwickshire seam attack, and always has been. Stats prove why as well.
Oh yeah, his record in recent seasons has only been improving for a fella who would, you'd imagine he's well into the second half of his career now, but has done exceptionally well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And has taken on other duties. He's your union rep now, effectively, isn't he? Head of the PCA, as the Professional Cricketers Association. Here he is, bowling wider at the crease, and Libby is playing this with a certain amount of suspicion, away backward of point, without really committing to play very forcefully at it.
Yeah, it's just getting a bit of shape actually. But yeah, any complaints that we're quite lucky here at
Oh,
Edgbaston, which we don't have many. Any little grumbles for PCA, just get through pretty quickly.
Yes. Yeah, well, he'll have to get used to turning his phone off a bit more. 29 for no wicket. There's some heavy cloud over to our left. I hope that's not coming this way. It seems a bit brighter over the ground just at the moment as Libby defends away on the offside. And there's no run. The forecast for the rest of the day was improving, I think. So.
Okay. The clouds don't seem to be in any hurry, so I think we'll get a good amount of play in.
It's not especially threatening. The Warwickshire flag is hanging limp at the moment. If you've got a Worcestershire flag, maybe bring it tomorrow if you're a Worcestershire supporter, because they haven't bought theirs. They ought to. It's a local derby. Come on, Worcester must be. Ashley, I bet it's in Ashley's office somewhere. Come on, must be a flag there. Hannon Dolby bowls and Libby pushes this away on the offside. It's the end of an over. That felt like the most challenging over he's bowled in that spell. He's had 6. He's gone off for a conference with Alex Davis. You might ask him if he wants any more. And 29 for no wicket. Bamba's going to press on.
Yeah, it just looks like the pitch is starting to do something, but whether that will entice OHD to go again, maybe might get another couple of overs in before we see a change.
Well, they've got in this game, again, if you've joined us a little later, there are changes for both teams since the last championship game 3 weeks ago, but the other bowlers for the Bears, they've got Ed Barnard, obviously, and then 2 specialist spinners in this game.
Bamber to continue from a pavilion, and that's driven handsomely up to mid-off there. He just cuts off a good-looking dot to start the over.
Came pleasingly out of the middle. Warwickshire going with, of course, Corey Rocky-Choli. And Tazim Ali is in the championship side for only the 4th time this season. Played in the first 2 games, then played here against Hampshire in May.
Bamber charging in on a left, defended underneath Roderick's eyes there.
So Rocky-Choli bowling off breaks, and Tazim Ali's wrist spin. He's an exciting young cricketer, Tazim Ali.
He really is, isn't he? He's been involved in the England A stuff.
In the 19s he's been with, in the series against India. Been some very competitive games against India. Yeah. There's one going on at the moment actually, because Hamza Sheikh captained England in the first game, but he's not involved in the one that's on this week in Chelmsford, I think.
Bamber on a length, not missing that spot once again. Defended respectfully back to him.
Yeah, they're taking no liberties with Lambert at the moment. He's hitting that reliable length.
Yeah. And he's not really missing, is he?
No. When you were saying about a hard length for a seam at the moment, we're looking at maybe just a fraction short of a good length.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say Bamber in once again. That's defended back to him. He's just really nailing that. And he hasn't missed too much. I think as well, it's quite good contrast from the other end. Obviously, OHD's very tall figure. He gets a little bit more bounce, but like Bamber, if he hits that length, he's going to hit the bat hard.
Yes. Yes, it's a jarring length, isn't it? That's what he's looking for. And it's noticeable that, I know we're only in the first hour of the match, but Roderick, who is quite an aggressive player, has been very disciplined here in not taking any liberties to Bamber.
Yeah. Charging in from a pavilion, and that's outside off, and that's been left alone by Roderick. I think as well, you'd probably keep in the back of your mind how dangerous Ethan Bamber can be up top with a new ball.
Yes, he's has that record with Middlesex and with Warwickshire. Rocky Choli's warming up enthusiastically all of a sudden. So Ed Barnard's the third seamer.
Yeah, he's been going really well actually, both T20 and County Championship. He's had a great season. Bamber on a length, and that just looks a little bit spicier for pitch. Played down towards third man, and it's been chased down towards the boundary van. They've taken two from it. Just 2 for the over. And that brings about the end. I think you will be seeing a little change.
Yeah, that one just bounced a little extra from about the same length. And that caused Roderick a problem. 31 for none. So Rocky Choli presumably not far away. Barnard's going to have a roll from the Birmingham end against his former club, of course, a club with which he did noble service. And he's going to join the attack shortly.
Yeah, just another very reliable seamer, isn't he?
Yeah. Well, he's just a good guy to have around in your team. He's sort of, the cricketing handyman. You can bat him more or less anywhere you like in the top six. You can bring him on to bowl at any point. Ended up taking the new ball in the blast at one point for a while, which I imagine was not probably in the job description at the start of the season. And here he is to bowl his first over of the match, and he hits Libby on the pad, and they all like that behind the stumps, but umpire Goffey's not persuaded. He was well forward there, Jake Libby, but
looked pretty close in that.
He wasn't very far forward, Jake Libby. He was almost shielding the bat behind the front pad. 31 for 9. It's the first time they've been able to have a shout in the slips about anything so far. Barnard bowls again, and Libby is forward, pushing this carefully to mid-off. And there's no run.
Yeah.
2 slips he's got, and then quite a fine gully. Webster has gone to first slip. He's got an enormous wingspan, Bo Webster.
He's taken up 2 slip
Yeah,
positions.
he could. And Rob Yates, who is as good a slipper as there is around. Barnard goes a bit wider of the crease, and Libby is defending back up the pitch. Mosley is at gully position, then Rocky Choli a backward point. There's an extra cover. Bamber's there at extra cover. Davis is directing operations from mid-off. Hannon Dolby at mid-on, and then Malik at square leg. And Tazzy Malley's at long leg down here in front of us. She'll be keen to get into the action. And here's Barnard again, closer to the stumps, and Libby is defending this and slightly losing his balance after doing so. Topples away to one side, and it's gone safely up to mid-on. 10 to 12 on the first morning of the Championship derby at Edgbaston between Warwickshire and Worcestershire. Mike Taylor and Chloe Brewer with you. We get to 12 o'clock. I'll do the local radio update, and then we'll have Phil Britton, Dan, and Dan? Is that your alter ego? I've just renamed you. That's it. He's named for tax purposes. Dave Bradley will come back at 12. Libby's defending back up the pitch, and the ball rolls into the stumps at the non-striker's end. Umpire Goff bends down slightly creakily to pick up the bails.
Happens to the best of us.
Well, yeah, doesn't it just? What would you know about that? Get the hamstring fixed. It's not going on about backs now. Two slips settle down again, and Barnard has Libby very carefully forward. And played that over very delicately, Jake Libby, after the big LBW shout at the start. The home patrons liked that first over from Barnard. And at the end of it, it was a maiden. And they have slowed things down a bit in the last 3 maidens out of the last 4, 31 without loss. Not that Worcestershire were particularly galloping along, but they bowled really tight.
Yeah, but I haven't given him an inch. I think that first shout, start of that over, might have just been a little bit of a reminder to keep your head down. We've got long batting and he's ahead of us, so just strap in a little bit. Bamber to continue his opening spell, and that's gently defended. They're playing so late underneath. But eyes just letting the ball come because it's just hitting that hard length here.
I don't think Roderick would very often bat an hour for 10. He's a more naturally aggressive player than that, Gareth Roderick. But he's been noticeably watchful here.
Yeah. Powering in once again. That's driven up to mid on there. Cut off by Rocky there. Mid on, and yeah, they've been very, very watchful, have the Worcestershire batters this morning.
I think maybe if he's going to be any life around in the pitch, it'd be early on. They chose to bat first with, as I mentioned again for our radio listeners, those of you watching on YouTube, it'll be apparent, but quite a short boundary one side on the Holly stand side.
Bamber in, and it's just played softly down to a vacant cover and a shy at the stumps. I think he could have been gone there.
Ed Barnard thinks he would have been out. He's got his hands over his face at extra cover. Jake Libby was the man running to the danger end at the striker's end, but it was tight.
Yep.
It was tight. Ed Barnard, look at his thrown his head back. He can't believe that.
Yeah, there we go. We've got a side angle view there. Oh, from the wrong end.
Yeah.
Cancel.
It was...
it's tight.
Yeah, those of you watching on the screen are going to see a replay just now, and...
Gone.
Yeah, I think Jake Libby knew he was done there if the ball at the stumps. Barnard's putting himself through it at extra cover, and he can't believe he missed.
Yeah, having a quiet word with himself. Bamber once again on a length, just patted back to him. There's not missing. But it's good signs for Warwickshire here. It's keeping it interesting these last 2 overs. The pitch has livened up a little bit. It's joined us. And a run-out opportunity.
Been very disciplined with the length in particular. I think that's notable. There were a couple of times that Ollie Hannon-Dobby dropped short and Libby just cuffed him through the offside, no problem.
Yeah.
But I haven't given them much.
No, not at all. Charging in and just short of a length, and that's worked to mid-wicket.
Played it very late. Jake Libby, who, as Dave mentioned earlier, a big double century at Southampton in the last championship game. And one of the better batters around the First Division who hasn't yet had international honours, Jake Libby. Excellent record in the last few seasons for Worcestershire, going up and down the division.
Yeah. Bamber in on a length defended, full face back to him. Yeah, it's not too bad getting a double century last game, is it?
No, well, Adam Ho's got one as well, and double quick at the other end, and they ran up some ridiculous total at Southampton, but weren't able to force the win.
Yeah, that's what I found with this season actually, because it's been so dry and so hot.
Yeah.
Actually, the decks are glorious to bat on, and less for your bowlers, but
Yeah, and that was it's interesting. I mean, at the time of the last championship game, and I'm sure it'll be the same around the country this week, the ball was much discussed. But that last round of games, it was 35 degrees everywhere.
Yeah.
And it was stinking hot at home for 4 days. I mean, there was no complaints there. It's a lovely place to be, but it was hot and hard grind. So it was quite interesting talking to some of the Warwickshire players about what they thought of the ball, given the slog they were having to go through with it. Barnard starts a new over, and Roderick defends into the offside. And Ethan Bamber, who came out, which is very good of him to come out and talk. He'd got 10 overs, none for 50 at the time when he came out and had a chat at the end of one day. He said, look, firstly, he said, I don't think I bowled very well with it today. Secondly, it's my job to work out how to do it. So it's no good me standing there and saying, oh, well, the ball... I'm paraphrasing it, but not much. He's a very expressive chap, Ethan. Barnard bowls and Roderick defends out on the offside. He said, look, this is what we've been given. He said, but what I am, Ethan Bamber, am trying to do is develop he said, I'm playing the game to get better.
Yeah.
So, okay, I've got to bowl with this ball. I will need to develop some new skills to get wickets with it. And if I do, then I'll be a better cricketer. I thought, well, that's quite a good mindset to have.
Really good mindset.
Rather than just turning up and saying, fancy having to bowl with this again. Barnard bowls, he's getting it to do a little bit, and Roderick played that very late and just nudged it away on the offside. The floodlights are coming on, which tells you that it is clouding over quite a bit here. So Corey Rocky, I asked him, Rocky Cholly, for his opinion on it, and he sort of rolled his eyes as if to suggest I was about the 400th person that had asked him that he'd had quite a long day bowling and then chatting to the spectators on the outfield who were all, he said, I've been talking to a fellow in the crowd about it for most of the afternoon. Barnard beats Roderick, or does he? Takes the outside edge, and they're claiming the first wicket. Ed Barnard, without conceding a run, has taken his first wicket against his old club in this game, and Gareth Roderick, who'd played very carefully throughout his hour at the crease, just nibbling a ball that maybe left him a fraction and touched it through to Kai Smith. Roderick caught Smith, bowled Barnard 11, and the first Worcestershire wicket falls at 32, and Barnard rewarded for holding a really disciplined line and length in these early overs here, Chloe.
Yeah, I mean, he's been constantly challenging that hard length and the outside edge. He just got a little bit of nibble off the pitch there to top it all off, and, well... One for no runs. You're not starting a day off badly, are you?
No, he's got one after reproaching himself for the missed run out in the last over, which brings Kashif Ali out at number 3. Twin centuries in this fixture last season, when he really showed everybody what a good player he is, and he's on his walk out to the pavilion, he's practiced so many strokes, he's probably 40 knots out in his head already, but he's a fine player to come out at number 3. But these are awkward conditions to bat in now to come and start an innings, because it is quite cloudy, the lights are on. So this might be a testing little spell, even for a good player like him.
Yeah, I think coming out pretty dark overheads, floodlights on, is not what you'd like, not what you want to see as a batter. No. Really, to get yourself in, start your innings, it's not going to be easy.
I'm going to do a local radio update in about a minute's time, and then after that I'm going to bring Phil Britt in here, and I think we'll get Dave Bradley in as well. We'll have a double change here. Kashif Ali is twiddling his bat furiously, and busily. He might not be furious. He doesn't seem a furious chap, but he's occupying himself while Barnard goes and chats. We'll hear more from Chloe Brew in a little while. 3 slips now in position as Barnard bowls to Kashif Ali and finds the outside edge, but it's going to be 4 runs down to third man. It was always going down, that from Kashif's bat, and he's away straight away with 4. 36 for 1. It's been a bit of a tester for the batters in the last 20 minutes, though.
Yeah, I suspect the roller, because the roller obviously on before the game, might have just worn off a bit.
That's true.
And Yeah, he said the lights are on, so a little bit of dampness in the air maybe.
Not the easiest.
And they've probably bowled better.
Yeah. Not the easiest time to bat. Barnard is going to bowl, and Kashif's going to get 4 more here, though, because that was a little bit of a loose delivery, and he just went with it. A bit short and guided it through backward point for another 4, so he's away quickly with 8. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where after an hour of Warwickshire's County Championship fixture against Worcestershire, the visitors are 40 for 1. The first wicket falling just now to Ed Barnard against his former county, dismissing Gareth Roderick, caught behind the wicket by Kai Smith with a ball from a good length that just nibbled away a bit. The Bears seamers, struggling a little bit with the underfoot conditions, have bowled a very disciplined line and length so far to keep a lid on the scoring rate, but so far Barnard's is the only success. Jake Libby's played very carefully to be unbeaten with 21, just joined by Kashif Ali. Worcestershire 40 for 1. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston.
Ethan Bamber in bowls forward, pushing Libby to Davis at mid-off.
Phil Britt's going to join you, Dave.
He is. And there is no run. A lone pigeon goes right to left, busily across the ground. Yeah, a bit of a gloomy feel to the day now. There was a little hint of sunshine earlier away in the distance. It does look a bit brighter away over the city, but you can see the lights on top of the buildings are shining quite bright as this ball is played away on the onside for no run. Phil, good morning, good afternoon. You're right.
Good afternoon, Dave. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, it is a bit gloomy. The cranes, the plethora of cranes in the Birmingham centre and just across where the HS2 is being built, there's a huge number of them at the moment.
Bamber in bowls, turned away on the onside by Libby. Good tight over, making the batsman play. That one just angling in towards the pads, and Libby solidly in behind it. Yeah, a good friend of Brian Holford once described the sky as being as grey as a welder's flannel, which I always thought was a great description of it. But it is a bit brighter away to the, I'm going to say away to the east. Is Bamber, races in and bowls, and got him outside edge through to the wicketkeeper, half forward there, Jake Libby, and just a little bit of a waist swing, not a lot, just enough, and Bamber celebrates, as do the Warwickshire fielders. So within 6 balls, the openers have been parted.
And Mike and Chloe were suggesting that the ball was starting to do a bit, and I think you're quite right. I think the effects of the roller have worn off, and these overhead conditions are going to help as well. And batting is not going to be easy over the next, if the conditions remain like this. It's going to be a tough time for Worcestershire, and that really strong start after an hour has just curdled a little bit. Just got to be careful now that they don't lose another couple of wickets before lunch. The new batsman coming out is Adam Hose, ex of this parish.
Yeah, a nice ripple of applause around the ground. That's a great thing about cricket, and your ex-players come back, they get a nice welcome.
And he's on the back of a double century as well, isn't he?
Is, yeah.
Just like Libby, who's just left. Hose comes in. What was it, 650-ish they got? Sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. I could find it in the depths of my records, but yeah, and they put on a record stand, breaking all sorts of records, on a flattish pitch with the Kookaburra ball, and then bowled Hampshire out cheaply, which was a big surprise. Although I think anybody who saw it would admit that Hampshire didn't bat very well, but you still got to bowl them out.
Yeah, 679 for 7, 160 overs, and bowled Hampshire out for 221, and then they dug in, and it was 294 for 4 in the end in the second innings.
Dawson and Brown got in, and they got their proverbial heads down.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was looking at the score, and I thought, I bet that's an interesting day to commentate on.
Yeah, yeah, it was a long day. Here's Ethan Bamber, tail up, bowling to Adam Hose, 3 slips, and Hose is forward playing the ball out to a shortish mid-wicket. Just in there's Ed Barnard, who's 15 strides away from the bat in that mid-wicket position. Interesting they put him in there, because there was nobody in there before, so they obviously think that they know a little bit about Adam Hose. Well, if they don't, they should do. Perhaps they think he hits it in the air through there.
Did really well in white ball cricket here, particularly in the T20, but struggled a bit in championship cricket.
Bamber to Hose, who is forward. Ball wraps him on the pad, but I think there was a little inside edge on that, mainly because there was nothing from the bowler, probably going down leg side anyway. But good over from Ethan Bamber, and Worcestershire at the end of it are 40 for 2.
Yeah, Ethan Bamber's had a terrific season for Warwickshire. That's his 29th wicket, and coming from Middlesex, he really has been probably the biggest success Warwickshire have had this season.
He still looks as if he's 12 years old to me.
Yes, he does.
No disrespect to him, but he does look. Yeah.
Mind you, Dave, most of them look like that.
Oh yeah. When policemen and cricketers look young, you're getting old, Phil.
Barnard in to hold another new over. He's in, and Kashif Ali pushes this one at it, and ball goes through, and there's no run.
All of a sudden, this is a different game.
Absolutely. It's a little bit of light. I don't think it wants to get much darker, though, because at the moment the lights on the advertising board, which is at the Birmingham end, they've got those strip lights running away, very bright, and the lights on the scoreboard really standing out. As Barnard in, and Kamshali is pushing this one up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, Steve O'Shaughnessy, who's at square leg, looking a bit fidgety then, looking up at the sky, and he's actually throwing a bit of grass.
What's he throwing there? Was he looking to see which way the wind's coming from?
Yeah, I think he is. See which way. I mean, away to our left, away to the west, there's a big, dark, ugly cloud coming in.
Going back to basics with that, though, as in comes Barnard, and this one is played again up to Hannah Dolby at mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, throwing the grass up in the air is the old thing we used to do on the golf course. Now, of course, they've all got compasses on with them, so they can tell which way the wind's blowing and all that sort of thing. Yeah. And grass throwing is very much a thing of the past, but it still remains in cricket. The umpires still looking to see if that bad weather is being blown across the ground.
He's worrying about that cloud, Steve O'Shaughnessy.
Well, I think they'll probably be signalling the ground staff, who are by the hover cover, incidentally. This next one is punched away out into the covers, but straight out to Mosley. There's no run.
Ah, yes, they look ready to go, don't they?
Yeah, there's 3 men at the end nearest to us, and then a couple of guys waiting. So they usually know if on the radar whether the rain's coming in, and the umpires, to make sure the wicket doesn't get unnecessarily wet, will sometimes call the hover cover to be brought on ahead of the rain. Barnard in again. Kashif plays this one again. Just defensively back to Barnard, who fields on his follow through.
And they've got a long way to bring that cover.
It's a good. I tell you what, you wouldn't want to have to push it, would you?
No. Because if we're playing on the very much on the one side of the square here, and they are on the far side of it.
There's a special pad. That's probably why they haven't brought it over to this side. Barnard in, and Kashif runs this one to backward point. End of the over. Maiden over for Barnard. It remains on 40 for 2. Yeah, you'd think actually with the wicket being this close that they might pop the hover cover and park it over in front of the Hollies stand. There is enough room for it.
Yeah, they have to allow a certain distance, don't they, between the boundary rope and the boards.
Yeah. Well, they've got plenty at the moment between the hover cover and the edge of the boundary. Yeah, it would be a bit close, wouldn't it, probably? Anyway, it's motorised, so there's no real problem.
Bamber to continue is at 9th over. Might be given a blow after this, but he's got a wicket and he's bowled well. He's got 1 for 15 so far. Adam Hose yet to get off the mark. He's only faced a couple of deliveries, and he is off the mark somewhat streakily. just squeezes away off the outside third of the bat, just wide of cover. So he picks up a single, one more to the Worcestershire total, 41 for 2. Yeah, those lights over there. I think it might well be raining over the city.
Yep, it does.
I think it might be raining here soon.
There's a definite, there's like a ridge of darker cloud, which is now perched right over the ground. So if we can get away with this one, I think we might be okay, but it does look a bit ominous.
Bamber in, bowls, Cashy Valley forward, pushes to skipper Davis at mid-off, who immediately picks the ball up and then goes and talks to Rocchiari. I don't know what they're talking about. Whatever it was quite amusing.
Quite a tall man, Rocky Shirley.
Yeah, he is. Here's Bamber, bowls, Cashy forward very solidly behind this one.
He's had a very successful start to his cricket career in England. With in the games he's played, he got down at Sussex 6. He got a lot of runs. He batted to bowl a lot of overs, 54 overs, 6 for 173, and against Somerset he got a 5 for 67. So a couple of fivers already.
Next ball, Horry's Cashy Valley, but he's in solidly behind it. And a change. Dan Mosley goes to. Well, that's strange. He goes into the slips, but he goes to first slip. So 3 slips in there now.
Some umbrellas up at the far end of the ground.
I think
and people putting their coats on, I can see. So
we're about to get it, I think.
I think so.
Bamber races away again, and forward comes Cashy Valley. I suspect at the end of this over, the umpires might be having a chat. There's 1 ball left of Ethan Bamber's 9th over. Yeah, some more brollies up.
And yet this has got a little bit lighter, I think. I don't think it's quite as dark as it was, but it is raining, that's the problem. Just only light rain at the moment.
I think they've turned the power up on the floodlights. Here's Bamber's last ball of the over. Cashy Valley gets a little inside edge. Ball trickles away on the leg side. And they are through for a single. 1 more to the Worcestershire total, which goes to 42 for 2, and the umpires are not.
No, they didn't even really look at each other.
Although
they are now. Steve
O'Shaughnessy
is definitely more interested in Michael Goff, and they're calling the hover cover on.
Yeah.
So almost as if to reaction to what we've been talking about. It's play is temporarily to a close at 12:15, and the 2 batsmen and the fielders all trek off together. I think they're probably quite happy to get off at this stage because it is gloomy. It's not great for batting. And
all the spectators are heading for cover. Those of them that haven't got their brollies up. So looks as if we could. Can't have an early lunch yet. They could go to lunch at 12:30.
Yeah. Well, we've had 17 and a half overs so far. 41 for 2 Worcestershire, and the 2 batsmen out. As Roderick was caught behind by Kai Smith off the bowling of Ed Barnard for 11, and then Jake Libby followed almost immediately for 21, and he too was caught behind, but this time off Bamber. So those are the 2 wickets. Worcestershire were going all along quite nicely for the first hour, and then suddenly it just those 2 wickets going and just changed the complexion. I have to say that light-wise, that dark cloud has moved across. The spectators are moving, but they're not moving with any great haste to get out of the rain, and I don't think it's that heavy.
That's an age thing, though, Phil, isn't it?
Whether they can't move that fast. Well, I always
the umps have stayed out, so
it astonishes me how fast some people put their umbrellas up. They've only got to feel one spot, and up comes the umbrella.
Yeah, pessimists, right? Pessimists.
Yeah, they're also very good because whenever I go anywhere, I always forget to take my umbrella. So, conscious of it.
Well, I think we'll probably leave you watching the pictures, and you'll probably know if you're watching the pictures as soon as we do what's going to happen.
Well, the umpires have stayed out there, which is one good sign. They quite often, if they beat a hasty retreat to the umpires' room, then you know that you could be in for a longish delay. But I don't think we're going to be. The ground staff are still out there as well.
Not putting the big covers on, are they?
No, I think this not going to be too long a delay here. You know, Dave. I think if all the spectators put their umbrellas down, we might persuade them to get back
put
on.
Put your brollies down. Switch all the lights off around the ground, so it makes it look a bit.
And also, lunch isn't ready yet.
No.
There's been a message from the canteen. The lunch isn't ready.
While we're wittering on, bring you some scores from elsewhere around the country, then we'll see where we've got to. County Championship matches. I think everybody playing today. I think everybody's back in action today. Durham match delayed by rain against Somerset. 33-3 Durham against Somerset. So they got rain there. Match delayed Nottinghamshire against Hampshire. Whereas that one? That's down at Southampton. So Notts 20-1 in that one. So rain pretty much everywhere around the country, it would seem. Where else are we? We've got Sussex 64-3 at Hove against Essex. Umpire O'Shaughnessy is now trotting off the field. It has got considerably lighter, do I have to say.
Sussex have lost a fourth wicket there. They're 64-4 now.
Yorkshire 65 without loss against Surrey at Scarbados. Match delayed at Edgbaston. I thought I'd tell everybody that, because you might not know. Kent 70-2. They are playing Glamorgan at the Gardens. Leicestershire 76-2 at Derby, in what you call an East Midlands derby if you wanted to. At Cheltenham at the Festival, Lancashire 54-1 against Gloucestershire. Middlesex 61 without loss. They are playing Northamptonshire at Northwood. Possibly, depending on changes and everything else, I hear the Cheltenham Festival is in grave danger of not taking place again.
Yeah, they've made such a loss, haven't they? I was going to go this year because it's only just down the road from where I live. But again, I've not actually got round to doing it, and I hope people do go. Don't follow my example and do go. I see this year they put the marquees back up and made an effort, but I think it's been losing quite a substantial amount for the last few years, and it'd be a great shame to see that disappear. But if it's not an economic success, it can't.
And if there's a reduction in county championship matches next year, if you've only got 6 home games and you're playing 2 at Cheltenham, the members are going to say, people in Bristol are going to say, well, we only got 4, we got 16 days of championship cricket, so well, what's the point?
I suppose that's going to be a problem for 1 or 2 of the clubs. It's already, because it's not that long ago that we were playing 16, and that came down to 14.
Yeah.
If they want to come down to 12, how long before it comes down to 10?
Well, you've got the Leeds scenario, because they normally play 2
at Scarborough,
where they get bigger crowds than they get at Leeds. But you just feel that, well, there aren't many other festivals going on these days, are they? But I mean, Glamorgan used to play all over the place, Colwyn Bay, Abergavenny, but again, if you only got 6 home games, and it costs money to move to the outside grounds. Well, I'm not sure what we're doing here, because Steve O'Shaughnessy's run off to put a bet on the 1:15 at Haydock. He's coming back on. They're just looking at each other, talking to the groundsman. I don't think it's raining.
No, the light's significantly better.
Yeah, brollies are down. So come on, lads, start the engines.
Let's get back on with it, I would have thought.
Yeah.
Come on, Gary Barwell's out there with his hands in his pockets talking to the 2 umpires who are everybody's looking up at the sky. Yeah, it's up there.
The sky is
You're
still,
right, guys.
it's still there.
They're all stood there with hands in the pockets. This is This is cricket, typifies the English summer of cricket, doesn't it? Everybody stood with their hands in their pockets.
Oh, here we
Look,
go.
oh no, it's a wave of the arm. The engine's going to start on the hover cover.
Yeah, come on.
There we go.
Yeah,
We've talked them back on here, Dave.
Get on
We've done
with
a good
it.
job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Done a splendid job.
Now it's going to be
Better than-
tugged out. So the engine's on. It's up in the air, and it's been pulled along. And we've got 5-6 men on it. But what I wouldn't call Gary Barwell's efforts that great. He's sort of leaning on it and walking along with it.
They are in front though at this end.
Yeah, but he's got this poor chap in front of Gary. He's absolutely Dave is. No, Dave is the far end. Sorry, he's at the far end. He looks like he's really tugging away.
He's got his head down. He's
Yeah, look at him. He's pulling.
concentration mode.
But you wouldn't give Gary much out of 10 for his effort on that.
Well, he's in charge, so
Yeah,
don't
it's
have to
instructions. Anyway, the hover cover is off, and the umpires are putting the stumps back into the ground. All we now need is the players.
Oh, they've probably got to warm up. Got to warm up and have a huddle. You have to have a huddle. It's the law, I think, these days that you have to.
Is
have
it
a
written
huddle.
into the cricketer's contract?
think
You've
it
got to
is,
have a
yeah.
huddle.
Yeah.
Huddling football's going out a bit, isn't it? Every match I used to go to, they used to have the little huddle which both sides would have it before the captain's toss. But I've noticed that sort of seems to be a lot of clubs have dropped that.
I do wonder in cricket, what you find to talk about.
Well, you've just been in the dressing room for 2 hours.
Yeah.
They've had all that. They have weeks and weeks of being stuck in the dressing room talking to each other. What do you need a huddle for?
Yeah. I don't know. I did ask Joe Leach when he was Worcestershire captain, what do you say in the huddle? He said, I usually get somebody else to do it. But I can't think that,
Well, do the words really inspire them in the last second to do anything?
no. Anyway, the Warwickshire players are on their way out. Looking enthusiastic, I have to say. And the batsmen are on their way as well. Kashif Ali, 27, exactly double. His number is 54, Adam Hose. And the light has improved considerably.
Yep.
Certainly away from where the weather's coming. It looks away to the west, it's much brighter.
Well, we've actually done really well here. We've just another 5. If they could have lasted 5 more minutes, we could have got Mike Taylor back on again to talk about the cricket. As we've talked about everything other than that. We've got them back on though, Dave. We've done our job.
Yeah, I don't know much about the cricket, do we, Phil? So I was quite happy when there's a bit of bad luck. We can talk about everything else. We do get paid double, of course, when we talk
You
about when
absolutely.
they're actually not on the field. We could have had a quiz, couldn't we?
Yeah, that wouldn't have lasted long, would it?
No. We had a good one down at Hampshire. We picked an 11 of players who had played for both clubs, which was interesting. As Ed Barnard is in and bowls. Sorry, was I doing this one?
I can't remember.
No.
You know, it's
Short
no, you
anyway,
do.
it goes over Kashif Ali's head.
Yeah, you do it.
But if you did a Worcestershire, Warwickshire, who played for both teams, by Jove, you'd had a good 11, wouldn't you? 'Cause
Yeah. Who would you start it with?
Well, as captain,
Mm.
that's a good idea. That's a good suggestion.
Can I have a dig?
Yeah,
Bob Wyatt.
yeah, R.E.S. Wyatt, yeah. Barnard in, pushes away on the offside, and there is no run. Yeah, well, I thought we'd struggle with Worcestershire, Hampshire players. We got a decent 11 out in the end. We were short of a wicket keeper. But there's so many players who played for Worcestershire and Warwickshire over the years, and in this game,
Yeah.
there's a fair few.
Yeah. I had to do a list during the winter a couple of years ago of the ones who played, Warwickshire players who played for Worcestershire.
Ed Barnard in, Kashif Ali just props himself forward and pushes the ball away on the offside.
It wasn't until you actually look at the list you're quite surprised some of the names actually who ended up playing perhaps 1 or 2 games. Because the one a lot of people forget, Alan Donald.
Alan Donald, yeah.
I'd rather be a pear than a bear. I remember him standing on the pavilion, not to be forgotten statement. Didn't go down very well, that one.
Barnard, who would be in that 11, in bowls. Kashif Ali punches off the back foot, doesn't really time it too well, and it rolls up to mid-on And there is no run. 42 for 2. Kashi Fally on 9. Adam Hose on 1. If you just joined us, just come in for lunch or something. Roderick was out to the bowling of Barnard, caught by wicketkeeper Smith for 11. Jake Libby caught by Smith off the bowling of Bamber for 21. Going along quite nicely, Worcestershire, in that first 45 minutes, and those 2 wickets fell within an over. Kashi Fally off the back foot plays a little suspiciously out on the offside, but there is no run. Just a few in the, I still get a call at the Raybank, but it's the Hollies stand.
Yeah, it's been a while since that was the Raybank.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, I used to sit in the Raybank when I was a kid at school and pull lumps out of the seats. The wooden benches.
Okay. Barnard in, and once again forward comes Kashi Fally, plays the ball back down the pitch, maiden over from Ed Barnard. 42 for 2 Worcestershire. Kashi Fally has 9. Adam Hose on a 1.
Yeah, there was no cover on it in those days, and you used to sit there, and these benches with like just strips of wood across concrete uprights, and they'd obviously deteriorated quite badly. So you used to sit there, and I seemed to spend most of my time watching cricket under my yellow oilskin cycling cape. Do you remember those, which you used to have on the bikes?
Yeah.
Which used to smell awful.
Yeah.
You'd eat your sandwiches by about 10:30 for your lunch and everything, and then it would rain, and you didn't want to go back on the bus. Oh, it was great being a kid. And
happy. Now, the good thing about a drop of rain, I think, is that Ethan Bamber is going to carry on. I think he might have been having a blow after, but he's had his feet up for a quarter of an hour.
Did they? How much did they lose? It wasn't that long, was it? It was about 10 minutes. 10 minutes, yeah. So here he is to continue from the pavilion end. At the end of this over, I'll make way for Mike Taylor. As Bamber comes on his way to Adam Hose, he's in and bowls a nice expansive shot by Hose away through the offside. It may not quite make this long boundary. Taz Ali goes chasing after it like he's trying to catch the last bus home. He gets there, and the throw, it's such a long one, long throw boundary that Kai Smith has to virtually come out about 20 yards from behind the stumps to catch it on the full. But Adam Hose gets 3, he moves on to 4, and Worcestershire move on to 45 for 2.
What about throwing a long distance? I remember there was a match played at Molyneux between Worcestershire and Warwickshire when they were redeveloping Molyneux, so you could actually play a cricket match in the middle, and there was a decent boundary either side.
Bamber in, bowls to Kashyap, who plays it up to mid-off. No run.
And it was advertised as a day-night game, but the actual pitch was matting, and it was poor, so wickets for basically the first innings was a bit of a mess. So there was a long time before it got dark, so you couldn't have a day-night game unless it was dark. And so they had a cricket ball throwing competition, and Alan Donald threw it from behind the goal line at one end of Molyneux, halfway up the terrace at the other end.
Good Lord.
Went for miles.
Here's Bamber again in, bowls, and again it's defended stoutly into the offside, and there's no run. Kashyap stays on 9, Hose on 4, 45 for 2. And it's much better now. Those dark clouds have all gone off towards Bawdsley Green and across towards Saltley and that sort of way, out the city. And over to our left, where the weather's coming in from, it's reasonably bright, as this next one is run out into the offside again, and there's no run.
Seems to me since he came in, Adam Hose has only faced 4 deliveries. I thought he hadn't faced many. Kashi Fally seems to be doing the bulk of the batting.
He had that wonderful match here last season, beginning of the first match of the season, I think it was, where he got centuries in both innings. And really looked the part. He waits as Bamber is in, and that one goes past the outside edge and through to Smith. And Bamber looks on and clenches his fists as he walks back. Just didn't quite catch the outside edge there. But again, another good delivery from him.
Just came back a bit, that one.
Bowled really well. He's in his 10th over already. even Bamber, 1 for 20. A couple of maidens in there. As he turns, and Kashif waits. His final ball of Bamber's over. He waits, and Bamber's in, and it's defended back and fielded off his own bowling. After a word from Dave, it will be Mike Taylor.
Yeah, good spell from Bamber. He and Ed Barnard have really put the brakes on Worcestershire. They weren't racing away at the start, but they got a decent start and didn't look in any trouble. We were just saying the pitch looked fairly flat. The ball didn't seem to be doing anything, but all of a sudden it started to do a little bit. Now I've got exclusive news for you that Mike Taylor has changed within the last half an hour, and he's doing a very, very good. He's a Chloe Brewer tribute act.
A very good version, going a little bit more hair in half an hour.
Oh yeah, yeah. So we're just saying, quite a change in this innings, isn't it?
Mm.
Barnard is in and bowls and hoses forward, pushing out on the offside, and there is no run. Yeah, we suspect maybe the roll has worn off a little bit and the cloud came down and it was just changed the conditions a bit.
Yeah, because there wasn't too much in that first kind of half an hour. There wasn't too much in it, and then the pitch kind of livened up a little bit, so it might have been just, yeah, as you said, conditions changed a little bit, but cover was kept on for quite a long time this morning.
Adam Hose taking guard, taking middle, it looks to me, as Barnard comes in and bowls. He wasn't taking guard as Barnard came into goal. That happened previously. No ball called by umpire Michael Goff. But now a lot of players now seem to take off stump guard. What do you bat off?
I go off middle and off.
Middle and off.
Yeah. So in between, not quite as far.
See, years ago, years ago, years ago, in the mists of time, Ed Barnard in and bowls to Hose, who just initially goes back and then comes forward as he plays the shot, pushes out on the offside. If somebody came in and took middle and off, you think, that's a bit strange. Nobody ever took middle and off. So.
What did you used to take?
2 legs. 2 legs, please, umpire. Yeah, I've no idea why. Didn't make any difference to me batting, but yeah, I just it phases in cricket.
Yeah.
Barnard to Hose, who is getting forward, pushing out on the offside, and there is no run. So why do you take middle and off?
It's just where I line up the ball best, to be honest, especially if occasionally I'm up top facing a new ball. It's easy to line up and kind of negate any swing. If it is swinging, I'll shove myself over right to off stump. So that could be possibly what the guys are doing out there, a little bit of a way swing.
Barnard again, resuming his battle with Adam Hose, who deja vu all over again, Rodney, as Del Boy once said, as he pushes forward, pushes out on the offside, and again there is no run. Yeah, it's funny, different things come into cricket and then go out again, and then fielding positions, I find, these three short mid wickets and 3 short extra covers at the game the other day, as Barnard is in and bowls and pushed away on the offside. And when I started playing, every bowler had a shortish, about 10 yards from the bat, mid wicket, extra cover. But then it disappeared. Now it seems to have come back, like everything else in life.
Yeah, it just goes through phases, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Recycles itself.
Yeah. Oasis return after 30 years. It's a bit like that, isn't it? Here's Barnard in and bowls and forward, push down the pitch. Good over from Ed Barnard, very tight, not giving anything. And Worcestershire 47 for 2. Kashif Ali has 9. Adam Hose has 4. And we are, about 25 minutes away from lunch, 23 minutes away from lunch. So did you get your Oasis tickets? Did you?
I was just about to ask you that, actually.
Oh,
Did you get your Oasis tickets?
No. My grandson went.
Oh, wow.
My daughter and my grandson went to Manchester.
Okay, did they enjoy it?
I think they did. Yeah, I think the standing up for 6 hours wasn't great, but yeah, no, not my scene. No,
No?
No.
What is your scene?
I'm going to see the Eagles tribute band in a couple of weeks. So that's,
Okay.
Having seen the Eagles once, and the tribute band are very good. So that's about my change of bowling.
Yeah, Webster to continue from the pavilion end, and that's full of length first up, little bit of a loosen out to square leg, just a single to start the over.
So who would you pay money to go and watch then?
A couple of artists I absolutely adore would be Noah Kahan.
Don't look at me like that.
Yeah, I'm just testing the waters.
I know,
testing the waters.
Yeah, Noah Kahan.
Okay,
he had an
impressed.
ark, didn't he, and put the animals in it.
Yeah, that's the one. Benson Boone.
No, you got me there.
Okay, perfect. He's quite fun to watch. Entertainer. I would say he's like embodies Queen a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Freddie Mercury-esque.
All right.
So he's fun to watch. By Webster in once again, full of length, and that's driven and cut off by Rocky at mid-on there.
They've had no pop music here this year, have they? You know, usually put concerts on. I don't know.
No, they haven't. They had Joel Corey, I believe, came and played on the T20s.
Oh, right.
I think it was the Midlands Mania game.
Right. Oh, okay.
Had a kind of 45-minute mini concert going on, so if you were lucky enough to get tickets for that day. Webster once again outside off, left alone this time. 2 slips in play.
The sun's shining. Official sunshine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they've got a couple at New Road this. I think it's a George Michael, not him, of course, tribute act. That would be good, wouldn't it? You'd buy tickets.
I was going to say, when's that?
You'd buy tickets for that. And another evening as well. Because we did have Elton John at New Road.
Really?
Oh, yes.
The Elton John?
The Elton John.
Wow.
Yeah.
Bo Webster once again, tall figure on the leg side, flicked down towards OHD. Another tall figure, sending it back in. And that is Worcestershire's 50 for a loss of 2 in a 21st over. So plodding along.
Runs hard to come by in the last few overs here.
Yeah, so far Veterinarians at Worcestershire have played pretty respectfully, to be honest. They haven't been given much to hit. I don't know if they have hit it, it's gone over to the long boundary. And that's a flamboyant lead there. Just outside off again, slightly fuller this time, so I think that was quite enticing, but has been left alone by Hose. Other than the Eagles, anybody else?
Oh, bit of Dire Straits, stuff like that. It's probably an age thing, but I've got into
Webster once again on a length, and that's punched up to mid-on, bringing the end of the over. Worcestershire 50 for 2.
Yeah, so okay, I got CDs in my car, so I still use CDs. Although they tell me now that they're not putting CDs in new cars. So I've got Dire Straits, Eagles, Eva Cassidy, and Under Milkwood, Dylan Thomas, because I'm getting old, so I'm into that sort of thing.
Okay. What are your top hits from all of them?
Well, not from Dylan Thomas because he was a poet, but yeah, a bit of Eva Cassidy. Yeah, Fields of Gold.
So you got strong song choice actually.
Back to the cricket, folks. Here's Ed Barnard. He's coming in and he's bowling to Kashif Ali, who is playing forward and playing out on the offside, and there is no run. Yeah, but I think covering cricket, and you do a lot of travelling, a lot of driving. It's nice to have something nice to listen to.
Different, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm intrigued by your Poet CD.
Oh, Dylan Thomas.
Yeah?
Ooh. I'll lend it to you. I'll bring it tomorrow and I'll lend it to you.
I've got a CD player in my car as well.
There you go. Barnard in bowls. Forward comes Kashi Valley. Plays out on the offside. Talking about poetry and music, folks, there's not really that much happening in the middle at the moment, apart from Warwickshire bowling very well and Worcestershire defending well at the moment. It's an acquired taste. Okay. I went to see the stage play a couple of years ago under Milkwood.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Would recommend?
Oh, yeah. Here's Barnard in again, and this time Kashi Valley once again. Initially rocks back and then plays forward as he plays the shot. This is good bowling here from Ed Barnard. He's conceded 10 runs. 4 of those were off an edge, really, from Kashi Valley, and 4 were off a genuine shot back with a square on the offside. But apart from that, he's giving nothing away. Turns at the city end. Piles of sawdust at each end. Bowls. Kashi Valley is gone. Hit on the pad. Everybody went up, and Kashi Valley departs. Ed Barnard gets his reward for some good tight bowling. That's just coming back. The only thing that might have saved him was if he'd gone slightly outside the line, but he hadn't, and he's actually almost turning and walking off before the finger of Michael Goff went up. So reward here for Warwickshire on this first morning, and Barnard gets his second wicket, and Worcestershire are 50 for 3, having been 32 without loss.
Yeah, this is a really good stint here from Barnard. I'd say he's such a good, reliable workhorse across both a red and white ball competition. He just chuck a ball to him and you know what you're going to get, don't you?
Yeah, good cricketer, Ed Barnard. Big loss for Worcestershire when he moved, and I can always see why players move, get more opportunities. They always feel probably get a bit more money as well. But good cricketer, Ed Barnard, and an all-round decent sort of a bloke as well. So he's, I think he's looks a little bit quicker, I think, since he's moved to Edgbaston. It's funny because somebody was on about Tom Taylor, who moved to Worcestershire from Northampton, and I think he's bowling quicker at Worcester than he did at Northamptonshire. I don't know, might be an optical illusion, but you just get that feeling.
Might be that first year kind of thing, wanting to make a good impression.
Yeah,
putting a lot of work in. It's just mixing things up with a new scenery.
Yeah. Brett D'Oliveira on his way to the middle. Well, he's in the middle actually. Just looking at his figures for the summer. Got a brilliant 100 down at Taunton to save the game there. As Barnard is in and bowls, and D'Oliveira is forward, dabs the ball down into the ground, then just looks back, just making sure it doesn't roll back onto his stumps. So his last 4 innings, Brett D'Oliveira, 3-0-4-3. So he's been struggling. Yeah. He got some runs in the T20 blast, opening the batting, but not done so well in the 4-day stuff. Barnard to finish his 6th over, and this time D'Oliveira gets a ball down the leg side. It's about the first ball that Ed Barnard is bowled that the batsman does not have to play. Gets a round of applause, and Worcestershire are 50 for 3.
Yeah, that was a good destructive over, wasn't it? Just chipping away Worcestershire. But yeah, as you said, he's just continually just kind of hammered with pads, hammered in and around with bat, gloves.
Yeah, just got a little bit of movement. As you know, you don't have to move it that far. Just a little hint of movement. Discussion between the two batsmen. Well, Worcestershire's target now for these two is to be there at lunch. Yeah. Which will be in about 15 minutes' time.
Yeah, 15 minutes and Webster to take on a pavilion and a full of length driven up, and that's tried to be cut off there, and that is 4 runs. Got 2 pretty extravagant dives to try and cut it off, but to no avail, and that's 4 runs for Hose.
Yeah, rather eases the pressure a little bit. A bit of a half volley there from Webster, and he dived left and Alex Davis dived right, and it beat them all.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just taking a little bit of time at the top of his mark at the pavilion end, but tall figure running in, and that's better length there, just slightly harder length, defended back up to mid off to a skipper.
I think they could turn the lights off now.
I know. Need to put my sunnies on in a minute.
Electric. Well, although, having said that, away to our left, from whence the weather is coming, there's a few more dark clouds rumbling in. I don't know, there was the Met Office forecast of sort of 20 to 30% chance of rain around about this time of day.
Webster once again on a hard length, defended to cover there. I believe is Ethan Bamber in the covers.
As the bowler was coming in then, Brett D'Oliveira was twirling his bat, and he dropped it. Yeah, he's twirling it now, but I think he over twirled it, and it just sort of just sprang up in the air.
Happens.
Yeah, it could be embarrassing, that, couldn't it? Stop the bowler coming in because you dropped the bat.
Webster trundling in, and that's a little bit spicy this time, a little bit quicker. That one looked like it's just hit a splice of a bat. A little bit of surprise there by Hose.
Yeah, he was sort of half forward. It was one of those. It was good length ball, so something he could have played off the back foot. But he's a tall man, Adam Hose. Tall men tend to get forward. Tall women as well playing cricket tend to get forward. But just sprang up a bit on him.
Yeah, just kicked up. Webster once again on that length, defended there to Bamber, who comes to pick it up, and having a little bit of communication here between 2 batters, I think, indicating something.
Oh, there's somebody behind the bowler's arm standing up, I think. That's what Adam Hose was directing people to sit down. We're not sort of got the usual sight screens, have we, at the end for this game?
Webster once again, they looked enticed by that, but decided to leave that alone to sail through to Kai Smith behind the stumps.
Well, I think Mike's got to come in and do an update for his listeners, so I'll do one more over, and you can dive in here, mate, because I've got to go and do things for other people, and so you're staying. Don't think you're wandering off,
you
young
can't
lady.
Leave.
Yeah, it's like Hotel California. You can check out any time you like, but you can never leave. That's wasted, I know.
That isn't wasted. It isn't wasted. Ed Bernard on a length to start the over.
Yeah, okay, you're all right. It's all right. Yeah, we're in communications here. We're lots of signals going on, and it's like one of those American soap operas where everybody's looking at everybody. You ever notice that? Everything. Ooh, everybody looks at everybody.
Oh, do you want to take this over since I've just nabbed it from you?
All right, then. Barnard into D'Oliveira. D'Oliveira cuts, and he's got 4 for it. I'm not sure it went right off the face of the bat. Maybe a little bit of top edge in it. Let's have a look at the... Yeah, it's gone, flashed it away. If you're going to flash hard. He smashed it away down to third man. It's not a long boundary down there. So if you're at third man, I think that's Ethan Bamber down there. If you're at third man, it's got to almost come straight to you, because you're not going to cut it off unless it does. So 4 more to Worcestershire. They go to 58 for 3. D'Oliveira has that boundary. 4 off 4 balls. Barnard in, D'Oliveira forward, pushes the ball away on the offside. And there will be no run. Ground staff still hovering, sat on the cover as if they think that something on. Wouldn't be surprised if at lunchtime, which will be in 10 minutes' time, if they maybe put the cover back on again.
Yeah, I reckon they're just chilling, ready to stick it on over lunch, just in case it looks like it could be a little bit of rain.
Here's Barnard to D'Oliveira again, this time forward solidly. Out on the offside, Dan Mosley, the fielder. There's a couple of slips, third man, fine leg. Mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, extra cover and a cover point. Barnard trudges back towards the Birmingham end, as we call it these days. It used to be called the City end. Right arm over to the right-handed D'Oliveira, and this time D'Oliveira is forward, solidly pushing away on the offside. A repeat of the last ball. It's quite a strange scene in front of us here. There's blue sky just over, maybe beyond the city centre, maybe out towards Aston and Erdington, but away to our left there's some dark stuff rumbling in again, and the light is just fading again. Barnard in a bowls, and D'Oliveira pushes out towards him, and he's going to pinch a single. He's going to take a single. That is the end of the over. I am going to depart and spread joyous news to people on other radio stations. And Mike Taylor, who appears today by kind permission of the National Trust, is going to come in and do a bit of commentary.
Well, I've got about 30 seconds to cause as much chaos as I can before I'm rejoined in the commentary box.
Me and him have spent 25 years causing chaos, so feel free. Just a tricky 10 minutes for Worcester here before lunch now. Ooh.
Yes, with Webster full of lamp defended back to him.
Welcoming listeners to Sports Extra 2 who are with us just at the moment as we go up to lunch. So just to recap, if you've been dotting around other games, we lost 10 minutes here midway through the session. But either side of that, Worcestershire, who batted first, have lost the wickets of Gareth Roderick for 11, caught behind of Ed Barnard. Jake Libby made look very watchful for 21 until he fell.
Webster full of length, and that's driven handsomely to the long boundary there, and it's being given chase. Will it go? Yes, it will. That's a very, very handsome shot by D'Oliveira. Oh, yes. Wow. Apologies.
Yes. It's all right. Been tripping up now people for generations. It was a beautiful stroke from D'Oliveira to a very, very long corner of the ground, as you said, because, as we mentioned for people who were with us earlier, we're playing right on one edge of the square at Edgbaston today, and they have not... There's one very long boundary. Yeah.
Well, so once again, just coming back from that previous boundary, and that's respectfully played under the eyes there of D'Oliveira. I'm really struggling today. I've really left my brain in the gym.
Know what you're going to spend lunchtime but practicing. Yep. Roderick, so for 11. Jake Libby for 21, also caught at the wicket off a slightly thicker edge from Ethan Bamber, who bowled a 10 over spell either side of the break.
Once again, that's powered through outside off, left alone there.
And Kashi Valley made 11 until he was LBW a few moments ago to Barnard. So 2 wickets for Ed Barnard against his former club. We've seen all seam bowling this morning, even though Warwickshire have picked 2 spinners. They have Corey Rocky Choli, who was warming up vigorously for a short while and now has thought better of it. And Tazzy Malley, the young wrist spinner, is playing in this game.
Webster once again on a lamp defended very late under the eyes, picked up by Ethan Bamber there.
I suppose Webster can bowl a bit of off spin as well, so he might do that. I wonder if he might do that a bit at Chelmsford next week, because he often spins there.
Yeah, potentially. We've got the A lot of hybrids on. I'm not sure if they're on a hybrid today, actually. So you've got a couple here. But yeah, Chelmsford does turn a little bit, doesn't it?
Well, Simon Harmer's got mountains of wickets, certainly, for the last few years.
Webster, once again, full of a length and defended there respectfully to bring the end of the over. 63 for 3.
Floodlights are on at the moment, and with blue sky behind them. From our viewpoint at the moment, looking across the ground from the pavilion, you can look at a floodlight with blue sky behind it, which seems slightly incongruous image. But over the ground, it is quite dark at the moment. From the angle that we are at the pavilion, we're always looking at the weather, usually the weather that's just gone through, because the prevailing wind direction tends to be from the southwest here, the west or southwest, so it all comes from behind us in the pavilion. Barnard rolling in to start another over, and this is hit firmly back to him on the bounce by Hose, and Barnard picks up and he's followed through, and then makes as if he's going to shy at the stumps and holds his hand up instead. He's both hands up as if he's claiming not guilty for something, and peels off back to the start of his run with a big daft grin on his face.
I think he's been given a little bit of a umpire stare there, actually.
All seemed to be gentle, but Michael Goff's had something to say. Anyway, Barnard's in again, and Hose pushes this one around his front pad. And a Warwickshire player who used to play for Worcestershire bowling to a Worcestershire player who used to play for Warwickshire. There's been quite a highway between these two clubs in the last few years.
Yeah, lots of chop and changing.
Players never used to move counties as much as they do now. Here's Barnard again, wider of the crease, and Hose defends, bat and pad close together. So, Tom Taylor, he's on, I think, his third county.
Yeah.
And looked a very good addition for Worcestershire in the last couple of years. But it's no longer uncommon for players to play for 2 or 3 counties. Will Rhodes, of course, that was captain here, has joined Durham this year, so that's 3 counties now for him.
Yeah, people move it around quite a lot. I'm not sure. It's just maybe that's how nature of the game. Maybe a bit of white ball influence as well.
Yeah, I think there are a number of reasons for it. Barnard is moving in again to bowl to Hose, who pushes away on the offside. I mean, the lone move has come into it in the last few years, and it's in the women's game as well.
Yeah,
we've seen a few lone moves from Tier 2 to Tier 1. And that, I think, is the product of having blocks of the season. We have a block of T20 games or a block of red ball games or whatever.
Yeah. It's proven to be pretty effective, which has been quite nice to see, actually.
If it means that players who wouldn't otherwise get first team cricket are now getting it, then it can only be a good thing. Barnard bowls again to Hose, who hits this for 4 off the back foot and got right on top of the bounce and hit it with a flourish between backward point and extra cover and away to the short boundary for 4. Good shot. He's up to 13 and it's 67 for 3.
Yeah, just looking at a little bit more aggressive here. We kind of had a very respectful start of this 2 hours, but I'm just looking to get a couple more runs on the board before lunch.
Well, Gareth Roderick really played, I think, within himself in the early stages. Hose is a stroke maker. Barnard bowls to him again, and he's really only playing defensively at this, pushing away on the offside. It's the end of the over, 67 for 3, and is that going to do us for lunch? I think it is. So, considering that Worcestershire chose to bat first, then I think Warwickshire will think that's their session, getting 3 out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they'll be pretty chuffed with themselves walking off a pitch. Worcestershire as well, back getting up to 67. It's not bad in their first, but I think that wicket loss kind of Colin will put it as Warwickshire winning this first session.
Well, those of you looking on the stream at the moment seeing quite a dramatic image of dark cloud massing behind the pavilion, a little menacingly. So, as Chloe and Dave predicted, the hover cover is indeed moving into position to protect the pitch during the lunch interval. Hopefully we won't get rain, or if we do, not too much. and all being well, we shall be ready to resume at 1:40. But for those of you listening on the stream, we shall leave the sound up so you'll hear if anything's going on, or if indeed the covers are moving in the meantime. I have to. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where on the first day of the championship match between Warwickshire and Worcestershire, the visitors have gotten to lunch at 67 for 3 in 27 overs, having chosen to bat. Warwickshire having the best of the first session after being frustrated for an hour. Eventually their seamers broke through. 2 wickets for Ed Barnard against his former county, finding the outside edge of Gareth Roderick's bat, and then having Kashif Ali LBW. In between times, Jake Libby, who'd played very carefully for 21, was caught at the wicket off Ethan Bamber. Only seen bowling so far, although Warwickshire have picked 2 spinners we'll no doubt see later on. At lunch, Worcestershire 67 for 3. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston. Well, a little bit late. Perhaps they stayed for an extra pudding. The umpires are bringing the players back onto the field. So we're going to be about 10 minutes late resuming after lunch. The stumps were drawn during the interval because we did have a shower of rain, and the ground staff didn't get much of a lunch break because they had the hover cover on and off a couple of times. and they've run the rope around. But it has brightened up a bit in the last 10 minutes, so the umpires have just given it an extra few minutes for any dampness to disappear. And now Warwickshire, some of them have been out there warming up for the last few minutes as if to suggest they can't wait to get on with it. Have gone out to bat. Another little and large combo, Adam Hose and Brett D'Oliveira, have gone out to resume Worcestershire's first innings, which is not going as well as it might have done, Dave, to be honest, because they started off all right, if watchfully, for the first 50 minutes or so, and since then it's looked really difficult.
It has, yeah. I mean, the cloud came over, and once they got that first wicket, the tails were up. Ed Barnard has bowled brilliantly from the city end, and yeah, I was 67 for 3 at lunch. I think, having lost the toss and been in the field, Warwickshire would have clapped their hands if you'd have offered them that at 11 o'clock this morning. And it's a long way back here, I think, for Worcestershire. Where's the umpire going? Oh, it's all right. That's right, Steve O'Shaughnessy. Both umpires were walking towards square leg. Well, one was walking towards square leg the one end, and Steve O'Shaughnessy was walking away this end, so I didn't know quite where he was going. Yeah, so it's going to be a bit of entrenchment here, methinks.
Bo Webster's going to bowl the first over after lunch from the pavilion end, and his first ball is very full and straight to D'Oliveira, who drives it up to mid-off.
Looked a bit stiff there, didn't he? Looked a bit like a man who's just been off the field for 50 minutes.
Yes. I mean, well, he's such an enormous man, Bo Webster. I saw him in the championship game at Headingley earlier in the year when he'd not long arrived, and he batted very well in that game. But he bowled like a fella who just folded himself out of a plane seat. But, you know, a most effective cricketer. And here he is now bowling to D'Oliveira, and they suspect, and it was a whisper that passed around from the wicketkeeper and worked its way back to the bowler, that might have flicked the pad first. The fact the bowler was a bit late to appeal was never a great sign, but it does suggest that that's about the spot he's aiming for.
Yeah, there was quite a bit of bat on that from Brett D'Oliveira, but it may, difficult to tell on a replay, it may just have brushed the pad on the way through. But he did sort of, yeah, it was an afterthought appeal, wasn't it?
2 slips are the only close catches. This is leg side, though, and D'Oliveira sort of pokes at it but doesn't really commit to play. So Worcestershire, having chosen to bat this morning, they lasted for an hour before wickets began to fall. Gareth Roderick, who really played within himself, before touching the ball from Ed Barnard through to Kai Smith for 11. Smith took another catch in the next over when he had Jake Libby caught behind off Ethan Bamber. Reward for a long spell. Webster bowls, really put his shoulder into that, and D'Oliveira is forward, running it off the outside half of the bat to backward point. And then Kashi Valley, rather disappointingly, poked across a straight ball from Ed Barnard and was LBW for 11. That was 50 for 3. Worcestershire now 67 for 3. There is, again, for new switchers on, a rather lopsided feel to the ground today in that they're playing right over towards the Holly stand side of the square, and there is quite a short boundary that side and a really long boundary the other side. D'Oliveira is pushing this away into the offside, and there's no run. And it's not one of those that's just a long boundary because it's bigger than a club ground. I reckon that's a really long boundary. That's 90 yards.
I can't recall a bigger boundary. I mean, the oval a few years ago was on the sides, as it were,
yeah,
wide. Either side was massive, but I'm not sure. I tell you what, if you hit a 6 over there, you should get 12. From
yeah, that's a big hit. I wonder whether anybody will take it on. Webster bowls and D'Oliveira is defending back up to the pitch. It's a maiden to start us after lunch. It will actually be something to bear in mind, and I wonder even if it's the part of it in that Warwickshire are coming into this game with an off spinner and a wrist spinner. And you will need to make sure later in the game you've got them on at the right ends.
Yeah.
Because one side, a slog sweep is, you're going to fancy your chances of hitting it for 6. And on the other side,
yeah,
you'd After he's had a cannon.
Yeah, and if you're setting a field,
Yeah.
you wouldn't put a fielder out on the rope on that side.
No.
Yeah, you might be, I don't know, 20 strides in. Oliver Annan Dolby is going to open up from the Birmingham end post-lunch. I've got to say hello to Freddie, who's listening to a bar in Spain, apparently, or listening in a bar in Spain. He's not listening to a bar. So, Freddie, good afternoon to you. Hope you're enjoying your holiday. Here's Hannon Dolby, and this time Hose is getting a little bit tucked up, but he's managed to get the ball away. Might have come off a pad. No, there's some bat in it, says Michael Goff. Just trickles away down towards fine leg for a single, and Worcestershire have their first run after lunch, 68 for 3. Still some grey clouds bumbling around. Not 100% sure we won't get another interruption. We were off for a few minutes this morning, and then lunch was the restart after lunch was delayed. Hannon Dolby, tall and thin, you could say, if you've never seen him play. He's in and bowls, and this is D'Oliveira just working it away off the hip. No great power in the shot, and just trickles to mid-wicket. And again, no run. There's a smattering of folk in the Hollies stand. You could pick your block of seats if you wanted to in there. Alan Dolby to D'Oliveira. Sorry, Mike.
No, sorry.
Right arm over to the right-handed D'Oliveira. Lets this one go by outside the off stump. Good pace on it. Through to wicketkeeper Smith.
Yeah, I suspect, certainly when it would have been raining this morning, most of the spectators here would have huddled in one of the various areas of the pavilion, because we can hear them when something happens. It suddenly sounds like there's quite a few people. That echoes around, but at the far end is where you want to go on a really hot sunny day.
Yeah.
If you like a bit of the sun.
Yeah.
So there's a few coats on today.
Top your tan up. D'Oliveira waits, and he's got that away in the air, but smashed it over cover point 4-4. It was uppish. It was short from Annan Dolby, and D'Oliveira just stood back and cracked it over extra cover. Total goes to 72 for 3. Yeah, it was busy downstairs in the Tom Dollery suite at lunchtime, because Ashley Giles, CEO of Worcestershire, formerly a player here of course, was signing copies of his new book called The King of Spain and I, and having a bit of a chat there. I think they were doing a bit of a Q&A with Brian Alford. And
he got some mileage out of that story, old Ash, hasn't he?
Certainly has. Hannon Dolby is in, and this is D'Oliveira just pushes the ball out on the offside, and there is no run. If you've never heard the story, basically during his benefit year he had some, or he was going to get some mugs made called the King of Spin, and it was misprinted as the King of Spain, and they are collector's items.
They are. There's very few about around, I gather.
Yeah. So that's the story of the King of Spain. A very good friend of mine, who I shall not name, just to avoid the embarrassment.
That's how good a friend he is.
Yeah. As Hannon Dolby is in and bowls, D'Oliveira forward, pushing down the pitch. No run. End of the over. Worcestershire are 72 for 3. D'Oliveira has 13. Hose has 14. He went to Lord's, not a great cricket fan. And at Lord's you get all the flags flying of the Test match nations. So he asked his colleague, why was the Spanish flag flying? It was, of course, the colours of the MCC.
Oh, I see.
Which is the same colour as the Spanish flag, which is yellow and red, basically. So ever since then, we've taken the mick out of him about the Spanish cricket team. Well, there is, of course, a Spanish cricket team, but yeah, not at Test match level, I don't think.
So I think I wouldn't mind going to see a Test match in Spain. That sounds very agreeable. You could extend the season a bit. Webster is going to bowl another over from the pavilion end, and his first ball is defended into the offside, and there isn't a run, keeping a very tight line at the moment. Just don't feel Ollie Hallandall isn't quite hit the right length. He's been a little bit short occasionally today.
Yeah,
But he has a habit of finding troublesome places soon enough.
Yeah. He certainly gave D'Oliveira a bit of width in that one ball in that over.
72 for 3. Webster moving in again to bowl right arm over the wicket to Hose, and there'll be a run for him here, tucking this away off his hip. Out to square leg, and the umpire is 2/3 of the way to the boundary. That's how short it is that side.
Yeah.
Malik comes in from behind him to field.
Yeah, he is, isn't he?
I think that's Tazzy Mali over there at square leg. Malik, who's a very good mover around the field, he's at backward point at the moment. There are 2 slips. Rob Yates with his arms folded at second. And Webster bowls to D'Oliveira, who has to adjust late here and ends up defending in a very compact way from the crease.
Sorry. Oh, excuse me. Got a sneeze. A sneeze that didn't turn up in the end, which is always very disappointing. One of the great disappointments of life. When you think you're going to sneeze and you don't.
Stand by for that later then, listeners.
Yes.
73 for 3. Yates creeps a bit closer at second slip. Webster, that one goes straight on. D'Oliveira left it as if he was expecting it to curve away, but Kai Smith was tumbling the other way after that ball went comfortably over the top of the stumps.
Went a long way after it passed the stumps.
D'Oliveira comes and prods the pitch. Extending the great D'Oliveira line with Worcestershire, of course, Brett. I think he's been a pretty good captain for the county as well in recent times, a good leader for them.
Very well respected.
Absolutely. Webster bowls to the centre of a motorcycle engine from somewhere, and D'Oliveira not put off by that. He's forward defending. Back past Webster.
Oh
dear.
He's used up 3 gallons of petrol.
He does, yes. Engage gear. Hasn't moved yet. You do get a lot of that in these parts. Webster glides her even when he's walking for a big man. He doesn't. It seems to be on rollers. Now he glides into D'Oliveira, who plants his front forward trustingly and reckons that that's going to swing away and go through to the wicketkeeper, which it does. And it's 73 for 3 at the end of the over. Worcestershire continuing their very conservative progress, suspicious almost, as if something unfamiliar might jump out and bite them at any moment. As it turned out, what did bite them was a very familiar face. It was Ed Barnard.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't open up after lunch. Having got into a bit of rhythm beforehand. How many overs we had with this? 30 overs. They do reckon this ball tends to go after 30 overs.
Yes.
It goes a bit soft and... Well, I mean, we say soft, you know, it's not like a tennis ball.
No.
It's just... You could probably just put your fingers in it. Hannon Dolby it is. And Hose is the batsman, pushing forward, gently into the offside. Mosley comes across to do the fielding, and there is no run. Floodlights still on, the big E. I came to a game here a couple of years ago with somebody who'd been here several times, and then suddenly said, "Oh, I've just realised that's a letter E up there." Yeah, well, thanks for being with us. They lean in, don't they?
Yeah, they do, right. They do tower over the ground a bit.
Yeah.
You get a very good view from certain parts of the city centre where the ground's a bit higher.
Hannon Dolby in bowls, Hose forward defensively, pushes back down the pitch, and there is no run. City centre away in the distance of towers. The tower of the church just across from us, is that St Ambrose Church, isn't it, I believe?
I think it is, yeah. The red brick building.
Yeah.
It's not too far away.
Not too many church towers around here.
No. I'm going to have to barge in to do a local radio update shortly,
on,
and then I shall give way to Chloe perhaps come in here, and then we'll hear from Phil in not too long as well. As Hannon Dolby has D'Oliveira Hose defending. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston early in the second session of the championship game here between Warwickshire and Worcestershire. Worcestershire 73 for 3 after choosing to bat first and continuing their very cautious progress after lunch with Adam Hose and Brett D'Oliveira trying to repair the damage that was done in the second hour of the first session. Ed Barnard striking with 2 wickets against his former club before lunch to remove both Roderick and Kashif Ali, and Ethan Bamber got reward for an excellent 10-over spell when he had Jake Libby caught behind for the top score so far of 21. We are 5 overs after lunch, Worcestershire 73 for 3. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston. Good. And in the meantime, Hose obligingly kept pushing the ball back to Hannah Dobby while I was doing that.
Well aware that you were on air at the time, mate.
I should think so. Off a big double, of course, at Southampton, which he scored very fast, didn't he? Better than a run of ball.
Yeah. Outstanding innings. Good pitch and a kookaburra ball, but you've got to get them. Hannon Dolby it is, bowls to Hose, forward defensively, pushing out on the offside. I think we're going to see a fair bit of defensive work from the Worcestershire batsmen. Certainly in this first hour after lunch, they've got to rebuild from here.
Yeah, it feels like the next change in the game will be when Warwickshire decide whether it's because the ball is soft or whatever, then they need to go with the spinners. We'll see if the tone changes then. Anyway, I'm going to bring Chloe in here, and then in a while Phil will come in and take over from you, but Chloe will replace me just for a moment.
Cunning plan to me.
I doubted.
Hannon Dolby to Hose again. Hose forward, pushes back down the pitch. Bowler himself picks the ball up. And that completes the over. 73 for 3. D'Oliveira on 13. Adam Hose on 15. All right.
Yeah.
Good.
All good.
Did you lunch well?
Oh, lunch was great, actually. How did you find lunch?
Oh, it was very good.
What did you have?
Tuna salad.
Yeah, nice.
Very good.
Strong.
Yeah.
Can't go wrong.
No. It's yeah. Got to be a good boy for a couple of days. Webster's the bowler. D'Oliveira's the batsman. Barnard the fielder, coming in from extra cover. And there is no run. Very good. We do get some very nice food here. So, kind of places, if you do this job, places that you like to go. You know, Nottingham. Like to go to Nottingham. Get 2-course lunch in Nottingham.
2-course lunch. Okay.
Now, you can have a pudding as well.
Yeah.
Or a dessert, as they call it, because they're posh in Nottingham. Here's Webster's next ball. D'Oliveira just trying to work this one away on the offside. He does work it away on the offside, but can't find a gap. And the total remains at 73 for 3. Yeah. Leicester, very good. Nice lunch at Leicester. 1 or 2 places, not so good. Not going to say where they are.
I was going to say, you're going to name and shame.
No. oh, excuse me. I thought I pressed the button rather than coughing all over the microphone. Webster, tall, right arm over bowls to D'Oliveira and lets this one go by outside the off stump. Good carry on it, goes through to wicketkeeper Smith. 2 slips, cover point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a deep square and fine leg on the boundary. Pretty straightforward field. I suppose 73 for 3 and 2 slips tells you a little bit about what Warwickshire think the pitch is doing. As Webster is in and bowls, and that's driven by D'Oliveira, but it's a good tumbling stop by Alex Davis. Davis, of course, is a wicketkeeper. I remember him in his Lancashire days. Used to be usually cover point or extra cover for Lancashire. Good fielder.
Yeah. Your keepers tend to be pretty decent out and about, but maybe not on the boundary of a keeper's arm.
Yeah. Young Cullen's been playing for Worcestershire in the T20. He's a wicketkeeper, but he's brilliant out on the boundary.
Is he?
Webster bowls to D'Oliveira, who kind of dabs this one, plays it a little bit late, and once again it just squeezes down to backward point, and there is no run. Most back in their seats post-lunch.
Was it chairs or Dollery Lounge? Downstairs. Downstairs was absolutely rammed without signing and Q&A.
Yeah, it's busy down there, isn't it? I couldn't find a seat. Disgrace. D'Oliveira up on his toes, plays this one backward a point. He does get a run this time. Picks up a single. 74 for 3. And D'Oliveira goes to 14. Adam Hose has 15. Alan Dolby to continue from the Birmingham end. Yeah, it's a bit cold today, but normally post-lunch you can have a look around. I've forgot my binoculars as well. You can have a look around and you can spot people just nodding off after lunch.
Eating asleep.
Heads are getting heavy, yeah.
It's hard. Hard coming to watch cricket.
It is if you've had a full cooked lunch. Yeah. I must admit, I've watched a lot of the Test match last week. Well, I watched most of the Test match last week.
I was going to say, how much did you watch?
I missed a few overs. The odd 10 minutes.
OHD to continue from the City end. Coming tall, right arm over on a length, and that's punched into the offside, and it's a sliding stop there. I think that's... Who is that?
I think
Dan
Mosley got down to it in the end. But I think he was... rather wasting his efforts because there was somebody just behind him. Yeah. Rocchicelli was right behind him, so. But you can't fault enthusiasm, can you?
Absolutely not. Saved boundary, no run. Dot ball to start the over, and charging in once again on a length, defended by D'Oliveira there.
Yeah, there's a bit of a height difference between these two. It's a lovely picture. I don't know if I've still got it, of James Taylor, who was 5'0". A bloke called, I think it was Will Stevenson, stood in the middle, playing for Derbyshire. Okay. And he was about 6'8", Stevenson.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
OHD once again on the left defender, 2 mid-wicket. Sent back into a keeper. Would you say he's your captain of your tallest 11? Who would be your
there's been
captain?
some tall ones around, yeah. Tall 11. Yeah. Well, I think Alan Dolby get in. So a bloke called David Larter, Scotsman, played for Northamptonshire. He was, well, always seemed to me to be a giant of a man. There's a few 6'8"ers play cricket. Most of them bowlers, I suppose. Tall batsmen.
OHG once again, just a short length, punched off the back foot, dot ball.
Yeah, well, it was this lad that I say played for Notts and played for Leicestershire. I think he was 6'8". Going back, Alan Oakman was a very tall man. He used to lean over his bat, and his bat looked like a matchstick. He was so tall. Yeah.
Got the cogs turning now.
Yeah.
From the City end, just outside off, and that's a big flash there. It's just slightly wide and eyeing up that smaller boundary, but it's just gone through to Kai Smith with the gloves.
Well, he got one away down there earlier, D'Oliveira, smashing it outside the off stump. Now square leg has gone to deep square leg, D'Oliveira having played that shot, which suggests that maybe Alan Dolby's going to try and dig one in and get it a bit closer to D'Oliveira, see if he can get him to hook, but I'm not sure that he's going to fall for that one.
We'll see this ball. Just outside off once again. And square leg, still unbothered, ends the over 74 for 3 Worcestershire.
Live cricket coming to you from Edgbaston on the BBC website, and we're also on the live stream, of course, here from Edgbaston. Good afternoon to Derek, who's listening to us in Monte Carlo. Posh,
it's all right for some.
Yeah. What are you doing there, Derek? I mean, are you working or gambling? It's a fascinating place, Monte Carlo.
Have you been?
Oh, huge yachts in the harbour.
Wow.
It just smells of luxury. Webster in and Bowles, and this is driven to mid-off, and there is no run. Of course, the Monaco Grand Prix is run around the harbour at Monte Carlo, and when we went there, my son-in-law deliberately went over the speed limit because he wanted a speeding ticket from Monaco. So he'd been to Monaco and driven fast in Monaco. He deliberately, and he didn't get a speeding ticket.
Did he not? I bet he was gutted.
He was genuinely annoyed.
Did he try and find all the cameras to speed through?
Yeah, genuinely annoyed that he didn't get a speeding ticket in Monaco. Webster in and Bowles. Sorry, you were doing this. No, I'm doing this one, aren't I? Sorry,
yeah.
I'm getting confused here. All the speeding around Monaco. Yeah, push down the pitch. And there is no run. Worcestershire 74 for 3. It's hard work out there. Not giving them much. The Warwickshire bowlers, medium pacers, 4 of them used so far, and they've all bowled pretty tidily. Webster runs away from the pavilion, bowls, and Hose cracks this one into the covers. He might be a bit disappointed he didn't get that either side of Ed Barnard, because he would have picked up some runs. Maybe not 4, because that's a very long boundary.
No.
And we've had a bit of rain on the outfield, but he would have picked up some runs there. But
you've got to nail it out towards that big
You
boundary,
have.
and I mean properly nail it.
I think you've got to hit it square so that it goes across the square.
Yeah, that should race away.
Yeah, but once it gets on the more grassy outfield, it slows down. Webster is in and bowls, and Hose lets this one go by outside the off stump, and there is no run. Lots of cranes away in the distance, and the one's away to our right, away to sort of northeast, and where the HS2 railway line is coming in.
Okay.
Which I go to Coventry quite often, and you go on the A46, and they've been working on that since I can remember. Webster in bowls, Hose forward, pushes away on the offside, and there is no run. We'll have a change in the commentary in a minute, and we'll get Phil to come in place of me, and I might go and have my afternoon nap. I think my 10 minutes.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll be around to wake you up in about an hour's time. You're back on.
A refresher. Webster to Hose. This time there's a loud appeal, which has been Steve O'Shaughnessy immediately shook his head. Might have been an inside edge onto pad. Just have another look at that one.
Close.
Probably going over, but it wasn't. The bowler wasn't convinced. Right, I'll move out. Phil Britt's coming in.
OHD to continue whilst he's just trotting around pitch, making sure his footholes are okay. I think we had a little bit of replenishment of sawdust whilst Phil is coming into the commentary box.
Good afternoon, Chloe. Afternoon, everybody.
How are you?
Yes, good.
Good.
Now back on. I hadn't realised in the museums, somebody said, shouldn't they be back on? I said, well, I don't think, because you can't see the cricket from where we are. And I hadn't realised that they'd had sort of 10 minutes before you come back on.
OHD from City and short of length, and that's flashed a 2-point there, but dot ball to start the over.
Should have done better with that, D'Oliveira. It was sat up for him to cut away square and through the offside to that short boundary. But he sort of slashed at it rather than cutting it, and ended up playing the shot across his body rather than a nice getting up on his toes and cutting it through backward point. I think you'll feel there was 4 runs for the asking there.
Yeah, just missed out.
74 for 3.
Tall figure running in City, and that's on a length, and D'Oliveira is tempted by it. He was looking to run it down towards third man, but points just ran around to collect it, so no run from it, but looks to get a little bit of a shimmy on by the looks of it.
It's been fairly slow progress. I know we lost 10 minutes or so, but those wickets just on the hour this morning really checked Worcestershire's progress, and runs since that second hour have not been easy.
OHD full of length, and that's driven up to mid-on, who comes round to pick it up. Yeah, the Worcestershire batters have been pretty cautious, I'd say. Start of the first session, they kind of started to shift through the gears a little bit towards the end of it, but I don't think Warwickshire have given them too much.
I think they bowled pretty well. I thought Bamber this morning bowled really accurately and well, and obviously Ed Barnard, again, as he does nearly every time he plays, always puts in a good shift. Oliver Hannon-Dolby will be anxious to get some wickets. It's not been a great season for him.
Once again on a length, that's left alone there, and that's made sure to get out to that one. There might be a little bit of something in the pitch now.
Yeah, he missed the beginning of the season, Hannon-Dolby. He missed the first couple of games, the matches against Durham and against Sussex. But he's been thin pickings for him, for a bowler who the last couple of seasons has got 50 championship wickets each year. Just 9 at the moment, which is very, very small.
OHD once again, and that's on the length, defended at 2 point there. Yeah, it could be a reflection of the summer so far. I think it's definitely been more batting tracks in and around the country because of the dry weather. It's been pretty flat, not too much.
Yeah, I think as well, we've made this big thing about the Kookaburra ball and the tracks, and certainly the scores with the first 2 rounds of the Kookaburra ball. There were some extraordinary scores. When there was 800 Surrey got.
Yeah.
We talked about the 679 that Worcestershire got against Hampshire.
OHD short of a length and on his toes, punched to cover there, bringing the end of the over with a dot. 74 for 3.
It's been certainly favoured the batsmen this summer so far.
Yeah.
And I think the tracks as well have probably been a little flatter. There's not been so much in it for the bowlers. You know, we haven't seen the Harmers and people like that getting their usual weight of wickets. You know, normally he's by now sort of has been bowling sides out. It might come later in the season, but so far that's been one of the things, because Essex may reflect why Essex are sort of down towards the lower end of the table. Here's Webster, Bo Webster starting a new over, and this is driven hard by Adam Hose. And Webster may regret sticking his foot out, and it was driven hard and straight, and Webster's right foot or shin took the full impact of that. He's okay, looking a little. Now he's got hands on knees. That's clearly hit him hard. In fact, it might have hit him on the left leg and then bounced into his right leg, just looking at the replay. But whatever happened, he saved 4 runs.
Yeah, good fielding.
In fact, he's had both legs smacked. There's nothing to do with it. He's a big bloke, and he couldn't have got down for it. It was either his feet or 4. He didn't get much sympathy from anybody either, did he?
No sympathy votes there.
Webster in again and bowls, and Hose is forward, and this time just runs it up to Alec Davis, who's at mid-off. Alec Davis again not keeping in this game. Kai Smith has got the gloves. Has been Kai had them earlier in the season, and for some reason they decided that Alec Davis was going to have them back. Obviously some little hiccup or something with the way Kai was keeping at the time, or something like that. But in the last 2 or 3 games, Kai's had them back, and he's doing an very good, adequate job. As this next one from Webster, he's played again defensively by Hose. He's on 15. Rick D'Oliveira's on 14. 74 for 3. These two have added 24 for this wicket after 3 wickets fell in quick succession for a space of just for 20 runs. With both openers, and Kashif Ali going for 11, wasn't it? Here's Webster again. He's in and bowls, and Hose snatches, leans, pushes forward, thinks about playing it, and then at the last minute takes the bat, twirls it away, and the ball goes through to Smith. And again, another dot ball. So there's the Warwickshire ladies team now reached the semi-finals of the, which is great. That's at the Oval, isn't it?
Yeah, T20 Edgbaston.
And then the winner of that semi-final plays Surrey in the final.
Yes.
And that's this Saturday, is it?
Sunday.
Sunday, sorry. This one is driven out. Hose will get a single with this one played out to Davis, wide mid-off. He has to go across to his left to do the fielding. So that's a really good achievement in the first season, isn't it?
Yeah, but all the girls are buzzing, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think we didn't have any expectations on the summer, and to get to a finals day would be...
You didn't?
Well, not like putting pressure on yourselves, but you'd want to get to finals.
Right, yeah. Well, I think you've done
Like,
extremely
as we
well.
set out, we
Had
wanted
some
to
really good results during the
Yeah.
season. There's Webster in and pushed into the offside. And all without you, Chloe.
I know.
What does that say? What does that say to the management team?
It's begun. For people listening, Phil and I, whenever I come up here, he's always ready to rinse me about something.
Actually, this year, I've got to say this in your defence. Last year, you had a pretty poor run, didn't you?
Yeah, I've had some pretty poor.
Well, let's leave it like
Yeah.
that. This year, you started off really, really well.
Yeah, flipped it on his head.
I know, and I looked at it and I thought, is this the same person? And then you got injured, and that's the end of it, and that's you out for the summer.
Finish on a good note.
Yeah. So, I've given you full credit to it.
Thank you.
Well, so what happens after Sunday? What's the rest of the season now for the ladies' team?
We've got 2 50-over games before the 100. Everyone kind of breaks for the 100.
Yeah.
Ollie Hannon downbeat to continue from the city end, and that's short of length. Punched up to mid-on, and this is going to be tight. And a pretty rogue underarm towards the non-striker's end. But they've scurried through safely.
Yeah, they got through in the end all right, didn't they? Just a bit of awkward pick up and throw. So, so you got the 100, which obviously, how many of them are playing in the 100?
Good few are playing out
Good.
than the girls.
Good.
Girls left to just be training here, playing a couple of games.
Yeah.
OHD once again outside off, and that has been driven handsomely through the offside for D'Oliveira. Struggling day out here, but that was a gorgeous shot once again through the covers.
Just in the spot for that cover drive, wasn't it?
It was a glorious shot.
He saw that and his eyes lit up, and he played probably the shot of the day, I would say that.
Yeah.
Lovely
totally
one away
agree.
through extra cover, beautifully timed, and down to the... Fortunately, the gate was shut on the gap which runs between the Hollies stand and going round towards the temporary stand by the side of the scorebox. If it goes through that gap, it can even end up in the river through the open door to the river.
Outside off, left alone this time. Yeah, I don't want to be fetching a soggy ball, do you?
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, but the girls finish up with 50 overs back end.
Right. So, and quite a few of the Warwickshire ladies have got international call-ups, haven't they? Which has been terrific, both for the A team and for the full team.
Yeah, the senior team. Emily Arlott has gone up.
Yeah.
First time up in the squad, but she's been really pleased with herself, as she should be.
Absolutely.
OHG full of length defended there up to mid-on. Obviously, Izzy Wong returns to the international side.
Yeah, because she had a year or two where she sort of, having performed really well, she was struggling a little bit, wasn't she? But she seems to have got that back together again and bowling really well this year.
Yeah, she's playing with a smile on her face as well. It's when she's at her best. So
Yeah.
yeah, she's done a really good job. And
I think with the side losing Amy Jones, who's moved on, and Eve moved as well, Eve Jones, that left a couple of big gaps experience-wise.
OHD on the left defended there up to mid-off, dot ball.
What's the name of the young opening bowler who's just come?
Amu Surankuma.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's good. She's serious young talent.
So the pathway through for Warwickshire developing the ladies cricketers is really good. They're finding them and pushing them on into the first team, which is exactly what they should be doing.
Yeah, Amy moved up from Essex. It would be Essex this year, but we've got a couple of girls who like Hannah Hardwick and Meg Austin up through the pathway here at Warwickshire.
Good. So that's how many games you got left at Edgbaston in the 50 overs? Is one or two? Just one of them or two?
A couple, yeah. OHD final ball of the over, back of left defended, off his toes to finish the over, 80 for 3 at Worcestershire.
So come along and watch them. They're I'm sure they'll be pleased to see more people in. Or if you alternatively, you can watch them on the live feed.
Yep, you just chill at home and stick it on the TV.
Yep. So 80 for 3. It's into another Hannon Derby over. We've had now. He's got 0 for 27 from his 11 overs. And we are going to see Ethan Bamber back into the attack. He bowled his 10 overs this morning, straight through. Had a little break while we went off for 10 minutes for rain, but he bowled a good line, just 20 runs coming from those 10 overs. And he'll be continuing to bowl from this pavilion end. And he'll be bowling to Adam Hose, who ex-Warwickshire player, and coming to Warwickshire from Somerset, as Bamber is into him and forward comes Hose and defends that. Adam struggled a bit in red ball cricket when he was at Edgbaston. He got 100 against Nottinghamshire, I think it was. But he didn't really perhaps didn't produce his best form or his expected form in Championship cricket, but was very successful in the white ball format. And I know a lot of people were very disappointed to see him go from the T20 side to go to Worcestershire. This is full and dug out by Hose and fired out to into the covers, but straight out to the sort of extra covered position. There's no run. 80 for 3 it remains. These two have added 30 now for this fourth wicket. Just steadying the ship a bit for Worcestershire. There's Bamber again. Little stutter, and then he comes in. Nice straight run in. This one is whipped away beautifully by Hose through backward square and all the way. Picks it up nicely down to that short boundary and lifted it into the Hollies stand. Steve O'Shaughnessy turns round towards the scorers in the corner of the pavilion here and signalled 6. So Hose moves on with that shot onto 23. That's his first 6. It takes Worcestershire on to 86 for 3. It was a little bit of a gift for him, wasn't it, that one with that boundary so short. There's 2 men out there, man at long leg and the man down at deep backward square, but that was way over them both. This next one sees an outside edge which fires away through the vacant third slip area, running down towards the third man boundary. 3 men give chase. Gosh, that's enthusiastic. All 3 slips decide to chase each other.
That must have been a race.
Can't prevent it going for 3 runs. And I think it was Taz Ali in the end who got there first. His younger legs pacing the... Well, I won't call them older legs of the rest of them. There aren't they? There are none of them old, but he was certainly sharp. He actually wasn't in the slip cord, and he was out at point.
Had a head start.
He probably had a bit of a start. The others had to turn. Anyway, he won the race. 89 for 3. There's Bamber in, and this one is run out to Tazali, who just has to move across. So, but having said how economic Bamber had been on his first 10 overs, which only went for 20, he's had 9 knocked off the first 4 balls. This the 11th over on his return to the attack.
Yeah, just getting back into a swing of it, I guess. Slightly older ball as well.
Yes, and does go, they say, goes a bit softer, this one.
Yeah.
There's Bamba in and bowls, and forward comes D'Oliveira. Plays it out to the offside. End of Bamba's over. 1 for 29. It's 89 for 3. Have the ladies been playing with the kookaburra ball, or have they stayed with the Duke's ball?
We always have a kookaburra. We've never had a.
Oh, you've always played
They
with
don't
it.
make Duke's women's balls, so we've always played
Because
with.
they're slightly smaller, aren't they? Than
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, because you've got
And
small
weight-wise,
hands.
they're a little bit lighter and slightly smaller.
Yeah.
And I hadn't realised that till I was given for the museum a ball from the first ladies' game.
Okay.
And when I looked at it, I thought, I did not know that you played with one which was very slightly smaller.
Yeah, it's because our hands are obviously quite a bit smaller than the
Yeah,
guys who are 6'8".
I sort of get that, yeah.
Yeah, just one of a few ways that they've kind of not adjusted the game, but yeah, a couple of changes for the women's game. Few and far between, but Olehan and Dalby, tall figure running in from the city and start on a length and patted back to him.
So have you found, have they found any issues with the kookaburra ball? The men have gone about it going soft and that they can't get this, to the movement with it and all that. How have the women found it?
Not too many, but also we wouldn't have that comparison as well.
No, because you're only playing limited overs cricket, aren't you? Yeah, true.
It's quite hard to compare.
Yeah.
Obviously, the white ball loses its shine. And
you get 2 balls.
Yeah.
So the ball never gets at the most 25 overs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
OHD once again on length defended back to him. Yeah, because I think we started off with just one ball and it ended up in tatters by the end. You can't use it, whereas you have one ball from each end and it kind of maintains its.
Yeah.
It's
much
a bit
better, isn't it?
Yeah, when you get chucked it in the 30th over, you're not looking at it like, oof, I've got a bowl of this now.
I'd rather not, thank you.
Yeah, pass it on to someone else, Skip.
Do you not want me to play in this side again?
How many games have the guys got with the kookaburra left?
4. I think they've got this. I think this is the 3rd, isn't it?
Oh, off the length, just done something off the pitch, nipped away.
See if the guys can tell me. Is this the 3rd? They've got 1 more after this. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, we played Sussex, and there was a lot of runs in that game. 533 for Warwickshire, for 415 for Warwickshire, 533 for Sussex. And the previous game against Somerset was like, it seemed to go on forever, that game. 500 played 350.
That's driven very handsomely towards OHD. He's managed to stop it, but they've ended up taking a single from it anyway, regardless of it heading towards extra cover.
Well, he was on the move hose when he played the shot, and then saw that Hannon Dolby, although he'd stopped it, hadn't taken it cleanly, and it was running away. Townside was a little slow, perhaps, coming in to pick up, but Hose carried on running, and D'Oliveira responded. And they got the single. Under normal circumstances, you would say that probably they wouldn't have taken one, but I think it was the fact he'd come forward to drive it, and he'd got the momentum going, and then it was you're on your own, D'Oliveira. Skip, let's get home. But he got home, bags of time.
5th ball of it over, just short of length, and that's dropped by his feet, and they've again stolen a single from within the ring. OHD sliding attempt to try and cut it off, but they're getting through.
I never really like to see Oliver Hannon-Dolby go sliding down. He's too tall.
It's a long way
to be sliding like that. As your fast bowler, and you sort of think, great, but I'd rather you were bowling than sort of hobbling around because you've tried to save a single.
Yeah.
He goes tentatively back up to the top of his run-up towards the final ball of his 12th over.
Yep. Yeah, final ball to Hose on strike, full of length and defended to him, and no sneaky single this time, but that ends the over with a dot.
It was good running though between the two of them. They dropped the ball, they knew what they wanted, and they just picked it up. They saw there was a gap, and they took it well. So, end of that over. We have got minimum overs remaining in the day today, 57. So it's a long way to go. We're not even halfway yet. 39 gone. It's 91 for 3. D'Oliveira's on 19. Hose is on 27. He'll be wanting to build on that double century he got in the last game against Hampshire, which was he was, by all accounts, hitting the ball. He was scoring a little quicker than he has done today, but he's doing a good job here for his side. It's Ethan Bamber to continue at the pavilion end, and he's bowling to the skipper. As he's in, D'Oliveira waits and is forward defensively to that one and runs it out into the offside, and there's no run. The light much better now. The floodlights are still on, but earlier during the morning session, the lights on the scoreboard really were prominent, and the floodlights really had to come in, and the advertising, which was displayed at the far end of the ground, was almost giving extra light to it, as this next one, D'Oliveira, covers up and just forced back into the onside, and there's no run. 91 for 3, it stays. So these two continue, very cautious. They're just rebuilding after those 3 quick wickets, and just getting Worcestershire's innings back on its way again. Having decided this morning, won the toss and chosen to bat. And I think that saved Alex Davis probably what could have been a difficult decision. To see what he said he would have done, as this one is driven but straight out to cover, and not quite in control of that shot as he went to force it away through the offside. And, again, he might feel that that one was really there for the drive. 91 for 3 it remains.
Yeah, it's just flattened out a little bit, hasn't it? They're playing a couple more expansive shots than they were this morning. It's slightly less happening on the pitch right now.
Bamber is in and bowls, and this one is turned into the onside. Mostly does the fielding, there's no run. Bamber runs away, he's got a pink towel to dry the ball tucked down the back of his flannels. It looks for the moment as though he's been rubbing the ball on his derriere, but it's actually it's a flannel which is hanging out the back there. And he comes, D'Oliveira waits, and this one again, he's solidly in defence, and back to the bowler. So it's a good tidy over from Bamber, and D'Oliveira is making sure that nothing given away. He's a really solid looking defensive shot. Been out with injury, I think, quite a bit this season, hasn't he?
Yeah.
D'Oliveira, so good to see him back in the side.
It's good he's bounced back pretty quickly.
Bamber in and bowls, and this one is run away to cover point where Taz Ali does the fielding. It's the end of the over. We'll make way for Dave to come back in, or Mike to come back in. Yeah. So let's get both Mike and Dave back in. So I'll make way for Dave.
Double change.
Look, the heavy mob have arrived. Dave went out in the last couple of overs. He's a very resourceful chap, as you are.
Yes.
Because from the back of the box here, it's quite a big box we sit in. But if you sit at the back of the box, you can't necessarily see very clearly out the window. You can get to a point where you can only see the batsman at one end. So Dave very resourcefully found a big stool to sit on. He was just getting comfy. I was a bit worried he was going to fall off it.
Barnard in and bowls to Hose, who's forward defensively. pushed back to the bowler. Yeah, well, the bloke that was sat on the seat wasn't very happy about it. At the time,
Shouldn't have thought so. No.
But
Still at the bar.
I'm sure he'll recover with a bit of medical treatment.
For those of a generation, he was doing a passable Val Doonican.
Yes, the day Delaney's donkey 1.5 mile race.
There you go. If you got that reference, then then you're of mine and his generation.
Yeah.
If you didn't, lucky you.
Ed Barnard in bowls, Adam Hose forward, pushes out on the offside. There is no run.
Chloe sat behind us now, just thinking completely
Googling
lost it.
Val Doonigan
No,
at
it's
the
all right.
moment. Yeah.
Oh, give over, Phil. Behave yourself.
Black and white telly.
Yes.
Only had 4 channels. Mine, I think it was less choice because 600 channels. You go through them all, and there's still nothing you want to watch. Barnard in bowls. Adam Hose cuts away on the offside. He's not going to get any runs there. Very good stop by the tall Australian Rocky Ciccioli. Got down to his left and leapt to his feet as if he was going to throw the ball back in dramatic fashion. About 4 runs if it was past him.
He's quite tall, Rocky Ciccioli. Has a very high action, the off spinner. He's an interesting bowler, which we haven't seen yet.
Barnard again to Hose, who's forward defensively, pushing into the offside. Mosley comes into field. You can take your pick.
Still very watchful this for Worcestershire. We've had nearly an hour since lunch. They've scored just 24.
Yeah.
But
it's crease occupation. Yeah.
In the hope of easier times to bat later, presumably.
Barnard the bowler. Hose is going to get a run here. Not necessarily off the full face of the bat, I didn't think. I think he was pushing down the pitch, and that's gone away off a very, very thick outside edge all the way along the ground. Maybe I'm doing him a disfavour, if you want to call it that, because he did open the face of the bat a little bit. So he picks up a single, and Worcestershire go to 92 for 3. Yeah, it's strange, isn't it, going back to 4-day county cricket from the mass of T20 cricket we've had over the last few weeks. Barnard in bowls. D'Oliveira forward, pushes away on the offside. And there is no run, end of the over, 92 for 3. I watched probably most of the last 2 days of the last Test match, certainly all of the last day, which was fascinating. And a young friend of mine said, "Oh, well, they've only scored 10 runs in an hour or something like that." I said, "Yeah, but that's the game, isn't it?" He was batting there with the tail and pushing for ones at the end of the over. I found it fascinating.
Yeah, it was the drama of it, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was the thing. I think it brought a lot of people into the game. I think if you got any feel for it at all, you'd have been wrapped up by that. And look, I read a very persuasive argument on it. Persuaded me. You can judge for yourself how easily biddable I am. But an argument online recently saying, look, we're in the age of moving back away from short form stuff. Suddenly, the long form rambly podcast and the long form box set series with 47 episodes of an hour and a half each on Netflix or whatever, and actually welcome to Test cricket, which is the whole drama elongated out over this. Is maybe it's a new age. I mean, I'm happy to be persuaded of that. Bamber bowls to Hose, who tries to change the rhythm of this day's cricket by aiming at an aggressive stroke through the offside, but it's very well half stopped at extra cover by, I think, Barnard with a sweater on. They don't only take one, but he's got the air of a fielder who's regretting it a bit because his fingers are singing to him.
A couple of really good bits of fielding in the last 2 overs. Worcestershire could have been 7 runs better off.
Well, it keeps the pressure on the batters. Brings D'Oliveira to strike at 93 for 3, and Bamber going wider of the crease is bringing D'Oliveira forward in defence. Just has a nice shape to the ball. The ball he got Libby with, just curved in, pitched off stump and curved away.
Yeah.
Very pleasing line.
Yeah, not massive movement, but
No.
just enough.
And now sets in again, passes umpire O'Shaughnessy, and D'Oliveira plays this very compactly from the crease. Away on the offside, the ball is trickling slowly up to Alex Davis, who's immediately got his polishing rag out.
You can see the bowler's footmarks on the pitch. This is where they are on a dampish outfield.
Yeah.
So there's just a little bit of moisture on the bottom of the boots as they bowl. You can certainly see the stride pattern at the far end from where we are.
Yeah, it does seem more pronounced at that end. Bamber is bowling now to D'Oliveira, who's guiding this on the bounce to Malik at backward point. And that's interesting, actually, because Ollihan and Dolby from that end, which is the end he favours, appeared to be finding it difficult underfoot, especially in his first spell this morning. They got through a lot of sawdust there. So maybe it is just a little bit softer at that end than it is.
It's interesting on the stream, you can see the two different stride patterns of the two bowlers.
You can. And Bamber is moving in again to bowl to D'Oliveira, who is forcefully forward in defence here, bat and pad together. Yes, you can see, I think it's Hannon Dolby at a rather wider angle, his approach, than Barnard, with, if the marks are to tell the tale, with not quite such a heavy tread. 93 for 3, a lone seagull right over the centre of the ground as Bamber bowls fuller to D'Oliveira, who is driving, coming slightly into out as he played that, and hits it along the ground to mid-off, and it's the end of the over. We've had 15 overs since lunch, in which Worcestershire have advanced by only 26 to 93 for 3, but they haven't lost any wickets, so they are... It's both sort of trying to wear one another out at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's, as we've seen so far, it's probably a pitch that you can get in on, but you've got to bat properly. If you take any liberties, especially the way that the Warwickshire attack, I think they bowled really well today. The number of balls that have gone down the leg side have been very few. Hose having taken guard again. Barnard bowls, Hose forward, pushes to Mosley at extra cover. A lone person strides the boundary away on the left hand side to us, on the phone. Yes, got that walk that people have when they're on the phone. They walk slowly and in circles.
Yes.
Nobody ever walks directly to anything. There's no great purpose if you're on the phone. Barnard in, bowls, and Hose gets this one away off the back foot. Nice shot for Penrith. Just a little bit of width there for Adam Hose. Not bowled too many out there. And right off the meat of the bat, that one. Cracked it away just in front of square on the offside for 4.
Looks in a bit of nick, doesn't he, Adam Hose again?
Yeah.
Anything, if that was only a little bit short and a little bit wide, he didn't try and hit it too hard either. Just timed it.
Hose waits again. And this time he's playing the ball to mid on. Oh, he thinks about a single, and, well, D'Oliveira gets back. But somewhat fortuitously, I think, because that's Hannon Dolby coming in, wasn't it? At mid-on. Slips as he picks the ball up. But if he hadn't, Brett D'Oliveira could have been in a bit of trouble there.
He could have, because I think D'Oliveira was struggling to stop and turn as well. He looked as though he slightly skidded too. Hannon Dolby certainly did.
And next ball from Barnard, and picking up a single here, steering this one down to fine leg. One more to the total. Worcestershire race to 98 for 3 in the 43rd over. But it's that sort of a day.
I wonder how long they will persist before we see either of the spinners. It's not surprising that we've seen all seams so far, but it is a team with 2 spinners in it.
Yeah. Barnard to bowl and D'Oliveira forward. Drives down the ground. He won't get 4 for this. It's going to pull up before he gets there because the outfield is very lush. D'Oliveira thinks about 3, but in the end decides not to. Good fielding by Alex Davis, who's gone from mid-off all the way out to the boundary, almost behind the bowler. 100 up for Worcestershire. And a 50 partnership between D'Oliveira and Hose. No extras in that. 29 to Hose, 21 to D'Oliveira. So trying to work Worcestershire back into it after they lost those 3 wickets in 8 overs in the morning session. D'Oliveira settles himself again, and to this ball he's dabbing it down towards third man. Won't get to third man because it's cut off before he gets there, but they are able to go through for a single. So 8 off the over in the end, and Worcestershire are 101 for 3. Yeah, with 4 medium pacers you can just keep rotating, don't you? Going back to your question, when will the spinners get a go? It's almost, I don't know, 5 overs before tea maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair enough in that they've kept pretty tight control, and it's always looked as though you could imagine there could be a wicket soon. They've generally been fairly threatening in hitting the same line, and particularly Bamber has really been bowled a very reliable line and length, but just feels like they're looking for something different now.
12th man on for Warwickshire, down at fine leg.
Have a look at who's off as Bamber. Oh, he beats the shoulder of the bat here as D'Oliveira pushes forward. That's absolutely the spot he's aiming for.
I think it was number 27 on his back, the 12th. That's all. A nice bit of shape on that one. Gets it to go away a bit.
1 for 30 in his 14th over today already. Ethan Bamber at 101 for 3. And he bowls again to D'Oliveira, who is playing very cautiously and defensively from the crease.
Sky's a lot brighter now.
Yeah,
Floodlight's still on.
I think we'll probably be all right for the day now from this point. Hannon Dolby off the field for a moment.
Yeah,
Yes.
he came off, and whoever his 12th man came on.
Yeah, well, the number would suggest it's Michael Booth who's been out injured since the start of the season. Perhaps he's him. He's guided down by D'Oliveira to backward point for no run. Be a good thing if it is, if it means that he's getting back towards fitness. The Zimbabwean-born quick bowler who will become England qualified next year, and actually made a good start to this season before injury knocked him back for the 2nd year in a row. But he looks pretty handy, Michael Booth. They're quite keen on him here. He's only 24. Off goes Bamber, bowls wide of off stump, and D'Oliveira not playing a stroke. They are building quite a battery of quick bowlers for next season. They've already signed Jordan Thompson, the Yorkshire all-rounder, and yesterday announced that they were signing Nathan Gilchrist, the right-arm seamer from Kent. So he'll also join them for next summer.
They're losing Craig Miles.
Yeah, Rushworth presumably I think they will probably lose as well.
Yeah.
Bamber starts in again, and D'Oliveira's letting this go outside off stump. Obviously Bamber's only just joined the county, so he's a little bit older at 26, but nevertheless still got his best years ahead of him, you'd think.
You'd think so. Yeah.
No, he's playing Division 1 cricket with Warwickshire. Moved up from Middlesex and looks entirely at home at this level. And off he goes again. Hard-working day for Ethan Bamber, and he draws D'Oliveira forward, and that came off a thick edge running out along the ground. That was another good over without necessarily passing the bat a lot. He's bowled a really knacky lot, and nobody's taking liberties to Bamber today. 14 overs, 1 for 30.
Yeah, another maiden. Tight. Good length. Good direction, making the batsman play. Ed Barnard. 2 for 28 for Barnard. He got the wickets of Gareth Roderick and Kashif Ali in the morning session. Just one slip now for Adam Hose, which probably says more about the way the Warwickshire feel about the ball after 44 overs and the pitch. We've now got a sweeper out on the extra cover boundary. Dan Mosley out there. Ed Barnard's about to start off, but then there's somebody's not ready. Now we're all ready to go, and Hose is forward, pushing into the offside. The tall figure of Webster bows to pick it up.
Elsewhere in the First Division, Durham are all out for 145 in just 30 overs.
Ooh.
At Taunton against Somerset, with Craig Overton taking 6 for 23.
Barnard in, and that's smashed away by Hose. Could be for, yes it is, Ethan Bamber. Dives to his right, but that boundary is so short that it's almost, if it's, I don't know, 5 or 6 metres away from the fielder and going at pace, it's going to be 4. So
Yeah.
Hose goes to 38. D'Oliveira has 22, 105 for 3 Worcestershire.
At Scarborough, Yorkshire moving along well against Surrey, the champions at the moment struggling to make breakthroughs. Yorkshire 166 for 2, a half century for Finley Bean. 2 wickets for Dan Worrell. So Yorkshire on top against the champions.
Barnard to Hose, who pushes away on the offside. He's going to get a single because, as I said, Dan Mosley is out on that boundary. He comes hurtling in, but Hose safely home at the non-strikers end, 106 for 3.
At Hove, Sussex batting first, having been put in by Essex and not finding it easy. Recovered a bit to 150 for 6. James Coles made 52. Looks a good player when we were there the other week.
Yeah, he's all right.
And there's one other game in the First Division, and that is at Southampton, where they haven't had a great deal of cricket so far.
D'Oliveira facing. Barnard bowls. D'Oliveira pushes on the offside. They're going through for a quick single. They'll have to be quick. Webster turns and throws at the non-striker's end, but both batsmen are into their work very quickly. And Webster had to pick up, turn, and then throw. So by the time he'd done all that, comfortably home there.
Notts 31 for 2 against Hampshire at Southampton, where they were put in, losing Hamid and Slater, but they've only had 12 overs of cricket there so far today.
107 for 3. Hose facing. This time he drives on the offside. Doesn't really time it. Straight to Webster at short extra cover.
An update for local radio in about a minute.
Okay,
Just
mate.
quickly around the second division. Northwood, Middlesex going well there, 177 for 1 against Northants. Kane Williamson's just come in. So Northants be feeling they're in for a long day there.
Barnard to Hose, pushing forward. End of the over, Worcestershire 107 for 3. D'Oliveira has 23, Hose has 39.
At the Cheltenham Festival, Lancashire 113 for 3 in the 40th over against Gloucestershire, with Josh Bohannon's 39 the top score. Let's hope it isn't as you mentioned earlier, as is widely reported, potentially the last Cheltenham Festival. Been going for a very long time. At Cardiff, Kent 150 for 4 against Glamorgan. With Daniel Bell Drummond unbeaten with 42. Just break off for a moment.
12th man back on.
This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where on the first afternoon of the County Championship derby, Worcestershire have inched their way to 107 for 3, and it's been painstaking progress to add 40 runs in 70 minutes since lunch. Adam Hose has tried to be a little more positive, occasionally firing drives through the offside, and one pull for 6 over the short boundary off Ethan Bamber. But that apart, it has been very sedate and watchful progress, but they'll be grateful not to have lost any more wickets since lunch. Warwickshire persisting with their all-seam attack for the moment, although they do have the 2 spinners ready. We're midway through the afternoon, and Worcestershire 107 for 3. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston. Bamber has started a new over in the meantime from the pavilion end. First ball played out into the offside by D'Oliveira for no run, and the second played into the leg side, and he does get a run as Malik moves in, as Taz Ali rather moves in from the square leg boundary and gets in a bit of confusion with Dan Mosley as to who's going to throw it in. There was one other score which I hadn't given you, which was at Derby, where Leicestershire 195 for 3 going at a good clip against Derbyshire. Lewis Hill unbeaten on 67 after they lost Patel and Budinger for naught in the first 8 balls of the day. Rian Ahmed got some runs at good pace before lunch. In fact, he was made 115, Rian Ahmed, batting at 3. So he's developing in an interesting way as a cricketer, isn't he? Keepers up to the stumps. Bamber bowls and Hose is defending on the leg side. Bamber in his 15th over today, but it's notable that the keeper feels able to stand up to him.
Going back to Rian Ahmed, I think he's had an injury, so he's not been able to bowl, so he is developing as a very good all-round cricketer.
Well, good for him. And very important for a county like Leicestershire, making the most of their resources. Promising young cricketer. Bamber bowls and it's flicked off his pads, well timed by Hose, but straight to the square leg fielder, who necessarily is a deep square leg on that side of the ground simply by being at square leg.
Yeah. You're either short leg or deep square leg.
Yes. So they get one. There's also a long leg who is quite square. That doesn't sound too convoluted. Keeper's going back. Hose has been keen to get out of his ground occasionally. D'Oliveira not so much, so the keeper's gone back for him. And Bamber draws him forward, D'Oliveira, as the ball runs off the face of the bat into the offside. He's also just linger across the England under-19 against India. The second test is at Chelmsford, where India are 232 for 4, replying to England's 309. That's been an interesting little series with lots of players shuffling in and out of the England team. Forward comes D'Oliveira, pushing his way into the offside, and they will take a short. Oh, well, they're claiming a run out. He's run out. Hose, he's run out, trying to dive and make his ground, and taking a short single to try and get the strike rotated, but beaten by a throw from, I think, Barnard square of the wicket. Hitting the stumps and running out Adam Hose for 40, and D'Oliveira's look to the sky, can't believe that they've lost a wicket in that manner after nearly an hour and a half since lunch of carefully accumulating. Hose, who'd been playing so well, he's run out. He walks off the ground with a big brown smear down the front of his whites from where he dived and landed, and an old wicket end, but I think he'll be pretty cross to be out like that. Run out for 40, and Worcestershire 109 for 4.
I presume it was D'Oliveira's call. He pushed the ball into the offside. He set off and he raced to the other end, but there was some hesitation. There he goes on the replay from Hose, and that's what cost him. If he'd have run directly and got his bat down, he would have been in, but he just hesitated slightly as he set off.
Oh,
and
yes.
that was the end of him. Still very close, almost got there, but yes, a silly way to lose a wicket really from Worcestershire's point of view, because they'd started off since lunch slowly and they were just beginning to open up a bit. Actually, we're going to get a really good view of the.
I think so on this side-on camera.
With a side-on view, and Hose comes into view. The ball hits the stumps.
Yeah. It is a really tight one.
It is very tight.
He was arriving sort of with his arm half cocked, so I don't. He might even a bit as close to whether his bat was grounded. But anyway, he's out. There's no TV umpire to rule on it, and a costly misjudgment. I think Barnard was the thrower, so he nearly ran out Jake Libby at the start of the day, and now he's got one. It had to be a direct hit. So a change in the rhythm of the game completely now, with Hose going out, replaced by Ethan Brooks, and it was Barnard, was it? Thank you, Phil. And a change of bowling with Corey Rocchiccioli going to bowl for the first time, and he is an interesting character, an interesting bowler.
Yes, be interested to see what he's going to do here. I don't think he's got too much to play with, although those footmarks look quite big and bold from up here. They shouldn't come into play on the first afternoon of a 4-day game. So, Rocchiccioli from the city end, as I still call it, the Birmingham end, if you want to call it that. Not that there's any other city down there, but Birmingham, as D'Oliveira pushes forward, out on the offside, and there is no run. 109 for 4, Worcestershire. In again, and bowls, and D'Oliveira is struck on the pad. I would think that he may have been outside the line of the off stump. Have a look at that one. Oh yeah, way outside the line of the off stump, so can't be LBW. But an enthusiastic shout. If you don't ask, you don't get. Next ball, and D'Oliveira is back and pulls away to short delivery. Good piece of fielding there at fine legs. Alan Dolby again.
Dolby,
yeah, got down well for a big man. Saved 3 runs there, because I'm pretty sure that would have made the boundary. Very short, and D'Oliveira on it quickly, wheeled away and pulled it back at a square on the leg side.
They're all right-handers, the Worcestershire top order, which might actually be notable, because Rocchiccioli here can bowl turning the ball towards the very long leg side boundary, so long as he's bowling from the Birmingham end. If you had a left-hander to mix it up, that would be an entirely different proposition.
In and bowls, this is down the leg side and left by Ethan Brooks.
Because then you would be bringing that slog sweep into play.
Yeah. Yes, very much.
Conceive of, if you bowl from this end to a right-hander, then the sweep for 6 is definitely in play.
Next ball, Brooks forward, defensively pushes away on the offside. And there is no run.
It's a very deliberate approach from Rocchiccioli. He's quite a tall man, but he bounces in on the balls of his feet, and it's a very high action.
It's coming down from a great height when he lets it go. He's in again and bowls, and this time Brooks off the back foot. He's trying to force it away square, but he almost gets too much bat on it and plays it down to short extra cover for no run. 110 for 4. D'Oliveira on 25. Brooks yet to get off the mark.
Not quite the same exaggerated action, but for an off-spinner coming down from height, there's something not dissimilar to Roger Harper about him. Do you remember Roger Harper,
yeah.
West Indies bowler from the 1980s, who really was a tall man?
Yeah.
Now, he had quite a sort of an exaggerated movement in his action, but ended up in about the same place, I think, that Rocchiccioli does. He was an exceptional field as well, wasn't he, Harper?
Yeah, he was a bit of a what's the word I'm looking for? Not enigma, but in that team of massive pace bowlers.
Yeah, interesting cricketer. Bamber bowls. Oh, a ball that just pops a little bit from about a length, but it's always going wide of the off stump. And D'Oliveira lets it go.
Did he end up playing minor counties cricket for somebody? Somewhere in the back of my mind. I'm going to have to look him up now.
He was a decent bat. He sort of bat number 7, wouldn't he, in that powerful West Indies team? Was he? He was related to Sobers. I didn't know that. He was a good cricketer. Running out Graham Gooch in the bicentenary test when Gooch had scored loads of runs. He was Bamber, running into bowl to D'Oliveira. He's going to get a run here, pushing this away square of the wicket on the offside, and Yates trots round to field it.
Played for Northants for 2 years.
Yes, I'm playing there. But wasn't always the hardest working day out being the off spinner in the mid 1980s. West Indies too.
46 Test wickets.
Off goes Bamber. With 2 men out on the pull on that shortish boundary, but he's drawing Brooks forward and defending away on the offside.
High score 234 playing for Northants against Gloucestershire in 86.
He's a pretty good player. Rocky Choli's in the thick of it now. He's bowling. He's in there having a word to Ethan Bamber as well. He's actually, and there's a conversation going on with his captain, sort of over Bamber's head, as Bamber's getting ready to run into bowl, which he does now, and draws D'Oliveira forward, pushing the bat in front of his pad and steering it away to extra cover. At the end of this overall move aside, Chloe and Filler poised behind us.
Shall we do a double change?
I think we might.
Yes, we might do.
Might do that. Phil's braced. He's been warming up for 20 minutes. Off goes Bamber, passes us, and it's Fuller and driven by D'Oliveira. And a tumbling stop by Davis. Sort of crabbed along to his left, crouching down very low before waiting for the moment to grab it, and then resumes his conversation with Rocky Choli, which Bamber keeps getting in the way of as he walks back to the start of his mark. There's a man in at mid-wicket reasonably close there on the sort of flick drive, hoping that Brooks will play that. Bamber has Brooks playing in front of his thigh pad here, knocking it down into the leg side. That's the end of the over. And with Swiss watch type movement. Yes.
I think more.
One of us is a cuckoo. I'm going to move out of the way.
More Mickey Mouse watch, mate. I think that's
well, you said it. No. So Chloe Brew's going to come in and Philbritt as well.
Right. You'll get silence for a few moments. Enjoy it, folks. Enjoy it.
There we are, not too much silence. As Phil and I, another double change.
Absolutely smooth, seamless change. Ish.
always seamless. And Rocky from the city end coming with off spin, and that's been cut away towards deep point, who's done very well to get around to it, to cut that boundary off. And that's the first ball of Rocky Choli's over. I'm sure we'll get through this over pretty quickly, as spinners tend to just race through, don't they?
Yeah.
Spin on the length, flicked into that huge leg side there, and shouts of 2, and they've come back for the second. There's turning to be a pretty safe second run with all that space out towards the leg side.
Tasani had quite a bit of area to have to come into, didn't they?
Yeah.
To pick it up. And is that Tasani out there?
Full of that defended to cover that. I believe it is.
Or is it?
Square leg boundary's all his.
Yeah, it is.
Big shift. As once again from the city end, full of length and flicked once more into the leg side. Just one this time. Taz Ali's just put himself in front of square legs so he doesn't have to run too far to cut it off.
Well, the only reason I'm saying that, I'm not sure who's at short leg then.
Good question. 'Cause
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's Malik. Yeah, it's Malik. It's in short leg.
fifth ball of over, slightly full, and one hand, one bounce in with her man in short leg.
This is the problem with wearing cable knit sweaters. You can't tell who they are.
Yeah, we need it embroidered, don't we, with a knitted sweater.
I've been on about this all summer. I've been people are bored witless with it.
Final ball, short of length, and that's carved away into the offside. That's some really nice footwork there from Brooks, and that's the first 4 for him to get off mark, and Worcestershire 120 for 4.
So, Dolivera going on quite nicely. Brooks, who's settled in well at New Road. Never really got much of a chance in Championship cricket to play for Warwickshire. So played some limited overs cricket, but his opportunities were very much restricted.
Yeah, he seems to fit into Worcestershire.
Yeah, he's done. I think he's
Really
doing
well.
extremely well. Yeah, good cricketer. We're going to see Barnard from the pavilion end. He's got those 2 wickets. He got those before lunch. Slight change in the field for Dolivera. Slip coming out. We're having a third man put in and a man brought out to point. So just the one slip. Now Alex Davis has a chat with Barnard. So there's a man on the deep backward square leg boundary. There's a man at long leg. There's a third man not all the way back as Barnard in, and this one is run out to point. And there's no run. So 120 for 4. That last wicket to go, that of Adam Hose, who was run out by Ed Barnard for 40.
Yeah, it was a good innings, wasn't it? From Hose.
Yeah, I think a little bit unfortunate the way it ended up, wasn't it?
Mm.
This next one is chopped away by Dolivera down to Tazani, down at third man. So that brought in straight away. The single, 121 for 4. No Worcestershire flag, I notice, at the far end of the ground. The Warwickshire flag is looking tattier and tattier. It's really could do with a new flag, I think. It's washed out in colour. It's looking a bit ragged as well. This next one is left outside the off stump.
You're trying to claim it for a museum?
No, I've got better ones than that in the museum. They might be after mine, actually. I certainly wouldn't want that one.
They'll come down asking for a trade.
Yeah. Normally the scorer used to have the job of bringing the flag to the away games with them. But, not there. Brooks waits, and that goes past the outside edge. Good delivery from Barnard. Has had Brooks just leaning forward and pushing at that one. As it just held its line, and Brooks was inside it. Through to the keeper, gets away with that one, comes down, gives a few taps then to the pitch, and has a chat with his skipper, who says, don't get an edge on those. We don't want to be 5 down at this stage. There's Barnard again. He's in and bowls, and this is driven nicely up to a wideish mid-off where Davis does the tumbling stop. Can't prevent the single. It was a push and run from Brooks. 122 for 4. Brooks goes on to 5.
I think as a signal for somebody to come in and take the jumper from Brooks there at a non-striker, so you'll be pretty happy at that. No, sweater's coming off.
There's Barnard Ian, and this is run away to point. It seems strange that, and I've said this, and I apologise for people listening, but that you give everybody a number.
Mm-hmm.
So you put the number on the back of their shirts, and then you cover it up so you can't see it.
Yeah.
And in no other sport I know is a tip. So players given numbers, and then you hide them.
That's
the number
very
is,
true.
and the number should help the spectator recognise who the player is. Years ago, there used to be on the sight screens lights along the bottom, 1 to 12.
Okay.
And when the fielder fielded it, the light went on, say, at number 6, and you looked on your scorecard, and that told you who'd fielded it.
Really?
And the scorer used to do it.
Okay.
Now we've taken the lights away, and we've covered the numbers up.
Warwickshire to continue, and that's on a length to start the over with a dot ball.
And yet we're 20 times more efficient with the, the poor bloke was in there with pulling numbers down and boxes and having to do everything manually. Now we've got computerised and we still can't do it.
From the city, and once again, a little dance down the track from Brooks, but just respected it.
Mown over, but it is a point. It is for today anyway.
Give it half an hour.
Give me another hour, yeah. Give me a bit longer and I'll be back. I really don't see it at all.
Halfway mark of the over defended.
Yeah, can you imagine in the 100 if you hid the numbers on the back?
Carnage.
Or the advert on the front?
Even more carnage. You're in trouble.
Exactly. Exactly. I rest my case.
Good journey once again on a length, and that's driven up to mid-on for another dot. Just
122 for 4.
yeah, starting ticking along, aren't they now?
It's been
On a level defended by Brooksy there.
Warwickshire made a good start to his Warwickshire career. 5 in one innings in the first match, and he got a 6 for in the second. It was a bit expensive, but he did bowl 50 odd overs at Sussex.
Defended once again to bring the end of the over.
And if you want to know anything about it, Mike Taylor will tell you, because he had to commentate on every ball of that over. Just Mike and Adrian Harms were down there pretty much by themselves on that game, and they had to do the whole thing. So Mike is a bit of an expert on Rocky Charlie.
Perfect. Cool. I'm sure I've got to get a lot of questions later then about.
Yeah, send your questions in to Mike Taylor at BBC WM. He'll answer anything about him. So another over slips by. We've got 45 remaining in the day, so got to get through a few to get through to tea here, as Barnard starts a new over from the pavilion end. He's in to bowl to D'Oliveira, who is driving this one away into the offside. He will get a single for that to Mousley out there. Just 123 for 4. Brings Brooks, who's on 5, back onto strike. 5 from 18 deliveries. So he's been quite cautious. Barnard getting through a bit of work. He's in his 13th over. 2 for 37 so far as he comes in and bowls. And Brooks looking to play that one away into the offside. Gets an inside edge on that one. It runs away in the end to mid-wicket. Not at all where he was looking to play that shot.
No, I think he just looked a little bit square on that. He looked to play that through the covers rather than back where it came from.
He's just rehearsing the shot again. It looked better with no ball there.
Yep. Have another go.
Yeah. Yeah, he got away with it. Barnard into him and bowls, and this one he puts foot across, covers the off stump, and the ball goes harmlessly through to Kai Smith behind the stumps. Brooks has got a second slip brought in, by the way, so we've still got the third man hovering probably about 20 yards in from the boundary edge down there, sort of shortish third man, but a second slip has come in for Brooks. Just putting that little bit of extra pressure on him. We're taking a man off the leg side boundary. As Barnard in this one, he's punched away nicely. That's a better looking shot. Runs across the square. Will probably just have enough to get. Oh, it's going to stop right inside the boundary. Well, that just pulled up on this dampish outfield, and they come back for 3. That was a nicely played shot there, and got away for 3.
Yeah, I think.
In fact, did they run the 4 there? I think they might have done.
I think they could have done because
I think they ran the 4, didn't
Dan
they?
Rosie's hands were in the air, saying, "What was the point of that?"
Yeah, you may as well let it go over. Well, he couldn't. Let it go over the road. Stop, didn't he? It rolled to a stop. So they did run 4. So we said we might get a lot of run 3s, but there's one. And that one had the benefit of going a large way across the square to get before he got to the boundary. But just when it came off the square, it just lost momentum. So Brooks moves on to 9 and retains the strike as Barnard is into him, and this one beats him outside the off stump. Kai Smith now has come up to the stumps. It beat Brooks's forward push, and it also evaded Kai Smith's gloves, hit him in the chest and dropped down onto just past the stumps. So good delivery. Just surprised Smith. Not easy when you're standing up. You don't get much time to respond. Do you react? Here's Barnard in. This is driven nicely timed, but straight to Alec Davis, who tidies up. End of another over from Barnard, his 13th over. He is 2 for 41 after 13, and Worcestershire are 127 for 4.
Yep, I think we've got more off spin to continue from the City end, as Warwickshire just passes his hat to the umpire. Sorts his headband out, shuffles the field around, and he looks pretty set to go.
Wonder if we'll get the chance to see Webster and Warwickshire operating together, an all-Australian attack.
Short of length, and that's cut away towards Deep Point, who comes around to collect it.
Does go slightly against the point of using the Kookaburra ball, doesn't it? Which was to develop
Just a little bit.
young English bowlers.
Yep.
That we have 2 Australians bowling in the game, but still,
Yep.
whatever.
Take the advantage here and there. Warwickshire once again. Oh, full of a length, and it's just chipped there into vacant. Well, mid wicket's there who came and pick it up, but short leg wasn't anywhere near that one. As turning and coming for the next ball, and that's short of length, and that's carved towards the holly stand there, and it's short of length, and Brooks has really got his hands through that one.
Yeah, it was much too short, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Short outside the off stump, it wasn't turning, and Brooks said thank you very much and cracked it away.
Yeah. Anyway, turning chin up and full of length. Brooks just starting to use his feet here.
Yeah, Warwickshire will be quite happy to see that Brooks has come down the wicket to him. If he can sneak one past.
That's what you want, isn't it, as the off spinner? Oh, so what's going on here? Maybe he wasn't ready. Someone standing up. Not sure.
No, I think he just pulled out of it at the last minute there, Brooks. Judging on the replay.
Rockatrelli in once again. One hand, one bounce with short leg. Just firing in and around that area. As Rockatrelli turns for the final ball of his 4th over. And full of length defended, and they've snuck one as it heads towards that vacant point area, and that brings it end of the over, 133 for 4.
Yeah, it was a quick single there that, and Dolby was onto it, but they quickly took the single, so good running again from the two of them, responding well. Brooks moves in on to 14 and 133 for 4.
I'd say they've ran really well, actually.
They have. They picked up. They've kept
noticeably.
Although the scoreboard hasn't been moving along that quickly, they have picked up some quite good singles.
Mm. Yeah, they're intense there to looking for those singles I possibly wouldn't get.
Ed Barnard's going to start another over, which this will be his 14th from the pavilion end, into ball to Ethan Brooks, who is playing out into the offside, and it's fielded out there by Webster, and there's no run.
I found a game, you know that room over there?
Oh yeah,
Over
yeah, the
sofas.
room at the back behind us, yeah.
What are your thoughts and feels? This might give you something else to grumble about, actually, but Trivial Pursuit.
Yep. Oh no, you don't get me on this one either. But this one is driven into the offside. Yeah.
Fan of the game?
Oh, Trivial Pursuits. I'm quite happy to play Trivial Pursuits in my own time, but not when I'm being paid to do a job. No. It's like table tennis. I don't quite understand how you're allowed to play table tennis so that you can take a break, you can relax during the working day.
Really? Mm.
But that's just me being old-fashioned and hard-working. This next one is turned to mid-wicket and there's no run. Yeah, we didn't, when I worked in my career prior to working here at Edgbaston, there weren't many times when in the factory, when we were producing truck axles, that people went to play table tennis during the, where's your production line? Oh, they're all playing table tennis or playing Trivial Pursuits. No, it didn't happen.
Why wouldn't they be?
Barnard in and bowls. This is played out into the offside and there's no run.
Does it make an appearance at Christmas?
What? Trivial Pursuit? No, because I think one of the problems is with it, once you've got a game and you've played it a few times, you're pretty familiar with the answers, so it loses its appeal.
Okay.
And we've found that the kids particularly know the answers too well, and the game doesn't last very, unless you keep renewing it. Barnard bowls. This is chopped away to backward point, straight to Malik, who's at backward point and does the fielding, and there's no run. 134 for 4 it stays. When it first came out, which is many, many years ago, it really was a cracking game and everybody had it and played it, but I think it's probably, there's other things which have overtaken it now.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I think the times of playing games in our fam at Christmas don't happen anymore. Barnard drives, and that's a lovely shot from D'Oliveira. That one's racing away through extra cover and crosses the ropes down below us. Nice half volley, which he was onto in a shot. He's played a couple of those cover drives today and timed them beautifully, and that was an exquisite shot. Takes him on to 38 and the total on to 138 for 4.
That's a great way to finish the over, isn't it? A strong, booming off drive.
I think the just finishing off on that relaxation room, I think it's used as well from the players' wives and things like that to use it, which is
have kids in there.
Yeah, that's mostly what it's for. But I think one or two do go and take advantage of it.
I wouldn't say Trivial Pursuit's awfully relaxing, if I'm honest.
Well, I wouldn't say it's just, no.
Roccacioli in and has kind of fired down the leg side. We've gone to sweep it and everybody's missed it. I believe it looks like Rob Yates giving chase, who's saved for boundary. They've taken 3 or 2?
3. They got, yep, 3 buys signalled. Yes, it wasn't the best ball he's going to bowl, that one. A bit short down the leg side, got a bit of bounce. That's about the only thing you could say for it. But apart from that, it was unfortunate that the bounce just took it even further wide down the leg side.
Happens to the best of us. Once again, short of a length, and that's been pulled there down to 45 up Yates. I think a short leg. I was a bit nervous about that delivery, actually.
I think if you were at short leg, you'd be very worried with those deliveries.
Yes. Yep. He's thinking pitch it up. And this side just firing down that leg side, left alone there.
When you play in the women's game, do the youngest player go into short leg?
No.
No, it seems to be traditional in men's cricket that you put the unmarried youngest one in the short leg position for some reason.
Full of length defended back to the bowler. To be fair, we just put a best person for a job in there.
Right.
Who's got? Yeah. boring.
I think they work on a different ethic in the men's game.
Roccacioli full of a length defended into the leg side.
141 for 4. These two just again begin to put a partnership together. This
fired down the leg side once again.
That was not the best over I think he's ever going to bowl. That was again another shocker. Actually, he's lucky he got away with that one. That's not been called wide down the leg side.
A little bit haywire, but getting through the over nonetheless.
You got through the over. That's about all you could say for that over. It was a bit of a nightmare. So we are going to have a bowling change here at the pavilion end, and Tazir Ali is going to come into the attack. And so we're going to have spin at both ends.
Get through a few overs.
Taz played in a few games at the beginning of the season and had some success. He played in the first match and he had 3 for 103 against Sussex. In the second game against Durham up at Chester Street, 4 for 66 he took in their first innings, and then lost his place in the side. So it's good to see him back in the team. He definitely gives it a tweak.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's just part and parcel of being a young player in a team, is you're just trying to get your name in there and consistently, but he's been taking his opportunities so far.
He's going to have a go at bowling. Somebody's bowled out plenty of times in the nets. Ethan Brooks. His first ball is just on the leg stump and swept away by Brooks down to deep square leg for a single. It's just again, he's been watching a friend from Australia have fired that one down towards the leg side, so how not to use the cooker of a ball at the moment. Anyway, he's just get his length as he starts to bowl to the Worcestershire captain. This one wraps him on the pad, but even from the angle we're at, it looked to be missing leg stump. And just watching on the replay, it pitched outside leg stump and probably might have caught the top of another set on the leg stump of another set going across. I think that was a very hopeful appeal for LBW there. In he comes and bowls, and this one has D'Oliveira playing it a little awkwardly off his back foot as his front foot goes back out and across towards square leg, and he ends up very open-faced, but keeps the ball out. And he comes again, gives that a real flip. Perhaps just slightly over-pitching it, and D'Oliveira pushes it away into the offside for a single. 143 for 4. D'Oliveira moves on to 39 off 107 deliveries, and brings Brooks, who's moved on to 16. He would dearly love to get a score here at Edgbaston. He's on from 32 deliveries, just holding up while there's a field change. Man comes off the deep mid-wicket boundary and goes to a sort of short, fine leg in a sort of semi-catching position as Brooks comes forward to this next one and plays it back. So just a couple of runs so far off this over. So he's got 1 ball to go of his first over. 143 for 4. He's in and bowls, and this is clipped round the corner, very fine, past Kai Smith, who's standing up. And did he get anything on that? I'm not sure he did, no. Well, I'm not sure it caught the pad actually, but it's signalled as leg byes. So 2 more to the total. A dot ball on Taz Ali's figures, but end of his first over for a couple, perhaps a little bit too wide down the leg side for him on that. I know he's got to pitch it in that area if he's going to bowl leg breaks, but that was a bit too much width given.
Yeah, just firing it down the legs a little bit, just finding his kind of areas, settling into his rhythm.
I see he's got a fine headband, has Rocky Choli.
Yeah, he has, hasn't he?
Yeah, keeping his hair seems longer than it was when he came over here. He must be growing it. He's a bit like Brooks from who used to be at Northampton.
Short of length work to mid-wicket there. Yeah, maybe he's going for the mullet look.
Could be.
Off spin from the city end once again. That's short of length, just flicked to square leg. That short leg has moved into a leg slip. And Rob Yates has just come slightly towards square just behind. As that's full of length driven back to Rockachurli there.
If he's going to bowl off spin, that's a better line to bowl. Just outside leg stump. It's difficult to get much with your bowling off spin, isn't it? Which he's been doing.
No, I don't think that was plan A, as I'd say. In once again, short of length, and that's cut towards the offside, but just for a single as Ethan Bamber comes around to fire it back in off that boundary. As we're just having a little bit of a shuffle. Short leg going back in for Ethan Brooks here. Rockachurli once again full of length, defended there. 2 point, and I'm sure there'll be another little shuffle around for D'Oliveira here.
These two beginning to put a partnership together now. It's up to 38 for this 5th wicket.
Rockachurli once again full of a length. Half a shout there, but he looked like he was out to smother that delivery. Just you can see on the replay here, he's got really far out to it. It might have just been a little inside edge maybe, but that brings the end of the over. 147 for our Worcestershire.
Just in between overs, just to update you on some of the other scores. Nottinghamshire 80 for 2 against Hampshire at Southampton. Somerset 62 for 1. That game's been hit by the rain, hasn't it? They're back on. It's tea there at Taunton. Sussex were all out for 204 against Essex. It's tea there. And Yorkshire going really well. 211 for 2 at tea against Surrey. in all those Division 1 games. As Taz Ali starts a new over, he's in and bowls, and this one is driven away into the offside by Ethan Brooks for just the one. That all the way along the deck, across the various cut squares. To Mosley, who's fielding out there. In comes Tazali again, gives that, he goes back and across his stumps and just turns it behind square. Brooks, anxious to get up to the striker's end, has to scurry back as the ball's picked up and fired back to the non-striker's end. He manages to get there, but a little bit of danger there. We've already had one run out. Worcestershire won't want another one. This one is given plenty of air, and D'Oliveira cracks it away, but no great timing on it. And again, just a single out to Mosley out there, who's prowling out in the deep on the edge of the square. He's got plenty of space to be able to get himself across and into position if the ball's hit. This one is driven back by Brooks, and Ali fields up his own bowling.
Yeah, he's so far away out there, isn't he? He might as well.
Yeah.
He's closer to the indoor hall than he is the wicket.
We'll give him Dave's chair, actually, his high chair. You could sit on that. This one is loose down the leg side and swept away, and that was. Thank you very much. Goes Ethan Brooks. That brings the 150 up for Worcestershire. 153 for 4 in the. So they move on quite nicely there. But that shot tucked away. It was outside leg stump. It was too full, and he took full advantage of it. So Ali in again, bowls, and again down the leg side. Again, Kai Smith can't take it cleanly down the leg side, but D'Oliveira this time. Brooks this time may feel he missed out on that one. End of another over, 153 for 4. We've got 38 overs remaining in the day. So what we got, 6 till tea. Shall we bring in Mike and Dave to take us through to tea?
Having a lot of double changes today.
Yep. I'll keep talking when Mike moves in, so we have a seamless lap over. Well, fairly seamless. And we'll go and have a game of table tennis or some Trivial Pursuits now. There's Mike Taylor, who can answer all the questions now on Trivial Pursuits. Dave Bradley will get.
Now we'll get properly trivial. Rocky Choli's going to bowl from the Birmingham end, and his first ball is chopped into the offside by D'Oliveira, who's ticking over quite nicely now for 42. 154 for 4. There's been a change of rhythm since the dismissal of Hose, but not quite the way I was expecting, Dave, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, Brooks likes to play a few shots.
He does. But he's been very controlled so far. Rocky Choli with his zigzagging run-up has Brooks driving off a thickish edge to mid-wicket.
I'm quite looking forward to trivial table tennis.
Are you?
Yeah. I wonder where that goes. Ask a question, hit the ball.
Yeah, doesn't last very long.
No.
154 for 4. Rocky Choli loops his fingers over the ball again as Brooks is driving forward back to him. Floodlights are on. They've been on throughout the afternoon, but skies are lighter than they were around lunch. There's a plane going off. Usually the planes come into land that with the way that we could see that one take off, so the wind must be the other way today. Forward comes Brooks, defends out into the offside, and short extra cover field is having a bet with himself there, Webster, as to whether the ball is going to be able to roll as far as his foot or not. He stays dead still until it bumps into his toe. Then throws it back to Rocky Choli, who's quickly in again, and Brooks goes back, forces this square on the offside, and he will have a run. Out to... Oh, it's overdid the throw there, Bamba. So he's up to 23, and it's 155 for 4. D'Oliveira's twirling the bat in his hands, a slip and a leg slip wide. And Rocky Choli bowls this one full on the toes of D'Oliveira. He gets another run out to deep square leg. So they've picked up 3 singles in the over, and D'Oliveira's gone to 43. Brooks is 23. 156 for 4 at the end of the over, and so far they're playing the spinners reasonably comfortably.
Yeah, you can't imagine there's too much there for the spinners on first afternoon, or the afternoon of the first day. So it's interesting because the end of that over, he was just talking to the umpire about where his feet were landing, Rocky Choli, and he just wasn't too happy about where his feet were going, I think. Start of a new over, and it's a good ball, this one from Ali. Just flicks a little bit, just puts a little bit more into that, and just bounces past D'Oliveira's bat into the gloves of wicketkeeper Smith. Ready to go again, this time ball of fullish length, and D'Oliveira is coming forward, covering any spin that might be there.
He's got something, hasn't he, Ali? He's an interesting little bag of tricks.
Yeah, that one just kind of veered off straight. Next ball, D'Oliveira turns away on the onside, thinks about a single. Webster is at short mid-wicket. No chance of getting a run there. He's certainly given it a bit of a twirl, giving it a few revs. Which he'll have to do to get anything out of this wicket. In again, and D'Oliveira lets this one go by outside the off stump.
It's exciting to see a young bowler, a young wrist spinner. It's a difficult art, but he's a vigorous young bowler. Nice addition to the squad.
Bowls again. D'Oliveira off the back foot this time, plays into the offside. There's just a little hint that it's doing something. Bowler got a bit excited there because D'Oliveira played a foolish length ball off the back foot, but had time to move into position.
Just looks like he's making the odd ball skid a fraction, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's just worrying the batsman a bit. In again, and this time D'Oliveira gets a quicker ball which he cuts into the ground. Again, just outside the off stump. Good over. A maiden. And we've got 4 overs till tea. So running somewhat behind schedule, but so play never ends at 6 o'clock anyway.
No,
it's
I mean,
just a myth.
We've lost 20 minutes in the 2 rain delays.
Yeah.
One before lunch and one when they were late coming out afterwards. So
yeah, I suppose those 20 minutes off would be almost on time.
So they haven't made any allowance for that. Rocky Choli to bowl his 8th over and gives this one a bit of air. It was driven not necessarily off the middle of the bat by Brooks, but he's going to get one out to backward point on the boundary, and has ticked up to 24 out of 157 for 4, which in itself is something of a repair job from 50 for 3. Rocky Choli has D'Oliveira playing forward round his front pad here, dabbing this away to mid-wicket. He's got a slip and a leg slip. Roughly the same field for both players, both right-handers. The backward point is on the boundary. Short extra covers reasonably close, so to mid-wicket. Forward comes D'Oliveira again, just defends this very gently. There's a mid-off and a mid-on, reasonably deep set. Out on the long leg side boundary, there is a square leg in most circumstances would be on the boundary. As it is, he's 25 yards in from it. And there's a man just behind square on the leg side for the sweep. This is driven up to mid-on by D'Oliveira, but he's playing Rocky Choli quite gently without really trying to hit the ball hard so far. And the next one is pushed through a bit quicker, and he does get a run here, turning it out through mid-wicket. And in comes Mosley. But everybody's agreed it's going to be 1, so nobody rushes particularly. And D'Oliveira goes to 44. Brooks tapping his bat on the ground. Leg slip comes to short leg. And Rocky Choli has him propping forward around his front pad and defending into the leg side. 2 singles from the over. 158 for 4 at the end of it, Worcestershire, with 44 now to D'Oliveira. And Brooks is 24.
Yeah, tidy enough from the spinner. Not really threatening. I just got the idea that Tajir Ali was getting a bit more out of it, really. Troubling the batsman maybe a little bit more. He, of course, turning the ball away from the right-handers, whereas the off-spinner turning it into the right-handers. D'Oliveira to face, takes guard again. Scratches his guard with his boot. Ready to go. Ali in, and this is D'Oliveira turning it down just backward a square on the leg side. There's a man in there. You could say if there was a circle, he'd be inside the circle. In fact, a change in personnel here. And we're going to get a leg slip in.
Yeah, leg slip for the leg spinner is an interesting choice.
Yeah, Sen Malik coming in there as he's in again and bowls, and he played back down the pitch by D'Oliveira. I always say playing for tea here, playing for the interval. But I remember saying that once in a match at New Road when Graham Hick was batting, and Ali in again. D'Oliveira defensively pushes the ball out on the offside, no run. 158 for 4, and he hit the 2 balls before lunch for 6 off Jack Simmons playing for Lancashire.
Gosh.
So the last 2 balls before lunch, it's me saying, yeah, he's playing for lunch here. Ali jogs in again, and this is fuller length, and D'Oliveira drives, but can't get it past extra cover. Who's Rob Yates, gets down well to his right. He was going at a rate of knots that one, so he did well to get down and get something behind it. 158 for 4. Ali in again and bowls D'Oliveira off the back foot. We'll pick up a single this time, place it square, almost exactly square on the offside. Dan Mosley comes into field, and a 50 partnership between these two. So Worcestershire, having been 56 for 3, something of a recovery, and the 1 wicket that's gone down between lunch and tea so far was the run out of Adam Hose. Fine throw from Ed Barnard, but there was just a slight hesitation as Hose went for the run. More changes here. I think we're going to get a forward short leg in. Yeah, Webster's going to leg slip. And Malik is at forward short leg. Ali in bowls, driven back down the pitch by Brooks. End of the over, 1 run off it, 159 for 4. And we're going to tea.
I think we are.
I suspect they've changed it because of those interruptions.
So
the umpires have said we'll go to tea at 4 o'clock. With 34 remaining in the day. So sorry for the confusion, folks. We were not aware of that stipulation. And
that's made it Worcestershire's session, I think, really. They've picked up 88 runs in 35 overs, but losing only the 1 wicket, and they'll be kicking themselves about that, really, to lose it in that way. But otherwise, they played pretty securely.
Yeah, they have. Yeah. They'll be relatively happy with that. The spinners have bowled tidily, not with any great threat, I don't think, but makes it a longish evening session. But we'll be back again at 4:20. So have you got to do
I have in about 50 seconds time.
A rumbling update. Okay, well,
I will do that, and then we'll.
I'll sit here and keep you company, old chap. You know, just because. Well, nice fella. So you told me this morning?
Well, that's what it says on my passport. So yes, we'll get this out of the way, and then we will give you peace for 15-20 minutes. I think we are probably good for the weather now for the rest of the day. I say good. It's not suntan weather, but I think
Clouds are high, aren't they?
yeah, I think we'll probably be all right. And the forecast seems to be improving through the game as well. So hopefully there will be time for both teams to push for a result in the season, which could still take a bit of a turn for either of them. Here we go. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire and Worcestershire have just gone to tea on the first day of the championship fixture here, with Worcestershire 159 for 4 after a session of consolidation. They added 88 steadily for the loss of only Adam Hose, who was carelessly run out for 40. He'd been playing perhaps the most authoritative batting of the day, but was called through for a single after Brett D'Oliveira drove into the covers and Ed Barnard threw down the stumps at the non-strikers end to run out Hose. D'Oliveira then played very responsibly to make sure he stuck around till tea. He's 45. With Ethan Brooks for company, they've added a useful half-century partnership. So at the break, with Worcestershire 159 for 4 with 34 overs to go today. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston.
Welcome back to Edgbaston for the post-tea session on the first day of the County Championship match between Warwickshire and Worcestershire. The players just heading out towards the middle, with Worcestershire on 159 for 4. Good session for them between lunch and tea. Just lost the wicket of Adam Hose, who was run out. Fine throw by Ed Barnard to run him out, but a slight hesitation from Hose as he's taken a run with Brett D'Oliveira. But D'Oliveira is still there on 45, and Ethan Brooks on 24. I'm Dave Bradley. You're not. You're
No,
Chloe
I'm not.
Brewer, aren't you?
I am,
There
yeah.
you go. It would be confusing if we were both Dave Bradley.
Yeah, it would be.
And we'll be taking you through to the close of play here with Mike Taylor. Phil Britt may be back with us, and we've got 34 overs remaining in the day. I have a refreshing cup of tea, which I do have to say. I was a bit disappointed when I went in there this morning. I thought, oh, there's no proper milk.
Yeah.
There's just oat milk, which I find very nice.
Yeah.
It's very creamy. So I may well be
Life choice.
on the oat milk.
Yeah.
Mind, I don't know how they get it, because I've never seen anybody ever milk any oats. So, I don't know. How do they get it? One assumes it's crushed and mixed with something else.
One of life's mysteries.
Yeah. Webster's going to bowl, and Chloe's going to tell you all about it.
Oh, first over after tea, what a treat. Webster from a city end to start us off, and that's quick outside off. Left alone by the skipper. Did you get any biscuits for your tea?
No, I'm not off the biscuits. I'm
Off
not good now.
biscuits?
Off biscuits, yes. I've had my season's quota of biscuits. By
Already?
Yeah. Not bad, is it, by mid-July?
Yeah, it's quite an effort actually.
Yeah, I've had 1,000 biscuits for the season. No, I'm trying very desperately. And then, of course, at New Road we have cake as well at
Oh,
tea,
that's-
which is
It's tough to resist temptation.
desperate.
Webster once again on the left, defended late under the eyes. What's your biscuit of choice then?
Oh. I used to be a jammy dodger. But
Okay.
I think yeah. But now I think nice ginger nuts just soaked in a cup of tea.
Okay,
It's very
okay.
nice, yeah. And for yourself?
Oh, I think my go-to tea dipping one after this ball, keep everyone on edge. Webster bumper, that's quick through to Kai Smith with the gloves. Got to be a hobnob, I think.
Yeah, nothing wrong with a hobnob.
No.
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 But apart from the fact that the calories in it are going to put a few pounds on for me. But yeah, it's a bad habit, isn't it? It really is.
Sounds like you've battled with it.
Oh, mate, since I was about 8.
Webster from a city end once again from the length, just guided down towards third man. As Ethan Bamber sends it back in and backed up by mid wicket there.
He's chucked a couple over the wicket keeper's head, Bamber, because he's fielding on that short boundary, and I think it's probably difficult to judge when you throw him back in. You could almost underarm it from there, couldn't you?
I think you could as well the kind of slope towards the city end. It doesn't help your case, does it?
No. But yeah. Anyway, one more to the total.
2 balls left in this first over after tea. Full of lamp defended. Back up the ground.
So we got 33 overs left after this ball. So if Worcestershire chugged along at 3 and over, that would give them another 100 runs. They could be 260 for 4, but a couple of wickets fall, and they could be 220 for 6 or 7.
Yeah, I think this is quite a crucial period, actually. How do you think?
Big session in the game.
Yeah. Webster to Brooks, and that's defended to finish the over up. How would you like to see Worcestershire play in this final session?
I think they're just going to play as they have all afternoon. Wait for a bad ball. I mean, certainly this morning I thought the Warwickshire attack were excellent. There was nothing really to hit, despite the fact Worcestershire got 32 on the board for the openers, but then they lost those 3 wickets and 8 overs. I thought they bowled really well, Ed Barnard in particular. But I don't think there's much in the pitch. The ball is 63 overs old, so 17 overs until the new ball. So they could tonight get 16 overs with a new ball, which might well come into it. Yeah, interesting session, methinks.
Yeah, that new ball will be really important. You'd probably get Ethan Bamber and OHD back into the attack.
Tazir Ali to bowl from the pavilion end with a leg slip and a slip as the close grabbers. He bowls, and this is wide outside the off stump. D'Oliveira goes back and will think himself somewhat unfortunate not to have got at least a couple there, I would have thought. Who's that diving all over the place? Could be
Ethan Bamber.
Could be
in a point.
Yeah, it was a good stop anyway. 160 for 4 it remains. D'Oliveira on 46, could well go to his 50 here. He's driven that through the offside. Ball slowing down as it reaches the rope, and it just about crawls over the rope. And Brett D'Oliveira indeed has 50 to his name. The Worcestershire skipper struggled in the last few county championship games, but a good 50 today. He may have been a bit psychologically concerned after the Adam Hose run out. I'm not sure that it was his fault. I think Adam Hose hesitated, and that's why he didn't quite make it. D'Oliveira down the track, drives back over the bowler's head. That's aggressive stuff. 4 more from Brett D'Oliveira. 8 runs coming off 2 balls.
Getting a little bit of a shimmy on here, aren't we?
Yeah. Tazir looked back at him after he played that shot as if to say, "What are you doing, mate?" But he's come 2 steps down and got right into position and smashed it back over the bowler's head for 4. One of the most satisfying shots in cricket, that, if you're a batter. Hitting it back over the bowler's head, or back past the bowler. Ali in again, D'Oliveira forward defensively. Ball trickles out on the offside, and Rob Yates picks it up. 168 for 4. These two came together. D'Oliveira's down again, doesn't quite get to the pitch of this one, drives it into the ground, looks at the bottom of his bat. They came together with a score on 109, so they've added 59 so far.
Yeah, this has been a good partnership. I think it's what they needed, kind of continuing from the previous Hose and D'Oliveira partnership.
Ali in, D'Oliveira going to pick up a single this time. Might be a couple. No, there's only one. Pushing it out into the offside, and Dan Mosley, who's patrolling an area the size of Dorset out there on his own, flings it back in. End of the over, Worcestershire 169 for 4, D'Oliveira 55, Brooks 24. If you've not been with us, Roderick caught Smith bowled Barnard 11, Libby caught Smith bowled Bamber 21. Kashif Ali, LBW to Barnard 11, and Adam Hose run out for 40. They are the men who have gone previously.
As a batter, if you could never play, I'm questioning you whilst you're drinking your tea here, Webster to continue from the city end. In full of length defended there by the skipper.
I know what you're going to say.
Back over the bowler's head.
Yeah.
As you said, one of the best. Or
Back past the bowler, what do you think?
or an on drive.
Yeah, nice on drive. But I just think, especially if it's a quick bowler, comes hurtling in, slings it down at you, and you hit it back past him or her, and it races away to the boundary. I think there's a good deal of satisfaction in that. It's not that I did it very often, but I remember. I did it so frequently, I remember it.
Oh, that's a bit of nip off the pitch there, kicked up by Webster, just at hard length, gone by through to Smith with the gloves.
Just did a bit, just left him a bit, and effort ball, as they say.
Yeah. Put it down a little bit quicker.
So the other thing is, if you're a bowler, which is the most frustrating shot that people play? I mean, get off an edge over the slips is frustrating, but if you're a bowler, which shot don't you want the batsman to play?
After this ball on a lamp defended up there, so I'd say Leave's pretty annoying. She put a lot of effort into just getting it just on fourth stump, and all that effort gone in for them to not do anything.
Yeah, give you that.
What was yours be?
I don't know. People didn't leave the ball very often when I was bowling, to be honest. Club wicketkeeper used to say, I love it when you bowl, I don't have anything to do. Ball and go past the bat. Yeah.
Webster once again short this time, tucked underneath, has to deliver the error.
Good ball. Good bouncer. He's not very tall, Brett D'Oliveira, but even he has a... Yeah, that was... yeah.
I'm sure he gets a fair few passes, is.
Yeah. Don't bowl enough bouncers these days, I don't think. Just puts the batsman on the back foot just a little bit.
Webster once again on a lamp, played off his hip it towards square leg.
Ooh, who's that there? Ed Barnard stopping the ball with his foot. I know a coach or a former coach who would have run out there and thrashed him with a stick for that. Stopping the ball with your foot. Stopping the ball with your foot. It wasn't going at any great pace, I have to say. And there are occasions like if you're bowling the ball smashed back at you, quite right, stop the ball with your foot, but any other time.
Try football skills out instead. Final ball of the over then, just short of length on top of his toes, played it to cover that, bringing the end of the over 170 for 4.
Good over that from Webster. Got one past the bat, got a bouncer in, and made D'Oliveira duck. Only conceded one run, so he'll go and wander off and be quite happy with his efforts.
Yeah.
Skies above still grey, but they are a lighter grey. If wasn't that a book, 40 Shades of Grey? So they are different shades of grey above us. I think it was a film as well, wasn't it? Was it rather a raunchy film, wasn't it? Was it? It was, wasn't it? Yeah.
I'm just going to keep quiet. Actually, you carry on.
Yeah. 40 shades, several shades of grey then. Here's Ali. Bounces in and bowls, and D'Oliveira drives out on the offside. Mosley, who is out there all on his own, will do the fielding. One more to the Worcestershire total. Tazir Ali into his 6th over. Change in the field. Sam Malik comes in at leg slip. Ali right arm over to the right-handed Brooks, who sweeps for 4. Has that gone for 6? 4, yeah.
4, yeah.
Umpires had to check with each other. Sweeps for 4.
It was close.
Yeah. Favourite shot of Ethan Brooks is the sweep, and he's also very prone to play a reverse sweep.
Okay.
Certainly in white ball cricket, he loves to get the sweep in. 175 for 4. Brooks with that 4 goes to 28. D'Oliveira at t'other end has 57. Ali. The leg slip has disappeared. Now a fine leg save and a single. Bowls full length. Brooks forward, pushes back down the pitch. Bowler himself does the fielding and is already turning, ready to go. And somebody's moving behind the bowler's arm. Dear me.
Sit down, sit down.
Yeah. How annoying. Here's the next ball is quicker delivery. It troubles Ethan Brooks a bit. He's on the back foot playing it away on the offside. Just watching. Not too much turn, but I think Ethan Brooks might have misjudged the length there. Quicker delivery and it was on him. Next ball, this one he's judged perfectly, playing it back down the pitch. The ever enthusiastic Rocky Chowley comes in to do the fielding. I imagine that on an away trip, as Ali comes in again and bowls, there's the reverse sweep, but it hits him, might have hit him, did that hit him on the helmet? Or in the throat? If it hit him on the helmet, he's got to have a concussion check, although the ball was going at no great pace. Umpire O'Shaughnessy is coming down and asking where the ball hit him. If the ball did hit him on the helmet, he has to have a check on the helmet and a concussion check as well, but he seems to be alright. Yeah, I was saying, I reckon on an away trip on a coach, he'd be a nightmare, Rocky Chikira. I think he's one of those people who can't sit still. I bet he would have to be playing a game or... Oh, they are having a concussion check. I say it was going at no great pace, but it is the rules, the laws, that you've got to have a check, and he's got to go out and ask him what day it is, what he had for breakfast, and I don't know what they do ask him these days. It used to be.
You're on it, to be fair.
I remember playing rugby. Somebody got a bang on the head, and it's a lot different now, thank goodness. But the well, you know, a physio, we had a trainer would come on, and he'd put up how many fingers? Oh, I got up 2. Okay, you're all right. That was a concussion check. Anyway, this one hasn't lasted long.
No, not long for use. Trundling off he pops, and Bo Webster to continue. Starting off over, and that's out. It's just caught behind, and that sees the back of the Worcestershire skipper, and that is a huge breakthrough after tea.
Yeah, I get the impression that over before from Webster, where he bowled a really good bounce and he beat D'Oliveira outside the off stump. I think that probably settled the Worcestershire skipper a fair bit. So he's gone for 57, and Worcestershire losing wickets when they don't really want to. Well, you never want to lose wickets, do you? But they've just got a little stand going there. So they lost Hose for 40. D'Oliveira's gone for 57. So as we were saying before, if Worcestershire were 6 or 7 down by the close, it would be definitely be Warwickshire's day. If Worcestershire still 5 down at the close, and from here another 60 runs, let's say they were 230, 40 for 5. I still think on this pitch, with a Kookaburra ball, 5 wickets down, they'll be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I think Warwickshire will be looking to take a couple before close here, just kind of.
Yeah. Well, I should say 2 more. Looks like Tom Taylor coming out to bat here for Worcestershire. So the rest of the Worcestershire order would be Ben Allison, Adam Finch, Adam Hose, Karam Shazad. So a little bit of a, I can't call it Bertie Foreman, of course. A bit of a tail here for Worcestershire today. I mean, they had Tom Taylor batting at 8 and 9 in the past, and he's coming in at 7. So not a stronger batting lineup as in other games, shall we say.
A little bit of promotion.
Oh yeah, I mean, he can bat, Tom Taylor, don't get me wrong, but just maybe a couple of places too high for him today.
Second ball of the over outside off, left alone there by Taylor.
He's picking up a bit of pace there, isn't he, Webster? I mean, with an old ball, this is the 67th over. He's got that going through and
Yeah,
into the wicketkeeper's gloves. Not chest high, but
it's hitting him hard, isn't it?
yeah, getting a bit of bounce out of it.
Yeah, I reckon he's had a cup of tea and biscuits
He has. He's had his.
in the break.
He's probably had 2 Weetabix as well. There are other breakfast cereals that you might want to have to improve your bowling skills.
Webster once again in stump line, defended there by Taylor. Patted up to mid off with the skipper.
Just wondering if the light might come into this. We've got 29 overs left, so that's probably another 2 hours cricket. That'll take us to 20 to 7, which I don't know, light might go. No sign of a break in the cloud.
Webster once again in on that length and defended there by Taylor. Just looking to settle in a little bit here. 175 for 5. Could go one of 2 ways for Worcester.
Yeah, as I say, they don't want to be 7 or 8 down at close of play. If these two are still in at close of play, they'd think they'd had a decent day. But I just think this is a pretty flat pitch. I might be totally wrong.
Webster in at a hip there, played up to mid on.
I have been totally wrong before. August 1984, I think I was totally wrong. 12th of August 1984.
Oh, yeah?
I was yeah.
What happened?
I made a mistake then. I have no idea. I just made a date up. Yeah. According to my good lady wife, I'm totally wrong.
Yeah.
At least 20 times a day.
I merge into all the other.
Yeah. I just ignore it. Got that wrong. Oh, okay. Whatever.
Final ball of this over then, and that's a bumper, and that's been clubbed it into leg side. Cut off though.
Fielded.
That's a great bit of fielding there. Not sure who's done the work.
It is.
Craig
It's
Miles.
12th man, yeah. Craig Miles on. Yeah, good stop. Fielded well.
Yeah.
Good ground fielding has been very good today for Warwickshire. Saved a lot of runs in the field.
Yeah.
176 for 5. Ali going to continue. So we've got 13 overs till the new ball. So are Warwickshire going to continue with, well, not with their frontline bowlers. By their frontline bowlers, of course, I mean their faster bowlers for a few overs up until the tee. There is a danger of waiting for the new ball. Seen that happen before. In other words, yeah, still trying to get batsmen out, obviously, but sort of cruising along for a few overs. Ali to bowl. Pavilion end, short. Taylor flicks this away off his pads for a single. One more to the total. I think that Oliver Hannon-Dolby is the man who's off the field.
Yeah, I think I saw him
Can't see him.
carrying drinks off.
Ali jogs in, and this is swept, but straight straight to the fine leg inside the circle if there was one. A little bit frustrated there, I think, Ethan Brooks, because I think he thought he got hold of that. And a couple of yards either side of
It was
fielder,
4.
It was 4, but he picked the man out perfectly. Ali in again, and Brooks is forward. Just get all the bat on that. Face of his bat is pointing, I think, towards mid-off, and it just kind of trickles away. Never any danger, but Ali in his 7th over. Conceded 24 runs so far. Quicker delivery. And this time Brooks goes back and watches cautiously. Pushes it back down the pitch, just straightening fractionally. Umpire O'Shaughnessy has gone down just to make sure that Ali is not running on the pitch. Jogs in again. pushed away by Brooks. Out to mid-off. Good little battle within the battle, these two. But good little battle within the war, if you want to call it that. 177 for 5. Last ball of Tazir Ali's over. This time Brooks sweeps and sweeps successfully, but only for a single, down to deep square leg, where... Who's that down there? That must be... He's a tall man, so it can only be Bo Webster, because the other tall man's off the field. In fact...
One of two.
Has he just come back on? Anyway,
Yeah.
End of the over, 178 for 5. We'll work out the cast for you very shortly. 178 for 5, with Taylor on 2, Brooks on 29. Webster to continue.
Yeah, bringing in some pace from the city end. This is a tall figure, comes trundling in for his first delivery on a length. Defended out to cover.
Not been a massive crowd in today. It's always difficult to tell on a big ground like Edgbaston. If you took this crowd out and put them in New Road or Grace Road at Leicester, you might think, oh, it's a decent crowd in today. Not that they're an indecent crowd, but you might think it's a good crowd. But in a vast ground like this, they're a little bit lost.
Yeah, people are just spread out a little bit more. Webster, once again, short of length, and that's been flashed through the offside, and that is 4 added to the total for Ethan Brooks.
Yeah, gave him a bit of width there. Bo Webster. He's bowled a good spell here, but that was probably the worst ball he's bowled in this spell.
Yeah, it's the only kind of freebie that he's given so far. It's been very on the money today. Anyway, back to the top of a mark and turn and go again. Webster on a length, left alone, outside off. Sailing through to Kai Smith with the gloves.
Yeah, only one slip at the moment. You look at the board, 5 down. On any other day or on any other pitch, you might think you'd have at least 2 slips in there. But I think how many edges have we seen into the slips today? There was one early on that went straight along the ground. Apart from that, I can't remember one.
No. Webster on a length, defended by Brooks. Yeah, there hasn't been many opportunities through the slips, has there? At all.
No. I think it was Gareth Roderick got 4 through the slips this morning. As I say, all along the ground, but apart from that, I don't think, well, Rob Yates is at first slip, but I can't remember him stopping the ball there.
No, I can't. All I can remember is that chase down towards third man.
Yeah.
All 3 of them going for it. Webster for penultimate ball, back of a lamp, defended on his toes there by Brooks, up to mid-off.
See the lights on that building directly in front of us, the red lights just beginning to glow a little bit. Looking bright away in the distance, but I'm still not 100% sure we're going to get the full day in here. I may be totally wrong.
Webster, final ball over short of length, and that's cut down to third man. Ethan Bamber does the work down there, and that brings the end of it over. 183 for 5 as Worcestershire.
Yeah, again, gave him a little bit of width there, not as wide as the one he hit for 4, but just enough for him to go back and play that shot down towards third man. You don't have third man, do you, in women's cricket? I'm told it's just called third.
Just third.
Third, yeah. Not third man. Can't be third man. So it's third. And everybody's a batter these days. Can't have batsmen. Which I'm not complaining about it, just pointing out. 183 for 5. Tasir Ali to bowl again from the pavilion end. And this time forward comes Taylor. plays the ball out on the... Sorry, Brooks, they took a single off the last ball, didn't they, the last over. Brooks just pushes away on the onside. He's got 34 to his name. Tazir Ali bounces in again, and Brooks pushes. He thinking if he'd put a bit more power into that, he might have got it past. Well, he did get it past Rob Yates, but mid-off, who is Ed Barnard, comfortably picked that one up. Tazir Ali in again, pushed back down the pitch. 3 balls in the over, and Ethan Brooks hasn't played a sweep shot yet.
You're waiting for it.
Oh, I'll be surprised if we get through the over and he hasn't. Ali off about 4 paces in bowls, short outside the off stump. Brooks will pick up a single as Dan Mosley comes in from the savannah out there. Great open spaces. He's got nobody to talk to. The crowd are miles from him. Nearest player to him is about 30-40 yards away. The wide open spaces. 184 for 5. Taylor facing short leg has been brought in. Taylor brings Mosley into play by flicking the ball rather than driving it out to through the covers, and he picks up a single. 185 for 5. Scoreboard very quick to put the runs up here at Edgbaston. And next ball is Brooks just coming forward. The bowler gets a little bit excited, but looks as if he got plenty of bat on it. Ethan Brooks went down towards fine leg. No run, 185 for 5. Yeah, I like a score. This might sound stupid. I like a scoreboard that gives the score, because there are some grounds, Trent Bridge in particular, where, particularly for a T20 game, a wicket falls and you look up, there's all sorts of things up on the scoreboard, videos and everything, apart from the score.
I do agree with that, actually, because you're looking for ages for just the score and can't find it.
Scoreboard should give the score. If you want to play fancy pictures, put another screen up. Seeing how I've been corrected here. See, somebody is listening.
We're on you straight away.
Yeah.
Webster to continue from the city end after a quick over from Taz Ali, and that's full of length, driven handsomely down the ground, and that will be 4 more added to the scoreboard.
Yeah, nice juicy half volley. Tom Taylor not going to miss out on those. Yeah, I've been corrected by Jed, who says it was 50 Shades of Grey, the film that we weren't going to talk about. He says you're giving short measures again. Thanks, mate. Yeah. Still not a film you would recommend. It's not a film you'd watch with your mother-in-law, let's put it that way. Or your grandchildren.
Webster to continue. Short of length on his toes, Taylor plays, and that's gone out to cover. Ball's just been sent back around. 2 slips in for this end now. I think just for Taylor. Ethan Brooks has got the pleasure of just having the one. I think it's a shadow batting out on the covers. But Webster to turn and continue once again, full of length, and that's driven up the ground and hitting the stumps.
Fielded by the stumps.
Well fielded. One of the best fielders, I'd say.
Yeah. Never moves though, does he? Stumps, you know. You can't move him to square leg, can you? No. Stumps go to square leg.
Just do a job over there for me. Yeah.
I think you're going to dive in for me, Mike, are you?
Yeah.
Are you alright? Yeah, you're alright.
Excellent. Bo Webster running in once again. That's gone through quickly outside off to the keeper of Kai Smith.
Just lost it a bit in this over, hasn't he, Webster? Maybe getting a bit tired. Bowled since tea. but shouldn't be getting tired really. But he really bowled those that over to Brett D'Oliveira. The over before he got him out was a good one.
Yeah, it was quick, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Hitting the gloves hard.
Yeah.
Once again, tall figure from a City end, and that's a snick, and that's been put down.
Did it carry?
Unfortunately, yeah, I think it did. It was quick.
Oh, it did, yeah. Yeah, dropped by the wicketkeeper. Yeah. Not easy, but
No.
But not difficult. He'll be disappointed with that, Kai Smith. Yeah, he got there, got both hands to it. It just bowled away from his grip. So Webster will be cursing his luck.
I think square leg's just been sent out for the last ball of this over. Webster just stood tall at the top of his mark as he comes pacing in for this final delivery. Short of a length and defended back to him, bringing the end of the over 189 for 5.
Right, I shall go and do other things, and Mr. Michael Taylor will just dive into this seat.
Perfect.
We'll see if that turns out to be a big moment. Kai Smith has taken 3 catches today, but I think we'll probably think he should have caught that one.
Yeah, I think he'll be kicking himself a little bit, but chin up.
Yeah, that's it, because there's still opportunities here for Warwickshire. Worcestershire chose to bat and have not progressed, especially considering there's a shortish boundary one side, have not made particularly quick progress. Tazim Ali starts another over, and Brooks is pushing this firmly out to short extra cover. This is a good bowl for Ali, and an interesting challenge against Brooks, a known sweeper with the short leg side boundary. He'll be sweeping against the prevailing spin if he does, and he comes forward and plays this with any turn that there is, not that there's an awful lot, and hits it on the bounce to Rob Yates.
Yeah, Tarzani just fires it through a little bit quicker. I think
does.
Be cautious of that, especially with a sweep shot.
Yes, you'd want it to be pretty short. He's down the pitch here and hits him over long on for 6 into the front of the PA tent that they use for the T20 games. It's not a huge hit for a clean striker of the ball like Ethan Brooks, but it was a clean hit.
Yeah. Yeah, umpire's just giving a ball a little check over, make sure it's okay.
Well, I think it hit the concrete on the fall. There's it's all cast out of concrete, the seating in this stand, so it whacked into that, but umpire O'Shaughnessy gives him the ball straight back, and now he sweeps on the ground out to Webster's at deep square, and so they get 1. Presumably put the tallest man on the short boundary there to try and hopefully he might flag down something if
That's what you've got to do, isn't it? Yeah.
So Brooks to 42, 196 for 5. And now Tazim Ali with a slip and a short leg for Taylor, who is also down the pitch driving aggressively, and it's well stopped by Rocky Choli running round at mid-on to deny Taylor a run. It's 196 for 5. Excuse me. He's eagerly back to the start of his run, but he can't. Why isn't he? What's he being held for? Umpire's gone to see where his feet are landing again. And now he's on his way. 1, 2, 3, busy paces, and then he trots up to the crease and skids that one onto Taylor right in front. He's LBW. And Tazim Ali picks up his first wicket in a classical wrist spinner's dismissal. Taylor shuffled in front of the stumps and was right in front when he hadn't picked the straight one. 196 for 6, and that's a good wicket for the youngster. And the replay, I'm afraid, does not come to Tom. Not much of a case of the defence for Tom Taylor once he got to that position, I'm afraid.
Yeah, he's just been wrapped on the pads there. Courtesy to Tazani's kind of flight of a ball. He fires it in a little bit quicker at the pads.
Playing back to a wrist spinner is, you've got to know you're sure that it's not going to be the ball that skids straight on.
Yep.
And I think once he realised it was the ball that was going straight on, Tom Taylor would have known that his number was up.
Yeah.
He was, just about 3 feet in front of the stumps. So Taylor, LBW, bowled Tazi Ali for 7. 196 for 6. I shall butt in rudely during this, well, hopefully not too rudely, in about 90 seconds' time during this over. Ben Allison is coming out at number 8. It is, I'd say it's a long tail for Worcestershire, but it is not quite as densely packed with batting. Their order as maybe it could be. It just feels like there's one or two who are one place too high here.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, well, number 8 comes in. Got a little bit of a job to do, I'd say, before the close of play later.
With win the toss and bat first, you want 300, don't you, at
Yeah.
least? 196 for 6. Ethan Brooks has measured his effort so far. He's unbeaten with 42, but we'll see if he tries to step the pace up, scoring up a bit as they work through the lower order. I think I'll stick with it for 30 seconds, Chloe, so I can get in and out of this report, and then you can pick it up. So Webster is polishing the ball vigorously, the big man, and he's going to start a new over to Ethan Brooks, who is driving through extra cover, and he's going to get at least once a bit of a sprint on. A two-man fielding job out on the extra cover boundary means they end up with 2 runs. Brooks goes to 44. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have the upper hand on the opening day of the County Championship derby. Worcestershire 198 for 6. They've lost a couple of wickets since tea. One to Bo Webster, who's bowled a very steady spell from the Birmingham end and had the top scorer Brett D'Oliveira, the Worcestershire captain, following an away swinger and touching it through to Kai Smith. Out for 57, and just now Tom Taylor followed him, going back to a straight ball from Tazim Ali and LBW to the young wrist spinner for just 7. Ethan Brooks playing well against his former county. He's 42, but now got a bat with the tail to get Worcestershire to a competitive total. They're 199 for 6. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston. And Brooks scored a single in the middle of all of that, as you were.
Business as usual. Perfect. That wasn't too rude. You said
Not
you
by
weren't
my
gonna be too
standards,
rude.
no.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Best behaviour today. Wait till Britt comes back on. We're going to be at the Oval, aren't we, on Sunday as well? I must mention that in a moment before,
Are you there?
while we're on to... I am. Looking forward
What
to it
a
very
treat.
much. Yeah, it'd be good.
Bo Webster to continue from the city end on a length, and there's an inside edge down to fine leg. Who's sending it back in. And that is Worcestershire's 200, 200 for 6.
It's been a slightly tortuous journey to 200, but they will need a few more than that. The Oval on Sunday, you might have heard us mention earlier, is the finals day for the Tier 1 women's blast competition. The Tier 2 finals day is at Northampton, I think, on Saturday.
Yes. Webster once again short of left outside off, and that's been swished away down towards third man there of Ethan Bamber, who sends it back in.
So at the Oval on Sunday, I think it's 12:30 the first game, and that's when the Bears win will be playing the Blaze, which is Nottinghamshire's label in this tournament, and then the winners will play Surrey in the final, which I think is at 4:30. So there will be a BBC radio commentary. It'll be on the BBC Sport website, and we shall both be there for that first game. I might get kicked out if the Bears lose, but we'll see.
Webster once again outside off and left alone there. Yeah, I mean, I'm going in full Bears jumper, which I
well, yes, of course.
So they'll ban both of us from a comms box, but
very good.
What can you do?
You've been to the Oval. It's a great ground.
Yeah.
Oh, of course you know the Oval. What am I talking about? It's where you came here from. How old were you coming from? Sorry, it's not that long
20?
ago.
I was 20
20
when I
then,
moved up.
so a few years ago. Not very many years ago.
Yeah, please don't add
So
anymore.
of course you know it. Have you looked around this box?
Final ball of the over, outside off, left alone. Dot to finish, 201 for 6.
20's a long way in the rearview mirror, I'm afraid, for the rest of us in here. Yes, anyway, you can be with us on Sunday at 12:30. That's been a smashing competition. It really has been a good competition. I think Surrey have looked like the strongest team in it, but the Bears have come close to them in both games.
Yes.
And they've been a match for the Blaze. They've had a tie and a very narrow win.
Yep.
So, really, it's right that they are the right three finalists.
Yeah, yeah.
They've been the three best teams in it.
For sure. Yeah. Those close games haven't been good for anyone's health, but
No, the tie, the first game of the tournament at Trent Bridge was a strange one because it seemed as though Blaze were winning that all the way until literally the last ball and it was a tie. It was a very clever squeeze job that the Bears did in that game. Here's Tazim Ali to bowl from the pavilion end to the right-handed Brooks, who he's putting the sweep away for the time being, and he pats this up to mid-on. He's 46. Is that Bamber doing some warming up at mid-off?
possibly, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Still 7 overs to go to the new ball. Back goes Brooks, and then he takes a step more to the side and then drives this firmly to mid-off. 201 for 6, Worcestershire, and chose to bat first. They lost Roderick 11, Kashif Ali also for 11, Libby 21, Adam Ho's run out for 40. Brooks goes back and cuts. He's going to get runs here. He's beaten backward point, and he will get 2. They're content with 2 as it goes away out into the boondocks there at backward point. And Dan Mosley, who... That was a good point actually made about sending Dan Mosley there with nobody to talk to. That'd be torturous for Dan to have nobody to talk to. Who's he going to talk to the Aston Villa about when he's over there?
Yeah.
50 yards for anybody.
He's definitely muttering to himself
Yeah,
over.
that's probably it. Comes to us all eventually, Dan. Forward comes Brooks, turns this down to long on, and he'll take a single. So 204 for 6, Brooks to 49. And Allison, he's going to take strike against Tazim Ali for the first time. He's right in the game here, Taz Ali, isn't he? He's a lively young cricketer.
Yeah, he's been really good so far today.
Been an effective spell since tea.
Yeah, for sure.
And he's going to have one ball in this over with a slip and a short leg. Oh, he drags it down a bit, and Allison whacks it towards and I think possibly over the leg side boundary. Yeah, that's 6. Well picked up by Allison. Didn't miss out on a freebie. It wasn't the last ball of the over. He's got one more, but that wasn't the ball that Tazim Ali was looking to bowl. Just dragged it down, and Allison was very quickly onto it. 210 for 6. Tazim Ali tries again, draws Allison forward. He shouts no with a point of the bat. He points his bat like Lord Kitchener down the pitch as if to order Brooks not to dare leave his crease. Barks no. It's the end of the over. 210 for 6. Brooks is 49. Allison is 7, and it's a good contest at the moment.
Yeah, so it's been a pretty good battle out there for sure between Brooks and Taz Ali. They've been battling for quite a while now.
210 for 6, and it's Barnard who's coming back.
Little change here, gives Bo Webster a little bit of a break after a very good spell after tea. And Ed Barnard to replace him from that City end.
Yeah, 6 overs for 17 since tea for Webster in that spell. He picked up the wicket of D'Oliveira. who's batting very responsibly especially after the run out with Hose. Not that it was particularly his fault.
I think we've got a little bit of a bug issue at the crease, making Ed Bernard just start his run up again, and that's outside off, driven out to cover there, and that's applause from the crowd because that is Ethan Brooks's 15. I'm sure he'll be pretty pleased with himself getting it at his old home ground.
He will. He's played very well for it as well. Came in at a tricky point when the fall of Hose at 109 for 4. They were wobbling a bit then. Now he's in quite a responsible position to bat with the lower order, and that's not to insult Ben Allison's batting, because we've already seen he's keen to take the opportunity to score, but I think the onus is on Brooks really to steer this.
Bernard short of length and driven into the covers there, picked up. Yeah, he's definitely going to have to take a lead in this partnership going forwards to get Worcestershire to a total that they'll be happy with, to have a go at the Warwickshire batters.
We haven't really seen anything in the pitch that would suggest that it's not going to turn into quite a good pitch to bat on, I don't think.
No, Barnard once again just over the stumps, this time left alone. Yeah, it's been a pretty flat pitch so far, not too much in it. They've had kind of tiny spells, little bursts of excitement from the pitch, but nothing too spectacular for the bowlers to get excited about.
It hasn't struck me as it's had an awful lot of pace in it.
No.
So it's not necessarily been great for scoring quickly. We even saw the keeper up to the stumps for a little while.
Bernard once again driven back at him, cut off. Another dot ball in this over.
New ball is 5 overs away, and I assume that they'll take it. Hannon Dolby bowled. Said his second spell was better after lunch, but again without any reward, so he'd be particularly eager to get it. Bamba's already done a shift today.
Yeah, Bernard short of length, worked off a hip to mid on there. Yeah, where is it? Yeah, we've had a pretty solid shift from all the seamers, really. Just not too much to keep them interested.
12 overs, none for 29, Hannon Dolby, typically not giving all that much away. 16 overs, 1 for 33, Bamba bowled a long spell this morning.
Yeah.
And Barnard, this is his 15th over, 2 for 47.
Bernard once again on a length defended to cover, and that brings it end of the over, 211 for 6. Worcestershire. Yeah, the Warwickshire bowlers have been really disciplined, I'm going to say, with their lines and
I think
lengths.
so.
Not given too much.
No, especially before lunch, so I don't think it's just been a defensive effort from Worcestershire. There just hasn't been all that much to hit.
Yeah.
Outfield was quite slow this morning. Might stay a bit that way. I suppose it'll dry up a bit as the week goes on if it gets warmer again. So not necessarily the fastest scoring conditions, but Warwickshire have kept a lead on it. Comfortably under 3 runs and over at the moment. Tazim Ali, who's been a bit dearer than that, as sometimes the case with the wrist spinner, but an important wicket getting Taylor out, because he really can be a fast scorer. And now he's going to bowl to Ethan Brooks, who goes back and forces this out into the covers where Rob Yates fields. Unusual not to see Yates at slip, actually.
Yeah. I think you got Al Davies in at slip, and you're not moving a skipper from slip, are you?
No, if he wants a close look then, supporting his bowler. Forward comes Brooks, defending out on the offside. It was an extremely rare event of a missed slip catch by Rob Yates in the T20 game at Derby the other night. It came very, very fast at head height, and you might not have been expecting it in that tricky sort of mid-evening light. But it was a collector's item. He's an exceptionally good slip fielder. And This is pushed down the ground back to him by Brooks. Mind you, he took the catch of the season on the boundary in front of the Hollies the other week. Did you see that
I think
T20
I saw
game?
that. It was exceptional,
Astounding
wasn't it?
catch. Squinting into the sun. Well, he's hovering at short extra at the moment. Brooks drives this past him, and he's going to get at least one run. Depends on the angle for Mosley. He keeps them down to one. Mosley's pretty good around the outfield. So Brooks is content with one run and goes to 51, leaving Allison 2 balls against Tazim Ali. We've seen the deal be harsh if Ali drops the ball short. And that one's also a bit short. Allison's gone right back to it and defends with a straight bat, back to the bowler. Bamba's being dispatched back from mid-wicket to the boundary. So, backward square leg is back, mid-wicket's back, mid-on's quite deep. Tazim Ali bowls a bit shorter, and Allison's onto that quickly. But it's going to be stopped by Hannon Dolby. His identity given away by his white sweatbands. Who slides around the boundary, makes the stop, loops in the throw, and it's the end of the over. They've taken one, so it's 213 for 6 at the end of it. Brooks is 51. Allison is 8. Who's that high kicking? Dan Mosley trying to persuade somebody that he ought to have a ball. He's doing the twist as he runs across. But I suspect he probably won't be.
No. Probably just keeping himself busy. All that time spent alone. Chatting to himself. Ed Bernard to continue from City End. Who's in on a lap, driven up to mid-off there. Been very reliable workhorse as always today.
Yes, and he's always in the game, isn't he, Ed Barnard? I mean, he's now one of the senior figures, sort of vice-captain in the club, but he's takes reasonably prominent roles in the field. Ran out Adam Hose, of course.
Yep.
Picked up the first 2 wickets.
On a lap, defended back up to mid-off once again, nailing that hard length.
Get Phil back in for a turn. He's reappeared from the shop, so we'll you come back in a minute at the end of this over. Phil will work you back in. He's got.
Yeah,
is that the Giles book?
Content you've got a signed copy.
Ooh,
I
very,
see.
Oh boy.
And a little
So,
note. Very nice.
Yes. Oh well, it'll occupy Phil's winter evenings.
Full of lamp, driven fairly handsomely up to OHD at mid-on, but no run from it, and Allison's just taken a strike a little bit. I think they'll be pretty happy to have a fair few balls at him. I think Warwickshire would have identified this as the end they want to go at.
Yeah, I mean, he's not a bad player, Allison, but they'll be eager to bowl at him. Nobody's really looked like putting Ethan Brooks in too much bother so far. 77 overs into this ball. They're still trying to wring out some bit of shine on it, but it's a fairly doomed exercise.
Once again, full of a lamp and patted back to him. Yeah, you're desperately trying to look after it, aren't you? Especially with this dampness hanging about. Well, just take the shine off a little bit quicker.
Mosley's carried on warming up. Maybe he knows something we don't.
Maybe. Or the least subtle get me on ever.
Possibly.
Barnard bounces this time, and that's pretty good. I'm not sure. Can't have touched anything. Must have just gone through. I thought there was a little tickle off glove on that, but
Yeah, I think they were trying to persuade the umpire that there was, but Allison didn't look too bothered.
no.
It was quite a high bouncer. Ollie Hannon Dolby stretching various parts of his anatomy at mid-on. It won't be long until he has a bowl. Folding himself up into different angles. I've got a clothes horse that does that.
Final ball of this over then. Bumper to finish, and that's gone through to the keeper. And I'm going to depart for Phil.
Thank you, Chloe. We'll hear more from Chloe in a bit. And don't forget, as I say, you can join Chloe and me and a cast of others at the Oval on Sunday for the Bears game. That'll be fun. The Bears against the Blaze in the Blast semi-final. 213 for 6. And the batters have called for a drink. Phil's back. Is that going to be
Good afternoon.
propping up your coffee table for the next few weeks, is it? The Giles tome?
I don't think Mrs. B would be particularly happy if it was on the coffee table.
So I think it should be.
No, I think she's. It would be probably lying by the side of the bed.
Exceptionally tolerant, I'd have thought, Mrs. B.
Not that tolerant.
It's like hard to believe. Tassie Malley's going to bowl from commentary and the 78th over. And he draws Brooks forward in defence. This is a good battle, actually, between these two young cricketers.
It is. He's done well, Brooks, hasn't he?
Mm.
I was quite impressed with him that the season before he left Warwickshire, and I was a little bit surprised that he went.
Yeah, these decisions are difficult, aren't they? Tassie Malley bowls to him again, and he drives on that pleasing angle straight to where they've placed Rob Yates. It is difficult because young cricketers want to play, obviously.
Exactly.
But a county like Warwickshire carries a big staff, so it's where do you put them in? So, sometimes a move is good for all parties. Nobody wants to keep a player hanging about if he can't get in the team. This is defended out by Brooks into the offside.
I'm more concerned about his brother Henry, who went down to Middlesex and doesn't seem to have.
No, I think he's had one or two injuries again
as well, and he seems to be a bit injury prone.
Hasn't had the best of good luck. Tassie Malley bowls, takes Brooks on the pad here as he comes positively forward.
I thought he was going to be a terrific prospect when he first came to the side, but I just think he may have got over bowled too early in his career.
Yeah, I mean, he's young enough to have a second wind, Henry Brooks, certainly.
Yeah.
Very competitive cricketer, I like that about him. Tassie Malley bowls, Brooks is down the pitch and hitting him straight for 6.
Lovely shot.
Yeah, and that hit something hard by the sound of it. And he made that look very easy, picked his spot straight away and nailed it into the pavilion. Third time that Tassie Malley has been hit for 6 in this spell, but I think it is an occupational hazard for the wrist spinner, especially with a short boundary.
Well, he probably won't be too upset to see him come down the wicket and using his feet, because he knows if he can scoop one past him that he'll get the bonus for it.
Good strike. Brooks is 57 and he's waiting for Tassie Malley again, and he follows up with a very solid defensive stroke. And it's the end of the over. 219 for 6. 57 now to Brooks and 8 to Ben Allison, and Warwick should be eager to force home their advantage, won't they? If a team's batted first against you, now you've got to this position, you want to bowl them out today.
They've had a couple of where they've got the wickets in snatches. They had that this morning, then couldn't really be able to assert the pressure, and they got these two after tea, but they're just in danger. It's not developed into a large partnership, but they're just in danger of it beginning just to seep a little bit away. I don't know what a good score on this wicket's going to be.
No, because it's been quite slow scoring conditions, really.
Yeah.
The outfield this morning was unusually slow.
Yeah.
Just as the morning rain presumably has all contributed to that.
We're going to see spin at the Birmingham end. Rocchiccioli's come back into the attack. So he has bowled 8 overs without success, just 23 coming off him, but he's going to be having a go, and bowling to Ben Allison, who waits, and Rockabilly in, and this one wraps him on the pad. There's an appeal from short leg, who has an excellent view of a leg before. He's square on to the batsman, but a bit of enthusiasm rather than knowledge, I think, there. Rockabilly in again and bowls, and this one he turns and evades the push forward from Allison and went down the leg side. Smith unable to take it cleanly.
You see, looking at the screen here, that did turn, but it turned from quite a straight position, so it was going down the leg side, but he is making the ball turn.
Just needs to put the ball in the right spot, doesn't he? As this one is better, and played into the ground by Allison to short leg. Bit of a fidgeter at the crease, Ben Allison, as between balls. As Rockabilly comes into him again. Hasn't really got the line right today, and again he wanders onto the leg stump, just a little bit short, and he's swept away down fine for 4. And again he's not been able to, he's been very much outside leg stump today. He's bowled a lot of deliveries which have gone down the leg side.
Yeah, there was that one particular over earlier where I almost wondered if they'd spotted something, because he seemed to be really firing the ball down leg side. I thought, I wonder if they've seen something in the analysis and just think it's
with 3 stumps
it's
you and I
worth.
haven't
Well,
seen.
no, but it's worth an over or something. Sometimes they spot things, don't they?
This is a better one, which brings him forward, and it squirts down behind to find short fine leg. There's no run.
I think I'd quite like a leg slip here, actually, because he's turning the ball.
They're going to bring one in, Mike. They're listening to you. Rob Yates has come into that leg slip, and they're going to push Taz Ali back a little bit, sort of pushing him back to halfway at backward square leg. But the leg slip is in place.
Because then suddenly bowling a leg stump line,
then it makes sense.
Bit different.
Yeah,
He's coming round the wicket as well.
He's in and bowls, and Allison turns this one square on the onside, and they get a comfortable single. It takes the total on to 224 for 6.
There might be a plan in there somewhere. I don't think we've seen it right yet, but there might be something in that.
Could well be.
But having a leg slip and turning the ball. Anyway, we'll see. Anyway, I'm going to let Dave come in with you for a bit.
Perhaps Dave's cracked it. He might have the answer to that one. Webster is back on the field. Bo Webster, he's been off for a while. So we welcome Dave back to join us. Good afternoon, David.
Good afternoon, Phil. How are you all, chappy?
Oh, I'm very well.
Jolly good.
Very well indeed.
What we got left in the day? 17 overs
17
remaining.
overs, yeah.
Yeah, so we're talking probably 6:30, 20 to 7 finish.
Yeah, I'm off to a football match tonight.
Are you? Who is playing the game?
Pershaw against Littleton.
Oh, is it
Worcestershire?
Live on Sky, is it? Or?
Well, I wish. I don't think so. I don't even think you can get Sky reception in Littleton.
Here's Ali in and bowls, and this looked a little bit suspicious at this one. Did Ben Allison. Bounced a little more than he expected. I think he's going to get an official. He has. An official warning, Tazir Ali, for running on the pitch. Steve O'Shaughnessy has just indicated that to his fellow umpire. So he's got to be careful now. Bowls again. Allison forward. He's going to get a single. Not really where he was aiming. Down towards fine leg.
He has a problem because when he delivers the ball, that right foot comes out at a cross, and it's landing on the line of the leg stump, the right-hander's leg stump, and pops even middle and leg, and that's the problem he's causing himself.
Brooks takes guard. This will be the last over before one assumes they will take the new ball. It's not turning square for the spinners, so can't imagine there'd be any reason not to take it. As next ball is short, played back down on the side. So down the purrs tonight then, Phil.
Yes, it's that's got a little bit of a cricketing link because I was saying to you earlier on, Darryl Mitchell is one of the coaches at Littleton.
Yeah.
So he'll be there. ex-Pairs captain.
Ali in. This is short again, and he's smashed that away, Ethan Brooks. That's into the seats for 6. He's bowled it really well, I think, from this pavilion end today, but just occasionally Tazir Ali's dropped it too short.
Yep.
And his figures have 1 for 58. You think, he's conceded a lot of runs. This will be his 13th over, but I don't think he's bowled at all badly. Just that odd one.
Yeah, when you drop short with the boundary that
Yeah.
went short, and Brooks is. We've seen this throughout the 2020 this season. He powerful hitter of the ball.
Yeah, he's hitting against the spin, but it's so short and
Yeah.
it's not turning that much. Ali in again, this time pushed out to long off for a very straightforward single. 232 for 6. Brooks goes to 64.
I should know the answer to this, Dave. Has he got a century yet in the championship?
He hasn't. Just looking at his scores.
Don't want to put the mockers
this
on him
season.
or anything.
No. There's only his scores so far this season in this form of cricket. And next ball played back down the pitch by Allison. His highest score so far this season in the championship is, in fact, 27. No, sorry, he got 38 down at Essex, where a game that Worcestershire might have won because he batted brilliantly towards the end. But he was considered to have been caught and bowled, let's put it that way. So 38 was his highest before today. So
He got 12 and 34 at New Road in the earlier fixture between the sides, but it's surprising because he's done well in the T20. He's made some good, useful scores in that.
new ball is being taken.
Well, Rocky Charlie's over was the only one he was going to get, and as you say, with the new ball taken, Oliver Hannon-Dolby is going to take it. He'll come in back into the attack. He's already bowled 12 overs without success today, 0 for 29 from his 12 overs, but he will probably bowl the bulk of the 8 overs remaining at the Birmingham end tonight, you would think.
Interesting. Last 16 overs tonight, Phil. You know, if they've got to pick a couple more wickets, Warwickshire, we were saying this earlier, if Worcestershire were 8 down at close of play, but if they were still 6 down and they got another 30 or 40 runs,
I think it would be Worcester's day that way.
yeah, they might think they'd had a decent day after losing those 3 wickets and 8 overs this morning.
They've held it together pretty well, I think, today, because they could have gone down like a pack of cards, but they haven't. Hannon-Dolby is in and bowls first ball, and that whips through and outside past the outside edge of Brooks's bat. There's a bit of movement on that going away.
Yeah, nice.
Looks like it.
Yeah,
We are
angling into off stump.
We are looking from here at a real angle down to the stumps. The wicket is down to our right, and we would be like looking over the top of a leg slip. So you don't get a really good. The only way we can see it is on the screen. And Dolby in again and bowls, and Brooks leaves this one outside the off stump. There's 2 slips. There's a third man. Well, he's more like a deep point rather than third man, but let's call him a third man. There's a man out on the cover boundary, an extra cover and mid-off, and then on the onside we've got a fine leg, a deep square, and a man out mid-on. So plenty of runs available if you just push the ball into the onside and run. But Hannon-Dolby was hoping that line will be able to keep it outside the off stump. He's in, and just as we talk, that one drops onto leg stump and is turned. He was looking to turn it into that gap, Brooks, but got a little bit turned on, squared on, and the ball runs on up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, well, he's bowled that one. I think that was just come back into the right-hander. The first 2, the second ball he bowled was too wide, but it certainly went away. So I think this is going to be a tough last 16 overs here for Worcestershire.
And Dolby galloping in, bowls, and forward comes Brooks and solidly plays that out into the offside. And no run.
It's been their problem this season, Worcestershire. They got very few batting bonus points. In fact, before the game at Southampton, they only got 3, and they went and got 5 down there. So you just look at the statistics and you think, you know where your weaknesses and your strengths are.
Yeah. Yeah. Hannah Dobby again is in. This is going to be runs turned into the onside, into that big gap. It goes out to square leg where Mosley comes running in and does the fielding. He's been out there most of the day. Out there, he's fallen out with somebody. Either that or he's in isolation.
He can't talk to anybody.
No.
I mean, he's 25 yards from the umpire.
He can't even talk to the ground staff.
No.
He's too far from the guys who are sat there.
Can't talk to the crowd.
He's
been out there muttering to himself.
A man on his own. Get home tonight. So you're quiet. And Dolby in, and this one is turned into the back on side up to mid-on. End of Hannon Dolby's first over with the new ball. It's 233 for 6. 65 to Brooks, and Allison is on 14.
And the light pretty good. The floodlights are still on. I mean, we could be playing without the floodlights on, but then yeah, well, I think we'll get. I was doubting whether we get through to the end at one time, because if we finish at about 20 to 7, the light might start to go. But away to the west from where I am saying the west, that's more northwest, isn't it, that way?
Yeah.
Yeah. There is a little patch of blue sky coming across, so I think we'll get away with it. Ethan Bamber bowled a very good spell this morning.
Without being pedantic, the blue sky doesn't actually move towards us. It's the cloud around which separates, and that will.
It's always
that's
there,
going over the city.
Yeah.
There's always blue sky somewhere up there.
So people say the sun's gone in. Well, no, it hasn't. The cloud has come between the sun and the earth. Yeah.
The trouble is, we get all the weather you've had sent up the motorway up to us. And it does. It treks to you from sort of Bristol and Somerset and Taunton, and then comes on to us.
It comes up over the top of the Malvern Hills, or up the valley. Then we send it on. I think we're quite generous to send it on up.
No, absolutely.
Here's Bamber, right arm over, pavilion end in and bowls, and this is driven very pleasantly through the offside. He's not going to go for 4. Davis on the chase, probably only be a couple. He slides past, as the modern idiom suggests, and gets it back in. 2 more to the Worcestershire total. 2 more to Ethan Brooks, who goes to 67. These two putting on a useful 39 so far.
They've had some useful little partnerships during the day. They've not been huge ones, but they've been useful ones and kept that board ticking over.
Nobody's really gone on to get a big score so far. Next ball from Bamber, Brooks forward, just pushing away on the offside rolls very gently to Ed Barnard, who picked up a couple of wickets this morning, and then a superb throw to run out Adam Hose.
Who's probably still fuming in the...
Yeah, he's probably just got over it. And he was going well, Hose. Looked pretty comfortable. Bamber to Brooks, who off the back foot plays solidly into the offside. And once again, it's Ed Barnard who does the fielding.
That's reminded me, actually, you were saying Adam Hose. We've got a hose pipe ban starts today in Gloucestershire, so we're not allowed to use hose pipes from now on.
Right.
Yeah, Thames Water they've put a hose pipe ban on because they're running out of water, so they banned Oxfordshire, Gloucestershire and Wiltshire, but they haven't restricted anybody in London.
Oh no.
Now isn't that, how does that work?
Here's the next ball, which is good line, good length, coming forward. Brooks plays to mid-on, and there is no run. You can water sports grounds, though, can't you?
Yeah, all the rural homes, though, if you're in your garden, you're obviously using far more water than they're using in the whole of London.
Yeah, yeah. So you'll have to get your watering can out.
Well, I shall put the hose to the watering can and carry it round.
Here's Bamber in, bowls off the back foot, punches nicely into the covers there, Brooks. Once again, though, Ed Barnard is in the way. He's in an extra cover position.
We've had nothing but torrential rain since they announced the ban.
That's the trouble. We don't save the water, do we?
No.
That's the problem.
Absolutely hammered down on Sunday and again yesterday. But you could just see it just rushing away.
Well, the outfield's suddenly gone green.
Yes, they have.
Pitches.
Yeah.
Bamber, last ball of the over, and played very nicely through mid-wicket. Half volleyish, leg stump, and punched away. And rather ends, puts a sad end, if you want to call it that, to a good over from Ethan Bamber. 6 runs came off it in the end. 239 for 6. Brooks has 71. Ben Allison has 14. And we've got 14 overs left in the day.
That was a beautiful shot again from Ethan Brooks.
Just leant into it and he clipped it away through mid-wicket. Hannon Dolby will continue.
He got 100 for Worcestershire against Hampshire last year, Ethan Brooks.
He's got one before.
Yeah, sorry, this season.
Not this season.
No. Hannon Dolby is in bowls, and that's edged down to third man, where Bamber does the fielding, just the single. So single to Allison, 240 for 6. This board ticking over. That new ball, that harder, is going off it a little better. So
there's a helicopter hovering.
yes, I think it's a police one, isn't it, over there, which you tend to see round it. It's around traffic this sort of night. So Hannon Dolby in. This is going to be runs for Allison. Over Brooks again, turning it to through mid wicket down to Dan Mosley, who comes in from his isolation on the boundary and does the fielding. Actually, he's within talking distance of somebody now.
He is, yeah. He's joining the party.
Yeah. He's not having much of a chat, though.
He seems to have overcome his claustrophobia.
Steve O'Shaughnessy is looking the other way from him, actually. Doesn't want to engage him.
Yeah. Get home tonight. How's your day gone? Oh, I haven't shut up all day.
And Dolby again now into bowl to Allison. He's in and bowls Allison. Takes the bat out of the way of that one. It flashes through outside the off stump. Through to Kai Smith. The slip is Webster, Bo Webster. And at second slip is Rob Yates. Bo Webster having come back from playing for Australia and different guises at that World Final. And then went out to the West Indies. That was a funny old series, wasn't it?
It certainly was.
Hannon Dolby in and bowls, and this one is going to be runs for Allison, just opening the face and running it away through the backward point.
Ethan Bamber is struggling to throw in from that short boundary. He's thrown 3 over the top of wicketkeeper Smith so far. He apologises. I think from where he is, the comfortable singer, you could
underarm
it, yeah. Yeah, they're in a bit of a parlour state in West Indies cricket. It's a shame. We remember when they were such a several great sides, weren't they?
Yeah.
But struggling at the minute.
Yeah, you used to fear coming over what they were going to do to the sides. This next one says Brooks playing across and shout, sort of muffled or restricted shout from the slips and the wicket keeper. Nothing from Oliver Hannon Dolby. Not interested in the LBW.
Yeah, I think it was going down.
Going away, wasn't it?
He's got a bit of movement there, though. Back into the right-hander.
Still looking for his first wicket. The wickets have not come this summer for Ollie Hannon Dolby. He's after 2 seasons, a couple of seasons where with 50 wickets in the championship, this has been a difficult one. Oh, that one's wrapped Brooks. It's hit him, came back at him, and it's laid Brooks out. He's lying on his back.
They're getting no sympathy from anybody.
None at all. They're not even looking at him as they walk over. He's now rolled over and he's on his hands and knees. There's absolutely nobody. The umpires are taking a cursory look at him. Ben Allison at the other end is sort of hands on hips. There's not a lot you can do to help, really, Dave, is there?
No.
When you've been hit.
You can offer sympathy or amusement, but he's been hit where it hurts most.
Bullseye, I think.
Yeah.
and it was a real pearler because it jagged back at him, and it was almost like a hole-in-one, really.
I think he's got a drink.
Yeah, and he's been
coming out.
Yeah.
But yeah, be alright. It's all right when you get your breath back.
It's always better when it's somebody else as well.
Yeah. So Steve O'Shaughnessy has actually picked his bat up. He's seen if he could play a few shots with it. Anyway, he's got a drink coming out. Might have a couple of tablets as well.
Just got to hope the next one doesn't do the same.
Yeah. I think that's Isak Mohammed bringing the drinks out.
Has he played in the Championship yet? Has he had
No, he's played the T20. He was in the England under-19s squad, but not picked for this game, so it looks like he's been released. Probably playing the 50 over. Bamber in bowls forward. Comes Allison, plays the ball very, very gently, so gently that it almost stops before it gets to Alex Davis at mid-off. It's only when you get up this high you realise how many trees there are around.
Oh yes, yeah, we often say that.
Edgbaston.
You know, you get the talk about Birmingham, but and if you look out the other side over the park at the back, it's all trees from the upstairs.
Bamber bowls off the back foot. Pleasant shot from Allison, but doesn't get it past cover point. Yeah, it's because the Bristol Road and the Pershore Road tree lined.
Yeah.
All the way in, trees in the middle.
And there's parkland, there's Calthorpe Park over as we look out towards the city centre. We've got Cannon Hill Park behind us, a great big park, and really well used. You know, every weekend it's absolutely packed in there in the summer.
Bamber in bowls. Allison plays back down the pitch. Bowler on his follow through. Does the fielding. I remember Cannon Hill Park, and I was stepping out with a young lady who lived in this area, and they had the tulip. Used to have the tulip festival there.
That's
right.
right.
They had a great big Ferris wheel, big wheel, which I never really enjoyed. But you know, being a bit butch, we'll go on that. And it stopped when we were right at the top. The wind was blowing. I was not a happy bunny. Bamber in, bowls, and gone. Caught at slip. Good catch by Rob Yates. Just up to his left shoulder. But Bamber gets his reward.
Just turned him, didn't he? And got outside of that edge through.
242 for 7. And certainly into the lower order. Not too much batter. I don't know how Bertie Foreman bats. I've never seen him bat, but they'll be pretty happy with their work here, I think. So Ben Allison goes for 16.
Yes. So the new ball strikes. It's taken just a handful of overs, 3 or 4 overs, but Bamber gets his second wicket of the innings, and I think that's his 30th wicket of the summer.
Yeah, 46 those two had put on. Useful little partnership. But chipping away here, the Warwickshire bowlers. And as I say, I think having lost the toss this morning, and Worcestershire decided to bat with a Kookaburra ball, well, I think if Worcestershire is 7 or 8 down by close of play tonight, they'll be very pleased. This is Bertie Foreman.
Now, I'll be honest, Dave, I know absolutely nothing about
him. Well, he's played a bit of cricket for Sussex. I think he's only played 1 first-class game, off-spinner, left-hander, bats left-handed. But I'm not sure what his pedigree is for batting.
Well, in the book at the beginning of the season, and I'm assuming he hasn't played this season for Sussex, don't think I've seen his name, he's had 1 innings and he got 2 runs. So he's a 21-year-old.
And he's about to face...
From Worthing, where my son has just bought a house.
Ethan Bamber, and this is down the leg side. Poor ball from Bamber to a new batsman, as he will know better than I. That helicopter, I think, has just gone chugging above us. Now, here's the stat of the day, the fact of the day. Bertie Foreman's granddad's name is on the front of a bus in Brighton. Because
not George.
No, he was Dennis Foreman, who was a coloured South African cricketer, one of the early ones to come over here, but also played football for Brighton and Hove Albion. And Dennis Foreman's name is written on the front of the bus. Ethan Bamber into bowl to the current Foreman, who plays this away on the offside, and there is 1 run, so he's off the mark in his Worcestershire colours. So he's got 243 for 7. Now, it would have been strange if George Foreman was his grandfather, wouldn't he?
He'd have been all right for fried food, wouldn't he?
Yeah, the George Foreman. I always remember when he came out, somebody said there's the George Foreman grill, and they said, oh, there's a Frank Bruno toaster. Yeah, he only does 2 rounds then. Yeah.
Yeah, he's played for England under 19s.
Oh, I think
Bertie Foreman.
He's got a decent history to him.
Yep. Yes, he has. Yes, he has. He's got a high score in here at the time of 48 in the white ball.
In the white ball, yeah.
So we'll see a left-hander as Oliver Hannon-Dolby will see what he can do. As Foreman is on 1, Hannon-Dolby into him, and that's solidly played out into the offside. It's be anxious to make an impact.
Took a little step forward there.
So he's only here for 2 games, is he?
Yeah, 2 weeks. Worcestershire play Hampshire next week at home. They borrowed Callum Parkinson for the game down at the Rose Bowl, as I still call it. They've had a couple of injuries, although Fateh Singh I know is here today, so whether he was fit I don't know.
And Dobby in bowls, and this is turns to mid-wicket. He won't get a run. Kachara does the fielding. Yes, you can get a fair number of players play for your side during the year with these loans and picking them up for a week or a fortnight. Here's Hannon-Dolby again in past by Gough, and this one is edged down into the gully, but there's no run.
Just looking, was it last year Worcestershire had Jake Ball played 1 game and then
it was last season.
2 weeks later he played against them.
Yes, I think it was last season that.
Yeah, I think he went on loan to everybody.
Did he play at Somerset as well?
Yeah,
I think he did.
Yeah, I think he then played for Somerset against Worcestershire. I'm just going to have a look for him in on the thing that tells you everything.
243 for 7. Hannon-Dolby in, and this is turned, but turned straight to Wakachara at mid-wicket, at square leg. No run. Foreman remains on 1. Brooks on 72. 243 for 7. We've got 11 more overs tonight after this one. The light holding okay, I think.
Played for Nottinghamshire, and then played for Somerset, then played for Durham on loan, and then played for Kent on loan. So his travelling expenses would be decent if he was playing for Durham, Nottinghamshire and Kent.
Yes.
We'd rack up a few miles there.
So this is driven, but straight back to Hannon-Dolby. Well, he can get into a few of the club's old boys setups, because once you've played a game, you're in, aren't you?
He'd have a bit of kit to sell on eBay, wouldn't he?
Just a bit, yeah.
There was a former Worcestershire cricketer who was recently selling some kit on eBay. They rather gave it away because his name was all over the back of it. You might have got away with it a few years ago when your name wasn't on it, but another slip coming in here.
Dan Mosley has been pulled from the outfield and has been put to third slip.
He's got somebody to talk to.
Rob Yates is saying, "Who are you?" You didn't know you were playing. That's Hannah Derby, the last ball of his 15th over of the day. He's in. Ball that flashes through, and it's Kai Smith not able to take it. The ball cut through. It didn't get an edge to it. It's gone for a bye. Cut through Foreman, and Smith not able to take that one as he went down to his right. One more to the total, 244 for 7. Foreman will retain the strike. He's still on 1. And Brooks, who's just been starved of the strike of late, he's on 72.
Going back to buses in Brighton. If ever you go to Brighton, and indeed Hove, all the buses have names on the front.
They do.
Which can be a bit frustrating because you're walking along and you see a bus with, I don't know, Elsie Smith on the front.
You think who's Elsie? Yeah, I know. We were down there, actually, when Warwickshire were playing Sussex at Hove. We were down there because we went to see our son's new house, so we stayed in Brighton. And
you end up Googling all sorts of people
there.
Yeah.
There are a huge number of buses in Brighton.
Oh,
as well.
yeah.
It's certainly not short of wants to take you. The trouble is, when you get on them, you're not quite sure where they're taking you to. That is the downside of it.
Here's Ethan Bamber in to bowl to Foreman, and Foreman lets the ball go by outside the off stump. 2 slips. Who else we got? Third man, cover point, extra cover. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. So a pretty straightforward field here.
My wife made the big effort to get her bus pass. She'd never bothered to claim it because there's no buses where we are. So she said, "We're going to Brighton, I'll get the bus pass." And then forgot to take it with her, having made all the effort to get it.
Next ball is down the leg side and flicked away by Foreman. A little leg glance down to fine leg for a single. 245 for 7. Worcestershire in danger of picking up a batting bonus point here.
And I think that may be Foreman having equalled his all-time highest first-class score.
I think there'll be a round of applause if he gets another run. Changes in the field here. They're quite happy to give Ethan Brooks a single. So cover point goes to out towards the boundary. Bamber bowls, and they think about taking a single, but the bowler does very well. He does well to pick the ball up, but then he does some sort of a roly-poly, flick the ball back behind you thing, which turns out to be a little bit of a disaster, really. Don't think he believed he could have hit the stumps from where he was, but he ran out towards mid-wicket, picked the ball up, and then decided to tumble and try and throw it backwards. All looked very spectacular, but the result of that was a dot ball, or a click of the scorer's mouse. Bamber to Brooks, just defends out on the offside.
I'll make way for Mike Taylor here because he's got an update, Dave, for WM, and I shall see you tomorrow.
Yes, we shall be here, boots blacked, as my granddad used to say. Not sure why, but that's what he used to say. So we've got 2 balls left in the over, and still cover point is out. So still giving Brooks a single. Bamber in, and Brooks drives to mid-on, and there is no run. I think we've seen it in the past. You can overthink these situations at times, where the lower order batting with a guy who's got a few runs. I often think, well, why don't you just try and get either of them out? Certainly happened in the last Test match, but to England's advantage because they won the game. But I did think they overplayed it a few times. Bamber into Brooks and lets the ball go by outside the off stump. So Ethan Bamber has every faith in Bertie Foreman. 245 for 7. Foreman has 2. Brooks has 72. If you're just joining us, well, my very good friend Mike Taylor will probably give you an update in a minute. But
well, I will.
Because he'll update other people. Roderick made 11, Libby 21, Kashif Ali 11, Hose 40, D'Oliveira 57, Taylor 7, and Allison 16. So a couple of those Worcestershire batsmen you could say really got in, Hose and D'Oliveira, and then got out.
It's been a hard-working day for everybody. We are not actually very far behind the time, in the sense that we lost 20 minutes of to the weather, and so although there are still 10 overs to bowl at 6 o'clock, if you take that out, there'd probably be maybe 6. So anyway, Hannon Dolby starts this over and has Foreman, who's looked quite well organised so far, defending a rising ball into the leg side. Yes, he doesn't have a lot of batting pedigree, at least not in red ball cricket. He has made some good runs in limited overs games. Still obviously quite early in his career, Bertie Foreman, but he's looked reasonably well organised at the moment.
Yeah, with all due respect to Adam Hose and Khurram Shahzad, not really too much to come in the Worcestershire batting order after these two.
Here comes Hannon Dolby, who is trying to bring those two fellas in if he can, but forward comes Foreman and defends from outside his ground. Back up the pitch. So, yes, the Shahzad to come and Adam Finch. I assume Finch will be next.
Yeah, but I mean, everybody can bat these days, can't they, to a certain extent?
They can. I enjoyed watching Shahzad bowl in the T20 game.
No, he's all right.
He got into a good scrap with Hassan Ali when they were batting and bowling to one another. 2:45 for 7. Hannon Dolby round the wicket. Foreman maybe doesn't really want to play at that and ends up playing at it, and it hits the bat and runs down fine to gully, all along the ground. There's no run.
Notice when he's in his stance there, Foreman, just as the bowler is coming in, he looks at his bat. He looks up to make sure his bat is coming down straight.
It's probably not a bad habit.
No. They have all their little idiosyncrasies.
Yes. Well, he likes a twirl of the bat. He's busy there. Really it in his hand.
See if he does it here. Yeah, sets himself. Bowler's turning.
Yeah. Just looks down at the bat.
Bat comes up. There he goes.
Yeah,
looks at his bat.
Hannon Dolby's on his way to bowl to him now, and Foreman is turning this to mid-wicket, and there isn't a run, as Rocky Choli stops it with a flourish. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where in the closing overs of the first day of the Championship derby here, Worcestershire are 245 for 7, having chosen to bat first. They're dependent on their former Warwickshire player Ethan Brooks to see them to a competitive score. He's unbeaten with 72 and has batted very responsibly through the second half of the day, hitting Tazim Ali over the short boundary for 3 sixes, but on the whole playing carefully to make sure that Worcestershire don't collapse. Brett D'Oliveira also made a half-century. The Bears seamers have shared out the wickets in the most part and got through a fair degree of work. With still 9 overs to bowl today, Worcestershire 245 for 7. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston.
Very good. It was almost like being there. But not.
I'm still here. Not as good. It's never as good as being here.
No, it's not.
Foreman is stoutly defending this over in the meantime.
He is. Yeah, he looks, as you say, pretty well organised.
Yeah, he's very positive in his forward movement. So even whether he's defending, he's sort of getting out to meet the ball. So he looks as though he'd be quite keen to play some strokes here, but that's not really the job at the moment. He steps away. Hannon Dolby seems to be waiting for him. Maybe there are some bugs about. Webster at first slip, and Yates at second. Wait, and this is edge low, and a good grab by Yates down to his left. 245 for 8, a first wicket at last for Hannon Dolby, and Foreman just followed a ball that might have been leaving him a fraction and edged it very low to one of the safest slip fielders in Division 1. Snaffled by Yates, and Foreman is gone. He's caught Yates, bowled Hannon Dolby 2, and it's 245 for 8.
Good catch. That was very low to his left. Got down, made it look easy, and just no great fuss about the way he caught that. They always come quick in that slip area, in his second slip, and just watching the replay. Yeah, good catch. Bertie Foreman has equalled his career best and he departs for a couple. Now there's 9 overs remaining tonight. I mean, Worcestershire tail should be able to last out till close of play. I don't think there's any danger of Warwickshire having to bat tonight. Adam Finch comes in. He's generally Worcestershire's night watchman. He's not night watchman today, but
I think Karim Shazad will be telling people that he is. He's only gone out there to protect me, you know.
Yeah. So they're chipping away at the wickets here, aren't they?
It's been a really hard-working effort today.
Yeah.
To get through on a pitch which hasn't really offered them anything.
I reckon this is a 350 pitch, and Worcestershire 245 for 8.
Yeah.
In danger of falling well short of that. That's only in my mind that it's a 350 pitch.
I mean, it hasn't really offered much for the bowlers. It's been quite slow scoring conditions, even with a short boundary one side. You know, the grass has been was dampened this morning. The outfield's quite slow. So, but yes, I wouldn't have thought Warwickshire's openers would be mad keen to take both wickets in this over.
No.
I think they would sort of shake Ethan Bamber's hand if he did that. With a bit of a gritted teeth.
Leave it till there's 3 overs left, and then you do it.
All right.
Bamber to bowl to Brooks. Now, we're interested to see what Ethan Brooks' attitude is now that he's got Finch at the other end, and he's going to get a single down there, and he's going to let Adam Finch face the bowling. So he's not farming it to any extent, really. As I say, he's not an idiot with the bat, Adam Finch. And has played some...
Don't oversell him there, will you, Dave?
No, I'm building him up too much, aren't I? But he's number 10 for a reason. Bamber just discussing things with his captain. Looking at the ball, it's a fairly new one, so... And he's ready to go. Advice coming from who's at mid-on? Ed Barnard at mid-on. Something was very funny. Anyway, Bamber is away. The ball was to Finch, bat held high down the leg side. Good stop by Smith. I say stop because he got across. He didn't take it cleanly. He did drop Taylor, Tom Taylor on 7. But didn't cost any runs because Tom Taylor went for 7. So 189 would have been 189 for 6. So just 7 runs added, and none of those went to Tom Taylor. Not an easy chance, but one that he would have expected to take. Finch lets this ball go by. Goes through fairly low this time to the wicket-keeper. 2 slips. Well, pretty straightforward field, really. 2 slips, third man, fine leg. Mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, extra cover, and cover point. Nobody's sweeping on the boundary. 8 overs remaining in the day after this one. Bamber sets off. And in bowls, Finch gets this way. A pleasant shot, that, all along the ground, but straight to mid-wicket.
The lights have been on all day, but I don't know whether they're really making enormous difference. No. Presumably they must be, because they wouldn't have them on otherwise. But it's hard to tell from up here. Perhaps you can tell more on the ground.
They might do now as we get towards 6:30. Is that Craig Miles at mid-wicket?
He has been on the field a bit
I think that's
this afternoon. He's very good outfield.
Bamber in and Finch forward very solidly behind this one. Plays it back down the pitch. No run. 246 for 8.
Yeah, that's him, Miles. There at mid-wicket. He's just leaving for Gloucestershire at the end of the season. But
going back to the Gloss. Still in the Worcestershire record books. As the highest last wicket stand ever against Worcestershire at Cheltenham in
Is that right?
2014. He and Liam Norwell put on about 130 odd. The next ball wide of the stumps, wide of the batsman, through to the wicket-keeper. End of the over. 246 for 8 overs remain. And Finch yet to get off the mark. Brooks has 72.
And Dolby's going to have another go. I'll do this over and then I want to hear from Chloe again before we finish today, so I'll step aside after that. Let's have a look. Hannon Dolby, be glad to have a wicket now, Hannon Dolby. That's only 10 for the season for him. Well, he's never going for very many runs, and he's bowled a lot of overs this season at times where there hasn't been much happening. So it's been hard yards this season, but he bowls a high bouncer here, which Brooks ends up playing with one hand down to long leg and thinks nothing of taking a run to bring Finch back on strike.
Has every confidence in him, doesn't he? Just second over, he's taken a run off the first ball.
So Brooks up to 74. And as someone who doesn't have a championship 100, you'd think he would be guarding the strike fairly jealously at the moment if he had any doubts.
Those advertising signs on the top of the stand opposite suddenly look a little bit brighter.
They do, don't they? Yeah, there's been a bit of a change just in the last 5 minutes. And now there is a run here for Finch. He's first, nudging it around his front pad, but it's only one. So 248 for 8, so a batting point hoves into view. That's not to turn your nose up at, is it, for Worcestershire and the way the season they've had up to now?
Well, yeah. I was saying to Phil earlier, they got 5 at Southampton, but they'd only got 3 before that. So they more than doubled their total there on a pretty flat pitch, really.
At least they cashed in on it. Here is Hannon Dolby, and he has Brooks rather pushing away from his front pad up to mid-on. And doesn't get a run. Forecast, I think, I haven't looked during today, but when I looked this morning, it seemed to be improving during the course of the match.
Yeah, I think there's a chance of the odd shower tomorrow. But as my dad used to say, it's only a forecast, you know.
Well, it is, indeed.
It's not necessarily what's going to happen.
A good deal of dry weather this evening and overnight, but isolated showers remain possible. Forward comes Brooks, pushes away into the offside. Often cloudy, although some clearer periods are likely. I don't think you need to cover your delicate plants. Remaining mild. My dad used to fret about his beans if it was cleared.
Oh, yeah.
So his runner beans.
Got to cover your beans
Oh,
up.
crikey. There's trouble there.
Never plant them before the end of May.
No.
I could do with a short, sharp shower about 8 o'clock tonight. Save me watering my flowers. Although, I'm sure my good lady wife would have taken that into consideration.
That sounds like a clarion call to Mrs. B. Get the watering can out. This is pushed away by Brooks, and he might get full. Rocky Cholly's beadling around the boundary to make sure he gets there, and he sends the throw back. I don't know what he got. There's a big cheer, presumably, for the batting point.
Oh, yeah.
From, I dare say...
Oh, it just came up, spectators welcome on the outfield.
Yeah, okay. I think somebody's accidentally pressed the wrong button there on the scoreboard, haven't they?
Well, I know they got a batting point, but only for that sort of celebration. And everybody on the pitch.
Yes, all right. Behave yourself, scoreboard operator. 250 for 8. We saw you. Brooks is up to 75. There was a rather raucous cheer. It sounded like it came from near the visitors' changing room, actually. But, anyway, it is a batting point for Worcestershire. Often dry and cloudy, says the Met Office for tomorrow. Whilst a few showers are possible, most places will stay largely dry. It sounds like hedging your bets to me.
Oh, yeah.
Brief, brighter interludes with fleeting sunny spells. Hannon Dolby bowls to Finch. To Brooks, who defends back up to him. It's the end of the over. That sounds like the sort of prediction I make. Usually at this time of year, for the BBC website or something, you have to write some sort of prediction about various football teams. And one of the questions was, how do you think they'll go on this season? Yeah. I said, well, you know, they might find that they achieve above their expectations if their summer signings work out well. On the other hand,
Could be challenging
So,
to the top.
reading my description of Wolves, they can finish anywhere between 4th and 20th, which is exactly how I planned it. Anyway, for a more precise forecast of what's going on, Chloe Brewer's coming in to join you.
Predictions in sport. Why do we do it? If we knew what was going to happen, we wouldn't turn up and watch.
Horses don't bet on people.
No, it's very true. Horses don't bet on people. They probably should, don't they? Right, here's Ethan Bamber bowling to Adam Finch, and Finch lets the ball go by. Swings back after it's past the batsman and the stumps, and wicketkeeper Smith has to take it down the leg side, 250 for 8. I think if we hadn't got the floodlights on, we might not get through to the end here tonight.
No, it's come over pretty gloomy, hasn't it? Pretty ominous clouds have come over us.
I'm not against 20 degrees Celsius. I quite like 20 degrees Celsius. When it gets hotter than that, it's a bit sticky. Bamber in, and this is turned away by Finch. Oh, it may have well have come off a pad. Let's see. Steve O'Shaughnessy, the umpire, says it did come off a pad, and I, for one, believe him. 251 for 8, Worcestershire. I'm not a sunshine person. You are.
I am a sunshine person, but I don't like humid heat. Like in the
No.
UK, it's close and you can't really get away from it.
Yeah.
And even like the wind's muggy.
It was last week. The wind was warm, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's gross.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not. No, I'm not against winter. Is Bamber in? That's a nice shot. Smashed away off the back foot, and it's gone away for 4. It's the longest boundary on the field. Lovely shot there from Ethan Brooks, and the total goes to 255 for 8. His personal total goes to 79. Yeah, it's I mean, I quite enjoy the summer because we have cricket, but I don't dislike the winter, to be honest.
No?
We do have great arguments in our house as to when the heating should go on.
I'm sure like every household.
Oh yeah, yeah. Here's the next ball. Brooks comes forward, plays it back down the pitch. Yeah, I've put the heating on. Why? Well, probably because I'm cold. You don't put the heating on this time of night. Yeah.
It's always an argument, but the only unarguably time is when it's snowing outside. He can go straight on.
Yeah. Yeah, Ethan Brooks. Well, he's a long way from it at the moment. He's 21 runs from it, but he has got a first-class 100 to his name as Bamber is in and bowls. Oh, that's a bit of a loose shot there from Ethan Brooks. There's oohs and ahs from the field as that came back at him after he tried to play a drive through the offside, but that came. Well, wicketkeeper took it diving down the leg side. He's getting to do a little bit here, Ethan Bamber. We've had cloud cover all day. I haven't noticed a great deal of a swing.
No.
Been more little bit of seam movement.
I'd say this new ball this evening has moved the most, I'd say, out of the whole day.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, didn't move this much this morning, maybe. And this time beaten again here. Good over that from Ethan Bamber. Conceded the boundary when he bowled it too short, but those last 2 deliveries really bothered Ethan Brooks. And he's been in there a long time. 123 balls he's faced so far for his 79. So Alan Dolby to continue. We've got 6 overs left. In fact, Alan Dolby is off and Bo Webster is on. I was just going to say, might give somebody 2 or 3 overs tonight.
Yeah, get some fresh legs on there. Well, some freshish legs.
Yeah, I thought he bowled well. Really good spell this afternoon, Webster. And he got Brett D'Oliveira out and really sort of worked him over a little bit. A couple of short pitch deliveries, and then just got that one to move away a bit and edge suit the wicketkeeper. 1 for 31 off 14 overs, Webster. So I think if he had at least one more wicket in the wickets column, would sort of give a better idea of how he's bowled today.
Yeah, not bad figures, hey? Well, Bo Webster to continue, full of length, and that's wrapped on the pads. Big shout! They went twice for it, but
yeah, I
it's
think
going down.
the slips and the wicketkeeper were a bit late there, weren't they?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the giveaway.
Yeah, it was almost air bowlers appealing. We better not leave him stood there on his own. We'll have a shout as well. Let's have a look at that one. That's actually not a bad shout.
Yeah, it's not bad, is it?
No, I think it's going down leg side, but
Not by much.
no.
Not by much at all. Well, Finch readies himself for this next delivery as Bo Webster's steaming in from a city end on a length outside off, left alone through to Kai Smith with the gloves.
There's a wasp. It's outside though, so we're all right. Don't want them fellas in here. Thank you very much. Keep moving on. I'm sure there's a purpose to wasps, but I've never really found out what it is. They probably provide food for a bird or something, but
Yeah, there must be somewhere in the food chain.
lesser spotted wasp catcher.
Webster on a length patted back to him. There. There's also hornets. Where do they sit in the old chain of
Hornets. I'm
things?
not quite sure what they do. Hornets.
No.
No, they're just big bees, aren't they? Really?
Yeah, big scarier wasps.
Yeah, they're bees that have not been on a diet.
Haven't laid off for biscuits.
Yeah, yeah. Biscuits and cake. That's their trouble.
Webster from the city end once again in on the length and defended by Fincher.
Well, they want to see out the day, don't they, Worcestershire? They want to be batting again in the morning. But there's a danger that, you get in that mindset of we are just going to see out the day, and maybe the odd bad ball comes along and give it a whack.
Yeah, exactly. But they don't want to get caught in that trap of
No.
settling till tomorrow. Still 5 overs left in today. Webster's gonna bowl hard length again. Work to mid wicket there.
I wasn't sure where the ball had gone there. It wasn't until mid-wicket moved that I thought, because he was aiming more back down the pitch, maybe mid-offish. Another slip comes in.
Yeah, I think we're just getting a little bit of interest towards this back end of the day, especially with a new ball. As Bo Webster trundles in full of length and driven up to a very straight extra cover, and that brings the end of the over, 255 for 8.
Well, Adam Finch doing a job here for his team. He's faced 14 balls so far and he's still there. So we've got 5 overs remaining tonight, and the umpire Goff was on the radio then, maybe just to his colleague. Maybe they're looking at the sky. Maybe they're thinking, get the covers on and we can get off 5 overs early. But nothing much is happening at ground staff. There's one leaning on the covers and the rest are just hovering. Here's Ethan Bamber. He's in and he bowls to Brooks, and Brooks is forward, plays defensively, and Bamber on his follow through will pick the ball up, and he, as they do, I'd have thought in days of yore he would have just picked the ball up and kept polishing it all the way back, but he has to give it to somebody else to polish it.
It's half a game.
Yeah, the official polisher has to polish the ball.
Yeah.
Probably be a walkout by the rest of the fielders if anybody else polishes it. Was he using his left sleeve? What's going on here?
Don't know.
Ah, new bat. New bat. Light's starting to go, so let's have a new bat. Ah, shades of Zach Crawley in the Test match here. Let's waste a bit of time.
Dan Mosley's having a little go at it, see if it actually is broken.
Yeah, he's the official bat tester.
Yeah, so we've got a bat tester and a ball shiner.
Looks as if it's the way he was doing that. Looks as if it's maybe gone in the handle a little bit. But Ethan Brooks is waiting for somebody.
Yeah, it looks like this Blythe.
3
just
bats
given
coming
up.
out. Any choice from anyone from 3. I've said this many times. But when I started playing cricket, their club only had 3 bats between us.
Yeah. I mean, they're not cheap, are they?
No. Well, they are for these guys because they probably don't pay for them. But yeah, club cricket bats. We used to have a big kit bag, all the pads and the bats
Yeah.
in. And
It's a free-for-all.
Yeah.
Can you get your size, can you not?
Yeah. And if you had a favourite bat and somebody else was using it when you went in, you didn't get it. So. No.
See.
You used to have to kind of pray that they were. I suppose it was a great temptation to run them out.
Let's have that bat, thanks.
I'll have the bat, thank you, on the way out. Not that we ever did that.
No.
Now we got somebody standing up. Now we got something else going on. Right, come on, lads. My tea's waiting. Won't be home for Emmerdale. Bamber in bowls, wide of the stumps through to the wicket keeper. It is quite. It's not dark because the floodlights are on, but what I said before, I think if we hadn't got the floodlights at the minute, it might be off. You can just see there's some shadows created by the floodlights. Umpire O'Shaughnessy looking back at this end as if there's somebody liable to walk across the side screen any minute. Here's Bamber's next ball, which Brooks covers up hurriedly. Plays it out on the offside. 255 for 8 here, Worcestershire. Finch on 1, Brooks on 79. 3 balls remaining of this over, and then we got 4 overs to bowl after that. Seems to be taking them a long time to bowl these last 7 or 8 overs.
I reckon that's a Siemens coming back on.
Yeah.
Taking her time.
Bamber in, Brooks forward defensively, pushes down the pitch. Bowler does his own fielding. Clapping of hands by. Who's that? Extra cover. Is that Mosley there? He's doing some stretching again. He's hobbling a bit. He's walking a bit like me.
He's keeping himself busy.
Yeah, he's doing stretching like. If you remember 40 Towers when he did the silly walk, it's about like that. There's Brooks off the back foot, plays that very pleasantly out towards the cover boundary. Picks up a single, 1 more to the total. So 1 ball of this over for Adam Finch to see out. Ground staff have moved towards the cover as if they're going to start it up. I suppose they're looking at the scoreboard and there's 4 overs left, so they know they're going to be out there fairly shortly. But
slow move into their stations.
yeah. Bamber, last ball of what seems a very long over, and Finch pushes out on the offside. He's happy to take a single. Worcestershire 257 for 8. There are 4 overs remaining of this first day's play. We lost 20 minutes for rain and interruptions throughout the day, so we're not probably about 10 minutes over time. Spinners have been on a little bit today, so that's improved the over rate.
Yeah, I think this will be my last one, and I'll let you guys wrap up. I think that's. Oh, I don't mind.
Having a discussion, these two, so who's going to finish off today? I think they want to get out for Emmerdale as well.
Bo Webster in bumper to start, and that's been pulled away. That was dismissive from Finch. Don't bowl there. Says it for number 10.
Good shot.
And that's one way to start the over, isn't it?
It was an extended round of applause there. I thought it was a good shot, but I'm just looking at the scoreboard to see if it's something of note, but no. Unless the 16-run partnership gets a round of applause. It is quite dark now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Was it my eyes?
No, it has come over pretty dark. Webster once again from a city end, full of length and driven back up to mid-off.
Steve O'Shaughnessy, he's the square leg umpire. He's looking a bit fidgety. He's looking over his shoulder at the cloud that's approaching behind him.
Yeah, he's just having a little look, isn't he?
He's not happy with that. He's got a table booked for 7:30 at this Chinese restaurant in the middle of Birmingham. Needs to get off.
Webster once again outside off, tempted by that, but ended up going through to Kai Smith.
He's batted pretty sensibly here, Adam Finch. No, we're talking him out, but every run's going to count.
Yeah. Sounds like he's got your seal of approval this evening.
Yeah. He once hit 3 sixes in the last over of a T20 game against Yorkshire to win the game.
Blimey. How's going some? Once again, full of length. That's just beating the outside edge. Interest there all round. That was a close one.
Just a little bit of shape on it. Not a great deal, just enough. Had a play at it in case it was the one that came back in or went straight on, but good ball. Oh, those lights are bright now. Sorry to keep on about it, folks, but
I was trying to work out whether it's just starting to spit a little bit, actually. By Webster for his 5th ball of the over, full of length and defended by Finch. Very solid for defence. Just rehearsing it to himself, and this will be the final ball of the over. Skipper returns to the slips.
I think it might be the last ball of the day. I think Steve O'Shaughnessy has got his light meter out.
Yeah, he has. Final ball from a City end, full of length and defended under Finch's eyes, and that brings a single around.
They're having a conversation, the umpires.
Okay. I'm going to make way then.
The fielders are very keen to get into position, but I'm not sure we're going to get much more today. The umpires are both looking at the cloud, and in fact that's it. Yep, they're off. So that's it for the day, it would seem. With 3 overs left in the day, I can't imagine they're going to come back out. And the hover cover, as you can hear, is coming on.
I was just finding my rhythm as well.
You were?
There's something for both teams today.
I think Warwickshire will be the happier.
Yeah. If you bat first, you surely want 300 or 350.
Yeah.
And they may get to that in the morning with Ethan Brooks. It's possible, but and he's batted very responsibly. But it has been a day of plugging away for Warwickshire. So a proper hard day's graft, an old-fashioned day.
A proper day's county cricket, really.
Yeah, good. So we shall pick it up in the morning at 11 o'clock, when the weather will be marvellous, because it always is here in Birmingham or something like that. And so yes, we shall fight our way through the palm trees to be here. But wherever you are, I hope you're with us as well from around 11 o'clock in the morning, and we shall keep you company then. Look out for the reaction to today's play in the respective bulletins and on social media from BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR, and on the sport website as well. Otherwise, until tomorrow, see you then.
Good night.